down a little bit. And then again, ESLT, that is a Israel defense. And then Israel shipping Zim operations in Israel are continuing without interruptions, they said. Intel, new 52-week high. 36. That's crazy, actually. It's almost there, but you're like $3 off. Or popping. I mean, nothing bad happened overseas, and then bonds are still chilling. Netflix, again, Netflix was down. Netflix is starting to wake up. Yeah, all right, Twitch. I don't want to keep timing y'all out. I'll keep y'all open today, but I'm gonna kind of like low key ignore y'all. It's everything. It's the same thing as yesterday. I love y'all though. God bless you. Don't worry. You're still live though. Do your thing. Do your thing, 21. Do your thing. Yeah, NASDAQ 0.6. Again, you have the minutes, but realistically, I think it's either bonds hold up or we get anything along the lines of what's it called? The bonds are either going to hold up the levels of the data or they're going to like actually rip. If they come down, then maybe we'll follow that till the earnings or the minutes. RTX Big Red. Netflix still going up. And then watch if NVO gets moving. If NVO moves, that'll be interesting. Eli Lilly on the low. So I don't know. That one's not getting any love. PayPal, Baidu. I forgot China names. They're only up 0.5. They were up a lot more yesterday. Tesla flying. Tesla's up 1.7. Airbnb's even going up. AMD, remember they were getting fiery yesterday. Russia, Putin. Russia is able to replace lost EU gas market with Asia. ZS on the high. Oh, I think we still have that play. The ZS play is actually coming up a little more. Coin giving up. Square again. PayPal was already up. Futu, I think that's another China name. SMCI, they were going crazy yesterday. Again, SMCI is another 1-4. Ball, they had an upgrade. Oh, they're not doing too bad. Up 3. Where is it? Rotated Palo Alto and a Z-scaler. Yalla. Yalla, Habibi, yalla. Is anybody playing the Burke IPO? I don't even know if I got shares or not. Netflix going up with everything. The market has not moved out of this little range so far. Yeah, Rite Aid is starting off good this morning. It's already up a lot. Even the bonds, though, I think the main thing, I think if equities do good, we'll wait till minutes, and then we still got to confirm with CPI tomorrow. But then just the bonds, if these things can hold up, I do think that could be very, very good. Okta on the high. Futu again. Netflix just woke up. I don't know. I think it's still kind of in the gulag of yesterday, but kind of recovering a little bit. Bank of America. I put my Burke order through E-Trade. I wasn't able to get it on TD Ameritrade, and then Robinhood. I don't know if Robinhood had it. I didn't check. but I went through E-Trade. I did not. I don't know if I got the MO drip. Oh wait, yeah. No, yesterday we saw it. It came out yesterday. I remember. I got like 5 or 6 shares. Not anything too crazy. I want to hold. I mean, if I got my shares, I'm probably gonna flip like in the first minute if I end up getting it. Mm. Oh, I forgot. Other GLP-1 drugs are moving. Spy, a little first Chicle. I mean, for the most part, again a little bit of a red right now. You're still barely moving. Bonds barely moving, and I think the dollar might be break even. Yeah, dollar's like right has not moved at all. Yeah, Google has been insane. Bro, even yesterday. I can't even believe Google's at a 52-week high. It blows my mind. 3 Palestinians killed by Israeli forces and settlers. Gunshots in West Bank. Palestinian news. Meta. JP Morgan, again, banks, they're starting to run a little bit. JP Morgan. All right. This is after hours. That's why the bond chart looks a little more intense. Boeing's on the high. I know they got a price target upgrade. And then people went crazy on the earnings, or again, the delivery numbers yesterday. And then SPY getting a cheek lay after that little green or that little red. There's bonds. What about the yen? The yen is down. Interesting. Yeah, current. If anything, bonds are moving, but the dollar is not as active today. And then 4,375. Was there bad news about banks? In the morning, they were saying that banks have to take losses, and what they're talking about is the unrealized losses that'll show up on their earnings, the held to maturity. I think TFC Truist, they sold off like one of their arms, and that was the only other banking news that I saw. Other than that, just a matter of how bad did the bonds going up hurt the banks, and that's what we will find out off of the next earnings. And then we're holding up here. UAL and Delta on the high. Again, they have earnings. Boeing is still going. How does that lead to banks moving up? Because maybe they're thinking they could handle it. I mean, we already know they're losing money unrealized, but we don't know how it affects the rest of their businesses. Yeah, it was Truist. Yeah, they sold like some business for 10 billion. It's you're something like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. ECB Nagel says pausing can be an option. So bonds are moving. I mean, that's my favorite thing of the day right now. Again, if those yields can hold up, that will be very good. Cart. JP Morgan. Yeah, banks are by 0.68. Banks are up as much as the NASDAQ right now. That's crazy. The data comes out at like 10 a.m. my time. So at like, I think 2 a.m. or 2 p.m. Eastern, you get the Fed minutes. We already had the PPI. There's no reason for the pump. Well, wait. We're going to have, you have data. The data wasn't the worst. It wasn't the best. I do think it leaned negative, but we've been running off negative data. But more so, where we go from here, tomorrow's the CPI. And if that stuff's good, I mean, I think October is going to be a good month. You're afraid of Friday near its close before the weekend? I wouldn't be, because if the CPI is good, you don't have anything to be afraid of. At that point, then it's 2 weeks until Powell, and then the next week will be earnings. If anybody's going to sell off, it'll be a result of bad earnings. So if we don't get any bad earnings, I don't think there'll be any reason to sell off if CPI is good. October will be massive. I've been saying it right now. I've been saying it all month, but if CPI, after everything we went through, finds a way to hold it down, then we're good to go. And then Friday, they drop from the top. Got B&B. Banks are still running. Crazy. Eli Lilly up 2 now. So they fell a little. Again, where's NVO? They might start to move. Where's Apple? Apple's still barely holding. Boeing's killing it. Another 2.5 today. I don't know. I kind of like NVO, but it's just high if you're down with those. I mean, NVO now, new drug. It's already up 3%. That's what sucks. And then it bounced another like 3 or 5 in the last couple days. Israel, Netanyahu, and Gantz have agreed to form emergency government. So now Israel has a COVID government ready to go. They can do whatever they want. And then the EU, Britain, tells Zuckerberg to be very vigilant to ensure compliance with EU online content rules to take timely action against disinformation. And then spies hold in. Bonds are trying to go up. And then I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you, Chad. Good morning. And I will BRB.
The top tier resources that Pioneer has, and I think improve the recovery beyond what either company could do in isolation.
Yeah, 4-mile lateral. That's a whole different bag of chips there. Hey, Scott, from your perspective, you've been doing this for 40 years. People are talking about how this deal is going to kick off a shale 3.0. Bigger companies, bigger deals, bigger, more fierce laterals. What do you think, Scott? And who do you think is left that's going to have to merge after this?
Yes, at the Pioneer board level, we've talked over the last 2 years. We think long term, you have to become a diversified company. And the question is, do we do it ourselves or do we become part of a company like ExxonMobil? I really think Exxon has the best stock of all the diversified companies around the world, the best growth opportunities. Mm-hmm. And I think after this transaction that shale companies cannot survive on their own long term. They're going to have to merge up, consolidate, and be part of a diversified company is my general opinion. And this should happen over the next 5 years.
So is it going to be like private guys getting together, or is it going to have to be like what you did and really sort of reach for an Exxon that has such a huge reach all across the globe, Scott?
Yeah, there's only, as you know, there's only two large diversified in the majors in the U.S. that's left. You got ConocoPhillips diversified. You got Oxy that's diversified. So I think shale companies are going to have to combine and either try to do it on their own, or they're going to have to merge into one of the diversified companies. That's my general opinion of the three or four that I mentioned.
So Darren, to that point, does this merger change any investment decisions that you're going to make for stuff out of shale, like in Guyana, for example, or Brazil, Mozambique? Is it going to change you looking for acquisitions out of the U.S.?
No, I think if you look at what we're doing here, it's very aligned with our strategy. We've organized ourselves to prosecute competitively advantaged investments along different resource types. We have an unconventional business. Scott's business is a pure play unconventional business, so it slots right into our existing unconventional business. We've had the same focus on productivity and resource recovery and capital and cost efficiency. So I think there's a natural sync here. And if you look at our unconventional business and Scott's business, they're comparable sizes, so it's a merger of equals. Scott's business is basically funding itself and generating additional cash, so it's not going to need any help from the rest of our businesses. I'd expect the rest of our businesses to continue pursuing their investment portfolio.
Yep, Eli. I mean, NVO just went up too. That was the XOM PXD guy. They're talking about the merger. The other guy ain't saying anything. It looked hella weird. Yep, Eli. Oh, bro, are you kidding me? That was in the bathroom break. It was at the bottom. That was $12. Bro, Eli Lilly don't move like that, bro. I'm telling you, there used to be a time where, like, Eli Lilly would move, like, $2 in a day, and I would be like, wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. NVO is taking over as Europe's most valuable company. Yeah, they're bigger. I mean, I always forget what country they're from, but they are bigger than the GDP of their own country. Again, NVO is insane. Meta, 52-week high. Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding? Yeah, Denmark. And then Rite Aid and Walgreens reversing. I'd watch Rite Aid. I mean, that's going to do its thing. But Walgreens, there's, up 7 to now up 2. Very, very typical of young Walgreens. Britain, King Charles is extremely concerned about situation in Israel. More like old Walgreens. Oh, you gonna take that? You gonna take that, Walgreens? He just said He said you don't even have a good expense ratio. Everybody in the no. Okay, I'm sorry. It's good to be back. Good to be back. NVIDIA over Meta and look at NVIDIA end of August. I mean, I don't know why you're saying that, but I would say I can agree with you if all the AI stocks come up. So we were even talking about it earlier, like GLP drugs, the Ozempic, and AI, they look the same. We've talked about it for a very long time. So I do think if, earnings and hype is there, I do think you'll get the back end on a lot of the AI pump and then even GLP. But we'll see. We will see. It all depends. You got Chicles, again, bonds coming down here. You got a couple of headlines on the war. Not too crazy, but I mean, we are just moving around. If anything, bonds are where the data came out. Again, equities have cushion. So take a look. Bonds are at the low of the data. And right now, you're like a little higher than when the data came out. And then you had a lot of these names that were running here in the morning. Some gave it up, and then some are still holding. PXD on the low now again. They're doing the merger with XOM. Where is it? AMD down. AMD was killing it yesterday. Google again. That was the fire one from yesterday. And then Margate's still going lower. You're digging another candle down 43.60. Now, this is kind of a level. This is like a baby level. NVO now $3 up since we were just talking about that, or $2. My goodness. So again, watch if we fill the gap at 43.60 pretty much, and then we'll play the same levels from yesterday. VLTO, is that MGM on the high? Bro, Meta at 327 is crazy. Boeing, Apple's even coming down. Very weird mix. Microsoft up, Apple down, Google 52-week high, and then Meta literally 52-week high as well. Can Rite Aid earnings pull it out of the garbage? I don't know. If the earnings are really good, maybe, but it looks like restructuring will probably be their best bet. Oh, I think I got my shares. All right. Hold on. I need to see. I got a financial alert. What does that mean? Please hold while we connect your call. Oh, I don't think I got any. What the fuck? That's stupid. They gave me shares. I got my Birkenstock shares, guys. How many do you think they gave me? My goodness. How many do you think they gave me? Oh my goodness. They gave it to I'll tell you how many I put in an order. I put in an order for 1,000 shares. How many do you think I got? I said, give me 1,000. I said, here, 50 racks. Give me 1,000 of them. Give me 1,000. Bro. They gave me 8. Nah, they gave me 8 of them. 8. I got 8. Yeah, 8. Just a little bit, little appetizer. You know what I'm saying? I said they gave me like $200 worth. About 0.8% of your bid, yeah, about roughly. Not bad. Not bad. What's yours is yours. You get 8, I know. At what price? At 46. So that's the good part. Right at the middle. They're not. I think Birkenstock is trying to learn. They're trying to learn from ARM, and they're gonna make this one price lower so that they can actually let it run up with demand. They said buy them on the market. Yeah, bro, that sucks. They said we meet you halfway. 8 for you will be, like, call it even. Yalla. 50-50. The IPO is going to go live today. I think at any time it's going to be Burke. Eli Lilly, 52-week. That was a great call out. It ran since the bathroom break. What did you miss? Not much. There was more China stimulus. There was hot PPI data. And Europe and China did good once again. And no war headlines. And even if there was, we're still kind of focused on what's going to happen with monetary policy. Got to stay positive, better than none. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how I feel about it. I'm like, I don't really care. It would have been nice to get a lot at that price. We'll see how it opens, but I think I only got like 10 on arm anyways. So, you know, free money. I'll take it. I'll take it. I hope it's free money. Lately the last what was it? Cart that one traded a little weirder. We'll find out. I don't NVO or Eli Lilly. I like them, but it's that was the one I'm saying. It's like AI. You have to either FOMO into it or not. That's it. You could wait. It did drop recently, and it was a little lower, but even after it drops, it will still be elevated. So it's kind of if you want to buy it, I would be prepared to keep buying it over a long amount of time, and hopefully that long amount of time will allow you to get a good price. But other than that, you're chasing the NVOs and the Eli Lillies of the world, and I'm not against it, but it's it has its own little dynamic. It's the best thing in the world right now. Again, I would argue GLP-1 is better than AI. Although I think AI will have better effects, it's like, bro, this is curing diabetes, weight loss. They're saying dialysis now. And like, it's kidney, it's cosmetic, it's health. And like, this is one of those things right now where, again, the demand cannot even keep up with supply no matter what they do. But that being said, I haven't bought it yet because it's really expensive. You're not getting that at a discount. You're not the only one in the world who has figured this out. Yeah, the new miracle drug. We're talking about all of the GLP-1, like Ozempic type beats, NVO, Eli Lilly. Who's the other one? I think that's pretty much it. Any LT plays? The latest one we grabbed was MO. We're up a little bit. We got our drip. But other than that, I'm still, I don't really have cash. I've been buying dividends, and we're kind of just waiting here. But otherwise, I'm still watching Disney and a lot of those names that we had from last time, even Pfizer. But we'll see by the next deposit. In a weird way, though, the next deposit is kind of right around the corner. What do they call Fin that? What? Oh, dude, I remember that. Bro, what is the story behind that? That sounds so familiar. Is that like the street name for what's it called? Is that the street name for ephedrine? Mm. Groupon holding the lows. I forgot about that yesterday. Spot. I mean, even the SPY right there was at a low, and they're just bouncing. Russia will take part in COP28 conference in UAE at high level. Microsoft selling now. Again, wicks all over the market. Bonds are still holding. Apple only down a quarter. Yeah, Walgreens. We were just talking about that. Of that thing selling off all of that. It was up 6%, and now it's up 1.5. It was up like 2 and then went to 6 and then started to come back. Mm. Bonds on the bid. It's holding, and they're up a lot. 1.5 green. holding gap up. That's actually good, but let's see. It is getting a bid right there. And then the dollar, again, yen, pound, euro, kind of all over the place. Dollar's down a little bit, though. That's good. And then Kremlin advisor says Palestinian leaders Abbas to visit Russia relatively soon. Yeah, they're boasting Fin as a miracle pill to lose weight, and it caused mad heart issues, and all the companies manufactured it without FDA approval. Yeah, that sounds so familiar. I think I'm blanking it and remembering it at the same time, but then young ephedrine. Unless I don't know if Fin is separate from ephedrine, but that Fin name sounds so familiar. Ten-year bond auction today, that could be big. Let's take a look at the 10-year. That's a lot lower than the long end of the curve. Can you pick stocks in this market? Fin, Habibi. You know, same thing. I need to go pee again, bro. I've down like 4 water bottles already, and it's not even like 7 o'clock. It is 7 o'clock, 30 minutes in. I'm going on bathroom break number 2, baby. If y'all met me, y'all know you know what I'm talking about. I don't know if you guys so when I met them last weekend and I was hanging out with the Chads, my voice was going out. So I kept having water, and I drank like a bunch of water bottles, but then I eventually, bro, I was going pee every 10 minutes. It was awful. I'd be like mid-conversation with the Chad, and I'd be like, hold on, I got to go to the bathroom. And they'd look at me, and they'd be like, again, Josh? And I said, yeah, I'm sorry. So, yeah, I'm going to go to the bathroom again. I love you. God bless you. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will be right back, like the video. And get ready. You got Fed minutes on the way, a couple hours.
Extremely hard. The narrative has been switching so many times. That dynamic between macro and micro mattering, it actually has been switching probably every 2-3 months. But obviously, being long the S&P 500 hasn't been a bad bet this year. It has returned a pretty good return. And obviously, even active managers who are not having their best year, they fared well in September when that sell-off happened. So getting perfectly the winners and losers kind of seem impossible. When the rally was happening in Magnificent Seven, obviously people who were defensively positioned were in a really bad place. They were missing on those gains. When the sell-off is happening, those defensively positions were actually in a really good place. So we have that sharp shift in narrative. It's really hard to pick winners and losers. But what is important this year is that actually participating has paid off compared to obviously last year when staying away and just being scared of inflation and central banks and solely being focused on that. This year, participating and picking someone has been a successful bid for some people.
So I guess I wonder when we're going to start talking about the catch-up trade, though. Denitza, that you mentioned if you weren't invested and you weren't playing, you missed out. And I wonder when it's going to be ooh, I got to go buy that to the end of the year and then window dress. I realize it's early to do that. But kind of not, because so much of the moves that we've seen have not made sense to what people were expecting 6 months ago.
Exactly. I mean, you can argue that a lot of people can say this is the perfect time for dip buying. Remember, in April, there was such a rush for people to buy into the rally because they were so behind that they were oh, this is the time to catch up. And then active managers were actually feeling the pressure from a lot of people who were just why are we missing on this rally? How can you explain when the Nasdaq was up 40%, how can you explain not participating in that? So, maybe some of those people are looking to enter now. Maybe a lot of people are cautious. But in terms of big sentiment shifts, we really haven't seen that. We haven't seen big buying. We haven't seen any big flows. So maybe there should be some type of catalyst. Because what happened before was that artificial intelligence hype, and that has cooled down a little bit.
Yep.
We haven't seen that type of catalyst in recent months.
Abigail, I'm assuming if we were to see a big sell-off, that all stocks basically need to move in the same direction, i.e. down. To what extent what is the market set up for that to happen? Because at the moment, everybody's kind of bouncing around. Single stocks are bouncing around in different directions. So the markets and volatility is kind of going nowhere. How big a shift will we need to see for all of those stocks suddenly to move in the same direction?
I think that, and I'm glad that I have this opportunity, because I'm not sure that right now is a buy the dip moment. I think that over the last few years, when we've had that time when stocks have come in, let's call it 5-10%, it's been seen as a buy the dip moment because the Fed is there. It's not clear.
It's not a buy the dip moment. British Airways says London to Tel Aviv flights diverted due to security concerns. And then stocks on pace to extend winning streak. My goodness. Not the buy the dip market. Abercrombie's on the high. That one always surprises me. DraftKings going up. NASDAQ is up by 0.3. SPY by 0.2. And then Dow Jones is up by just under a quarter. And then same thing with Russell. Everything is matched up. That little bond bid is kind of giving back up now. So we'll see. All right, little at the low. Again, bonds and stocks, they kind of look the same, but you got to put on the extended out. Oh, now they do. Again, a little, when we were here, is a much higher. But they're both now at the lows. I think the dollar is the only one that is noticeably better. So again, ever since the data, the dollar's actually down. Egypt is making efforts and intensifying communications to contain the situation in Gaza. At least 14 U.S. nationals killed in Hamas attack, and at least 17 British nationals either dead or missing. Run up the likes. God bless you, Jose. Good morning. I hope you're doing good. Again, get ready for tomorrow. And we got a little bit of action left in store for the day with the minutes. So we will see what happens. What did PPI do? It had like a slight negative effect, and then we bounced off of it, and now we're there. But essentially, it came in hotter, which isn't good. It could mean that maybe the inflation and CPI will be a little bit of an issue, but at the very least, it's just not good. Hotter data, hotter inflation. The only caveat is, like, again, last week, we had preliminary data that was like connected, but it was way different than the non-farms. Remember, the jobs openings, the jobs reports, the ADP showed us nothing similar to the non-farms. So the PPI, it doesn't reflect the CPI all the way. And if anything, PPI feeds more into the PCE, which is what the Fed looks like, or what the Fed looks at. So again, a little bond bid. Even Tesla off of the lows within the market is near the low of the day right now. But you're still green, just under a quarter. NASDAQ has almost 0.5%. NVIDIA is going up. Yeah, Tesla's a little lower. Groupon is holding after yesterday. Up 5 after down like 30 or 40. Can we talk about tomorrow? So it's true either way we go down. If CPI is hot, we drop. If it's not hot, people will rush to bonds. No, I don't agree with that. I think if CPI is low, we're gonna rip. If it's like in line, maybe it gets more confusing. But if CPI comes in lower, I think we're gonna rip for the rest of October, unless the earnings are bad, unless the earnings are really bad. Israel Netanyahu opposition agree on unity government and war cabinet after Hamas attack. Won't that mean we won't need a hike so people will try to secure the peak? It would, but then that's why we would rally, but eventually it would have to chill out. But, it would be people would buy bonds, but I don't think it would make the market go down. If anything, I think you would watch the market and bonds rally just like we have watched them sell off leading into all of this. All right, another new low. Bonds are about to break down. Oracle on the high. Again, a couple of names still moving. Where is NVO and Lilly? A very wild day. The MPW news. I don't know if it was like new or old. They said they were selling like additional Australian properties, but I don't know if this is like confirmation of their old deal or not. But they're selling assets. That would be great. And we'll see. So you would kind of agree with this rally? Not yet, but yes. I mean, did you watch the videos of I don't know if you watched the watch list coming into it all, but I kind of called all of this. Again, I was looking for pretty much the beginning of October to play out like the beginning of last October and then seasonality. So, but the thing was, I said I wasn't willing to make up my mind until the CPI, because now once we get the CPI, then we'll know. We'll have full confirmation, and then we could go from there. Yeah, the big seven's kind of weird. Again, in earnings, we're literally right around the corner. So bonds are selling now. New low on the SPY. Let's see, 43.60. The level will be 43.58. That'll be filling the gap in where we closed yesterday. I do think you are getting fed, Waller. You're even going to get that vote for the House people, too. Where is it? That's the 10th. I have Michelle Bowman. I thought she already spoke in the morning. Let's see. And then you're bouncing a little off the 43.62. Google's up 65. You got it there in November? I remember that, actually. That's crazy. That's amazing. Google has been wild. I don't know how to explain Google lately. It's been crazy. Is it? Yeah, you have Waller, Bostic, Collins. But Waller should have gone 2 minutes ago. I don't have any headlines. I'm trying to find the live video. Where is the calendar? Market's very strong. I mean, we've done 130 points off of the Friday low, which is wild. Yeah, we had Waller yesterday. He might say the same thing. I don't have the live video of Waller. He should be coming on, but we'll find out. And then China, Middle East special envoy spoke on the phone with Palestinian official. China, Middle East special envoy says top priority is ceasefire immediately. International community should offer humanitarian aid to Palestinian people. Good morning, Zach. Bro, Zach, we got to get on a call soon, bro. It's been crazy since I got to talk to you, bro. And then my voice got clapped. Bro, we got to talk, though. I ain't forget about you, baby. I hope you're doing good. God bless you, baby. Good morning. Good to see you. My voice got clapped. I mean, everybody on Cole Real Estate, they said they all got sick. So they're saying that I got sick. They're saying you didn't lose your voice, Josh. You got sick. But I'm like, I don't know, man. I feel great. I'm speaking like I've gone through puberty. That's it. That's the only thing I've been dealing with. Bro, you sick? I don't think I'm sick. This ain't even like, I'm not even trying to talk it out of me. I'm like, I went to the gym yesterday. Like, I feel great. I was yelling. Not like Janet yelling. Like, no one realized that. But yeah, I was yelling. You'll be good by Friday. I think so. I mean, we'll work it out right now. This is how my sickness started, with losing your voice. But like, I was losing my voice before. Like, I talk a lot. But we'll see. Oh, grateful, man. God bless you, man. We need to talk, Zach. We need to talk. I did not forget, though. I hope you've been doing good, baby. Keep grinding. And grind hard, baby. And keep that helmet on. Let's go. Chest to the sun, baby. Amen. The green shoots. I'm waiting for bonds, though. Again, we have the minutes today, so anything could still happen. But I think, bond yields they have so much room to sell off or turn the day into like a crazy day. So we will see what happens. But I think the answer will be in bonds, and then maybe we'll get a couple of names, kind of running into their own little earnings mode. But we'll see. Are already a lot of crazy moves, though, to start off. Good call on Walgreens. I love this stock, but it happens all the time, bro. It happens all the time. It's good news, though. Again, remember, it was up like 5% on the rumor of the new CEO, and then the next day it dropped 4%, and then today it was up 2 to 7, and then it sells. So remember, they do have earnings tomorrow. That's part of it. They announced all of that stuff the day before their earnings. And then you're still a little lower. Bonds move more than anything on that. Meta, dude, that's like mind-blowing. Remember, we were just talking about it. We were saying, like, Meta has been a killer this year. And I feel like everybody stopped talking about it. Everybody was talking about AI and all that. But that's insane. Bro, Meta is already back up here. Yeah, Meta again, ahead of earnings. That is insane. Yeah, bro, Meta's going crazy. Can't believe you got it at the 90s. Your only regret would be you didn't buy more. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm the wolf. I'm the wolf of the White House. Come on, let me in here. Let me in the game. Good. Yeah, I definitely think they're burning the cash still. You don't remember, man, that latest, what was it, that little event thing they did? Oh, that was insane. They spent so much money. Russia Novak says that Russia and Saudi Arabia have not discussed scenario of actions with OPEC in case of further Middle East escalation. Spies popping, but I don't know, maybe that's good news. So Russia and Saudi Arabia have not discussed those scenarios, but hold on, that candle could have been fake. But the bonds moved up a lot more with it. No, that wick was fake, but again, there's a couple of factors behind it. But then the low ticker, food names, ISRG, Kellogg's, Pepsi, they are all on the low right now. Even Cart. Rite Aid. You play the poker on MetaQuest. I want to try that. I still don't own an Oculus. I don't own any of them, but we'll see how it plays out. We'll see how it plays out. Fed Waller gives economic outlook live. Let's see, where's our boy? There it is. Why the fuck is it on Vimeo?
Bemidji State. Yeah.
I ain't played a Vimeo video in so long.
Went to Washington State for my PhD and then went the academic.
Again, you heard him yesterday, and he's a voter, but I mean, we don't know what he's going to say.
And then went to the
but this, again, I'm going to give me another one.
And then in 2009, when Jim Bullard was president of St. Louis Fed, he called me and asked me if I'd be the research director at St. Louis. And that's a kind of a time in my life where I thought I'd spent 25 years talking about monetary policy, teaching monetary policy. Now I get to do monetary policy. So I figured that was a good time in my career to step forward and go into the Fed. I did that for about 12 years. And then in 2019, President Trump picked me to be one of the governors of the Federal Reserve, and I was confirmed in 2020. So that's pretty much my background. I've been part of the Fed now for about 15 years, 14 years. And this is what I've done my whole life.
Yeah.
So this is.
Yeah, I remember he nominated a couple people that didn't really have a chance to get into the Senate. Mitt can nod his head, knows what I'm talking about. And then they said, well, we need to get a ringer who everybody's going to vote for the Senate. And then that was you, Chris Waller.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, it was it's been my career path since I was in my first economics class in college, my professor started talking about the Federal Reserve, and I thought, this is the coolest institution I've ever heard of. I want to work for the Fed. I was 19. I never thought I'd end up running it one day.
You know, it's funny. I thought the same thing. Then I became a member of Congress. You know? My freshman economics class, I fell in love with monetary policy. Okay, I want to get into inflation, of course, because there's a lot of issues out there, but that's chief among them. Just walk us through the last 2 years, if you could, and discuss kind of what factors, now that you have the benefit of hindsight, were pushing inflation up, and just walk us through the FOMC, what you saw, what you're thinking. Did you think it was transitory? Were you guys wrong on thinking it was transitory? When did you realize it was baked in? And what were the causes of this inflation that we're experiencing now?
Yeah, so for those who don't follow this intently, through the 2010s, we had an inflation target.
We're going to do this again.
And inflation consistently kind of ran below.
It's probably going to be the same speech. He's going to explain everything.
It was so low and stable, nobody paid any attention to it. We have a whole generation of people who don't even know what inflation is. Then the pandemic hit, and the world got turned upside down. And so there was a lot of things that happened, both on the fiscal and monetary side, providing support and stimulus to the economy to try to get through the pandemic. Major disruptions in our patterns of what goods we consumed and what services we no longer could consume. And then the virus changed the labor force in terms of people who were willing to work, how we worked, massive amount of early retirees that pulled down the labor force. And then when the economy reopened, we had to kind of undo all of this, these changes, and then all of the supply side disruptions from goods and also labor, and then the fiscal stimulus and the monetary stimulus. It all kind of came to a head in the beginning of 21. And in I think it was April of 21, suddenly inflation shot up at 0.6% for 1 month, which annualizes over 7%. And we had not seen 2% for over a decade. So the thought was, well, what's causing it? And every explanation you could think of was that this is a temporary thing. The stimulus was potentially done. The supply side things went unwind.
So everybody at the board saw it the same way.
Pretty much everybody. It just logically, it was very hard to think about what was out there.
So they really believed it was transitory. That's what he's saying. He said, yeah, we all believe it was totally transitory. That was the message.
And if you look at monthly inflation from April of 21 till September, monthly inflation rate just kept
Tesla on the low.
0.6.
And Meta even selling off from the high.
0.2. The whole transitory story looked like it was holding together. And then in October, November, December, it just exploded and continued into 2022.
And why was that?
That's the puzzle. I don't really know what happened, that it was coming down and then it just took off. So some combination of all
Bank
these
of Israel Governor Amir says will
and
extend
took
term
off.
of at least until end of emergency
We pivoted
period.
very quickly in our policy starting in November, accelerated our tapering of asset purchases, started signaling to the markets that interest rate hikes were coming in as soon as March of 22. And then when we took off raising rates, we did so at a historic rate to get rates up to where we felt we had to do to catch up from where we were.
So I'm trying to see if I get my dates right. So in 22, this is after the last round of stimulus. Biden came in, used reconciliation to and even the economists from that side of the aisle, the old CEA guys like Jason Furman, Larry Summers, they were saying, using their output gap model, that this was going to overheat.
Bonds are staging a better recovery than the market. Market near the lows. Bonds are trying to climb a little bit.
That's going to create inflation. So you had
again, bonds are saying SPY should be at VWAP. Again, dollar kind of in its own little world today, but down, which is good.
Going to create inflation. What were you thinking then when both right and left economists were basically saying this is going to, and this is not you, this is the fiscal policy authorities. What were you thinking then, based on those two theories?
Yeah, so that's the thing. There's a difference between you do something and prices jump up and then they stay just higher, but the growth rate doesn't change. And that's what a fiscal stimulus. It's going to cause prices, if demand goes up, it's going to cause some prices, but it's a one-time thing. It's not every year you're doing it, so it continues to push up prices every year. So that was where this idea that these things can't cause permanently higher inflation for years. That's just simple economic logic. Would it cause some inflation in the short run? Yeah, we all sort of viewed that and thought that was true. And again, that's why the argument was we thought it was transitory. But then other forces just seemed to sort of accelerate,
MGM on the high.
Persistent. Firms had pricing power. They
Stupid for going for an AMD call.
They took advantage of it.
Not bad.
Good.
I mean, just don't spend too much. Again, you're going for earnings and everything else. That's it. It's already moved up a lot, but just limit your loss, know what you could lose, but that pretty much is going to be an earnings season play.
And then there was a huge demand for labor to work in these sectors. That started driving up wages. And then when the service sector reopened, if you're opening a restaurant, wages have now been driven up tremendously, and that's what you have to pay to get workers. That's got to get passed along because these service firms just don't have the margins to absorb it. So it was just this whole process that this continued and became more persistent. Now, we were very aggressive in what we did with policy. We've also had a lot of supply stuff unwind. And inflation peaked in the summer of 22, and it's now down over the last 3 months. It's running, if you took the last 3 months and annualized it, it would be running right about 2%.
Yeah, so I chaired budget and ways and means for a number of years. I always try to nail down Fed people to give their opinion on policy. I'm not going to do that to you now. I'm in a different line of work now. But we had Rick Reeder yesterday. I know you know who Rick is. And we went through all the bond yields, and he had a couple of charts, 1 or 2 charts that he showed us yesterday. But you look at, you said February, or you said April of 21. And in April of 20, the bond yield of the 10-year was 0.33 basis points.
Low tickers a little
Last
more
week,
active.
it went to
Again,
4.88
bonds rallied
basis
more
points.
than stocks
So
right there.
does the recent rising bond yields make you less inclined to raise rates again, or more inclined, or obviously less?
Good question.
Does that affect your forward guidance?
Yeah, so I mean,
He made it sound like he wasn't going to ask that.
Roughly 18 months, we've been driving up yields to try to cool down the economy.
Pretty high.
That's just macro 101.
Very honest of him.
Short-term rates
There
were
you go.
going up much faster than long-term rates. Long-term rates are really a global phenomenon. We don't really control the 10-year Treasury rate. The markets really determine that
But you
rate.
control the
But what we
short
do
term,
influences
baby.
that rate. So it clearly has an impact. So throughout the last 18 months, real rates have been rising along with short-term rates.
Early intelligence shows Iranian leaders surprised by
Then
Hamas
starting this
attacks.
summer,
U.S. says, New York
all
Times.
the economic data was kind of coming in, looking like the infamous soft landing would actually hold.
They
which
said
is good
even
for the
Iran
economy.
was surprised.
And when the economy is doing
They said, no
well,
way. Iran
markets
said, I don't know how
switch to
that could have
growth.
happened.
Real returns are higher on investment. You can have higher real returns on government bonds. So we started seeing a rise up. The other thing that started happening was suddenly we're staring at,
Iran. Yeah, right.
$1.5 trillion deficit that has to be financed. So
That question yesterday was
when you have a
crazy how they
deficit
answered
that's
it.
almost 6%.
We had good
GDP,
press conferences yesterday. I was
at
very
full
proud of that.
employment,
That was very good.
in peacetime.
The
It's
answers
just
weren't
hard to
good, but at
believe
least
that
the
this is a
questions got
sustainable
there.
policy going forward.
So you think the reason, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, I'm very careful about that, but you think the reason we're seeing these long rates go where they are is because of our fiscal policy primarily?
Well, there's a number, like I said, it could
People
be one,
believe
because the
you now.
economy's looking better. We have
That's why
signaled
it's
we would
going
keep
up.
rates higher for longer, so that's going to push up longer-term yields. But it's clearly issuance has got to have an impact.
Yeah,
There's
it
no
has
other-
to.
It has to. There's just no other way it can.
What about the jobs report? We had a pretty good jobs report that showed employment still growing fairly strongly. How do you think that is going to affect your assessment on whether the economy is slowing to a sustainable pace? How does that can affect it, you think?
Yeah, so the very surprising thing for everybody for the last year and a half is just how resilient the job market's been.
Yeah.
You know, for us to go from basically 0 to over almost 5.5% in the policy rate, and the last jobs report was still generating 339,000 roughly. This is astounding. Normal longer term just replacement for population growth, you should be growing at roughly 110,000. So this is enormous, and it's just been going on month after month after month for the last 2 years. So a lot of that is labor supply has come back, immigration has come back, women
I'm here, Mother
particularly
Fair.
come back into the labor
Don't worry,
force.
I'm cooking up in
We've
the
gotten
background
past
like a young
the
Powell.
retirement hump from the
Holler at your boy.
coronavirus. So
We out
labor
here.
market's just been resilient.
I love what
Nobody
you-
thought we could raise rates up to this level and unemployment would stay at roughly 3.7%. That was just unheard of in anybody's mind. And
Spy
it
new
turned
low.
out that's the case. I made an argument about 18 months ago that you could drive down labor demand just through vacancies. You didn't have to fire all your workers. It was so hard to get workers. Everybody I talked to was like, we're not laying anybody off for a couple of soft quarters. So I took that to view that
Bonds
most
still
of the
holding.
decrease in labor
And your
demand
posture
would
is
not
still
show up
bad.
through employment, but would show
Sorry,
up through
not sorry.
vacancies. And so far, the data has kind of confirmed that.
Yeah, so you just described how long-term rates are up. That affects monetary policy. Employment, though, also affects monetary policy, and that is up. So going forward, what do you think your posture will end up being or ought to be? Get another rate increase here before the end of the year, and then just hold for a while? But if annualized core inflation is getting closer to the target, so there's a lot of mixed signals out there.
Yeah.
So give us a sense of where you see us going the next couple of quarters, and then what do you think the Fed's posture ought to be over the medium term?
Yeah, so we're getting, like I said, we're suddenly in the last 3 months, we're finally getting very good inflation data that we wanted. If this continues, we're pretty much back to our target. We're seeing wages softening, coming down, that we saw this explosion in wage growth. That portends well for particularly, like I said, service sector firms that really don't have a lot of margins to pass stuff through. So on that side, things are looking good. The economy is just really booming. GDP growth may come in over 4% for the third quarter after being roughly 2% for the last 4. So the real side of the
Elf.
economy seems to be doing well. The nominal
Elf
side
was
is
running
going in the
yesterday a
direction.
lot.
So
That's
we're
kind
in
of
this,
gentle, but it's
position
running
where we
up.
kind of watch and see what happens.
And then
with
STX
rates.
on the high.
And then the long-term rates going up. You know, if you look back in March,
Again, he was just saying inflation is very
strength
good
of
the last
economy
3
in the
months.
First quarter, we were all at the FOMC.
And he's saying we'll go back to
projecting
target
we
if
have
this
to have more rate hikes
continues.
this year.
Market
We have
kind of
banking
responding to
stress in
that.
March. And we
Bond
all
bid
took
and
those
stock
rates up.
bid, and then literally 10 of his comments just hit the wire.
It's a rate. We were anticipating much tighter financial conditions. We were going to let the financial markets do some of our work back in March. We didn't really get the credit crunch that we thought was going to happen. So then we put in more hikes this summer. And now, once again, the financial markets are tightening up, and they're going to do some of the work for us. So it's not like we didn't see this before. We're just kind of keeping a very close eye on that.
I don't know if that bond bid doesn't give up, it's nothing. But again, he's talking.
Yeah, I remember in the Great Recession, I had long talks with Ben Bernanke back in the day, and I added a provision to the HARP bill that allowed the Fed to pay interest on reserves, which was a pretty key new macroeconomic monetary policy tool. Has that been a helpful tool? Has that been in addition to your rate setting guidance? Has that been a very helpful tool?
Right. So Milton Friedman, like 70 years ago, said the optimal thing to do is pay interest on reserves because you're kind of requiring, or banks need to hold on to this, and it's kind of a tax on
Just
reserves.
mop up supply.
And then if you're constraining reserves, and banks are always scrambling trying to look for reserves, we can create reserves for free.
Yeah.
And so I've always used the
He loves
analogy,
that.
if you could create clean drinking water for free, why would you want it to be scarce to the world? It's the same way with reserves. If everybody wants reserves and it's good for the system, we can create those reserves and put it in so there's never.
But then why do you
scarcity of
pay the
reserves. This was
banks if you
Friedman's
could do it
argument
for free?
Back in the 1950s. So
That's even more
paying
offensive.
interest on reserves and putting all these reserves in, and we're just kind of carrying out what Milton
He
Friedman
literally, a guy at the Fed was like, bro,
Any other exogenous
we can
shocks
make
out
money
there that
for
are
free.
surprising you that maybe you think making
Excuse me?
your
No, like we have the monopoly on
oil just
I can make it
getting
for
pretty
free.
priced. I know that's not part of core, but that's
Watch
pretty,
this.
How is that?
What you
gonna
want,
affect inflation?
100,000
Well,
million?
inflation, oil always affects headline inflation. So, but oil's very volatile. So it was very high last summer. It's come way down. Now it's going back up. This is why we try to look through oil prices because they're so volatile. And food also tends to be that way. That's where the core inflation idea comes from.
Infinite money.
But I
clip.
mean, people have
Check
to
it
put
out.
gas in their cars. You have to buy oil. You have to buy these things matter in people's
Don't
pockets.
you mean
So at
electricity?
the end of the day, our inflation target
You
is
environmentally
headline. We do
hating
not ignore it
heathen.
in what we want to target over
Shocking
the long run.
news. Breaking news.
But that's obviously something we've been watching because it's been pushing gas prices. Exogenous events, the Ukraine war was a big factor back in March of 22 when we were lifting off literally 3 weeks after Russia invaded Ukraine. We've got the current issues.
We'll talk about that in a little, Ian. No, keep
Israel.
going. I'm down.
So, that's
But
the
we'll
thing I always try to tell
How do you
people.
think that will?
I'll listen a little bit, but we could get, when this wraps up, I'm down to have that talk. But it is related to what we talked about on the watch list a couple weeks ago. Again, the phenomena of the dollar getting strong and why the dollar gets strong during inflation. It's usually other countries.
But it's very hard to see, like, same thing with Ukraine. It did have some effects for a bit, but now we don't really see a whole lot of impact on the U.S.
Okay, so I want to get off the day-to-day stuff and get into area and regulation that you're a specialist in. Last year at this conference, we had a bunch of crypto people, a bunch of Web3 people.
Now they're not here
last year
today.
what crypto is going to be versus this year, they're two different stories, I think.
We had a lot of these people, but now
there is an
they're
underlying
not
technology,
here right now.
Blockchain and Web3
Not this
technology that is still growing quite a bit, and it's being developed. So it's a couple of questions. What ought to be our regulatory stance here in the U.S. on this technology? But then I want to ask you about stable coins. Is there a role for stable coins in our economy? And then I want to get into the central bank digital currency debate. And then to set the table for people here, lots of other countries are looking at digitizing their currencies. China is already working their central bank digital currency. They're digitizing their RMB. And the way they're doing it technologically, and jump in here if you want to get a word in on my description, China is digitizing their currency in a way that they can surveil your money. They can do it in such a way that they can actually intervene on how your money operates, in addition to seeing what you do with your money. Then they can hook up client states to the Belt Road Initiative on the China RMB. So this is a challenge for the 21st century. All central banks are looking at this. The EU's got a project on the central bank digital currency, all central banks. We have I think it's the Fed, at New York Fed has a project, the Regulated Liability Network, which is a pilot project to see if and how the U.S. Federal Reserve, our central bank, will have a central bank digital currency or not. And there are a lot of questions that come into that. Libertarian questions, privacy questions. Do we keep a two-tier system, which I think conservatives would obviously argue, yes. We don't want the Fed giving us money directly so that the Fed can meddle in how we use our money, but we want it to go through the banking system like it does today. But do we need to stay digital, to stay up with the curve, to continue to offer the world a competitive product with 21st century technology because the rest of the world is doing the same? So my question is basically, I just want to set the table because I don't.
Do you have an hour? Because
a lot of people don't get into this thing. What's your attitude toward this?
I thought he was laughing at the rest of the world.
Should we pursue a digital currency?
It's a long answer.
And if we don't, as a Fed, pursue a digital currency, is stable coins.
And SPY have given up any. Again, he had some dovish comments there, but was not enough. Bonds are still doing better, but SPY is going lower. NASDAQ, Russell already went red. NASDAQ and SPY. SPY is the closest to going red right now.
Bear instrument token like Bitcoin. That is not what it is. No country that I'm aware of is generating, not even China, is generating anything like that. So there's nothing like a Bitcoin from any central bank. What's being discussed are accounts. So there's two ways you can think about a CBDC. There's a retail and a wholesale. Retail would be for us. Wholesale would be mainly between the banks. So on a retail, you could think about it two ways. You could have what's called a direct account where I open up my balance sheet and let you all have a checking account at the Fed. That would be one option.
Which is horrifying to conservatives, just say.
The alternative is to say you can go to the bank and you have your checking account, your normal checking account with the bank, and right below that, there's another checking account, which is you can pay with the central bank digital currency, but it's in the bank. It's not directly on my balance sheet. That is what we have been looking at the Fed. It's called an indirect account. It's at your bank, and you could choose to tell your bank, pay with your commercial bank money to pay my electric bill. That's it. All the information about your transactions, all your information is at the bank.
What are the attributes of that? Why even bother looking at this? Why would we want to do that?
That's exactly what I have been arguing for 2 years. I gave a speech back in August 21, which was CBDC is a solution in search of a problem. I have raised a very basic question in that speech, which was, what is the major fundamental failure of the U.S. payment system that requires a CBDC and only a CBDC to solve? In 2 years, no one has answered that question anywhere on the planet. So I think of this as something you can do. There's nothing that you need to do with it in terms of the retail side. Now, on the wholesale side, which is like, we already have a central bank digital currency wholesale. It's called bank reserves. It's a liability. It's only to the banks. It's not to you
VIX is going up.
And that's
SPY
how
hit
banks
another
settle
low.
payments among themselves.
43.59, back to where we closed. You're like 1 point from filling the gap.
Take it out of my reserve account and put it over in that bank's reserve account. I don't know why they're doing it. I don't ask. I just do what they ask me to do. So again, the information is all at the banks. It's not with me.
These banks tell us to do stuff, and we don't ask
There's
questions.
a lot of
We
potential
just do
for
it.
that, because if you think about
the fuck did you just
potential international payment
The friction of
platforms.
money.
Exactly. International payment platforms, if there was a way for banks to somehow tokenize their reserves on the Fed and distribute them on a different technology platform, I'm all for that.
So that's the interesting thing, right? Because I don't know what the friction of money internationally is estimated these days to be, but it's like 2 to 4% of these transactions, right?
Even Apple's
you have
recovered a little
correspondent
here.
banking. So you tell your bank, make a payment to this bank. Well, it goes through a sequence of banks to get there, and at every
A bunch
step,
of plumbing, basically.
yeah, there's a bunch of correspondent banks who take a cut out of every step. So everybody's trying to think, how can I go from bank one to some bank in Germany directly without having to do the correspondent banking system?
Because those payment rails cost a lot of friction and money. So if you can digitize it from A to B, you save multiple trillions of dollars of transactions worldwide if you do this.
Yeah, so you could easily see, a bank tells the Fed, move something over to UBS in Switzerland. They tell me I move the reserves through some platform to the Swiss National Bank, and it goes right in. That's kind of a very efficient way to think about international payments. But really there, you're just talking about the technology of doing the payments. An example I've often used is if you went into a casino, they don't take dollar bills. You go to the window, they give you chips. That's a token. When I say the word tokenization, that's kind of what I mean. You give them the dollars, they give you a token, and then the platform, the casino floor, is where you trade all these tokens around. And then at the end of the day, you take the tokens and convert them back. That's when I say tokenizing reserves, that's the kind of image I have in my head.
That's a good idea.
That's what you want. That just makes things more efficient. It doesn't mean
it's a good example, but
to anything.
Sorry, that's a good. We're going to casinoize the economy.
Global payments.
My token.
Our stable coins just as good of a replacement for the concept of a central bank digital currency.
So stable coins. What I like.
I do like Waller though. I like listening to it.
When you go into the DeFi, I'm not going to get into a lot of crypto, but if you go into the DeFi world,
he's spinning right now, bro. He's having a good convo.
There was this obvious need for a safe liquid asset in the DeFi world. You couldn't use a commercial bank account, you couldn't use a US dollar. So the market, this is what I love about capitalism, the market created a safe liquid asset called a stablecoin that allowed people to get in and out of risky positions in DeFi.
NVIDIA's running, NVIDIA, decently big candle,
so
almost $2 off of that, or $1.
Stablecoins, but if you think about it, it's just another way of using your bank account to make a payment. It's just potentially you don't have to have your bank do the payments. Somebody that could issue a stable coin over some set of payment rails, you could make a payment.
Yeah, NVIDIA or SRM, not ARM.
Now,
and again, SPY, Meta, SPY's making a nice move there. Again, now it's pretty much matched up with the bonds a little bit. I do believe dollar is still lower.
In the process of issuing a stable coin. Because that's going to really think about, back to the regulatory world, of how would you think up regulation? It depends on the business model. Now, there was a simple business model that Facebook, now Meta, had, which was they were going to issue a stable coin.
Tesla off the bottom, too.
They would have been happy to put every dollar they got in the Federal Reserve. Safe as can be. You want your money? It's right in the Fed. They wanted your financial information. They wanted to track your trading with their stable coin across their global network to get your trading information. That's how they were going to make money. They weren't going to charge you anything. That would have driven transaction costs to zero. It didn't happen. The alternative model is more of a kind of a mutual fund. You know, you issue zero interest liability, you put it in short liquid government debt, you keep the spread. Okay, I mean.
So the reason I'm asking all these questions, and I know it gets people who are into this are really into this, people who aren't, don't know what the hell we're
NVOs
talking about.
My years as a college professor,
I know,
I'm trying
I can
to
just go
teach.
on and on and on about this, so I just want to, I want to ask just one closing thing. We're very alarmed about where our debt is going. You have new digital technologies on currencies that are occurring that are seemingly designed to prop up and give an advantage to one currency over another. The dollar is the world's reserve currency.
Yep.
It has been since Bretton Woods.
Yep.
Bretton Woods, y'all.
We're not acting like a country with the world's reserve currency, with the kind of budget deficits we have, with the kind of mounting debt we have.
You're acting like Banana Republic, Habibi. How you say you guys make a Bretton
digital
Woods?
technology that's being developed.
Bullshit, man.
So the race or the competition to be a world's reserve currency is getting a little heated. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, we're still the healthiest looking horse in the glue factory. We're still the dollar, and there really isn't
That was very dark.
anything else.
Don't they kill
anytime
horses for
soon
glue?
Going to compete with us. But if we act
Fucked
with
up.
the kind of hubris we're acting today, meaning the kind of fiscal hubris, those days, I would argue, are numbered. I'm not asking you to say that. But with all of this happening,
Our economy is fucked. I will not put that on you, but
with the
I'll
debt
continue.
we have, what is the best thing we could do, and why is it important to us to, A, be the world's reserve currency? What is the exorbitant privilege we get for that? And what is the best thing we could do to keep it?
All right. So the reserve currency status of the dollar is something I get asked a lot with regards to CBDC
Bricks.
and things like this. So China always comes up a threat. So let me just remind you what the Chinese CBDC is. It's a checking account at the People's Bank of China.
this is
You
why
can
it's
pay
on
your electric
Vimeo.
bill with that account, or you can pay it through Alipay.
And they
WeChat.
can decide whether you get to do it or not, too, if they want to.
But that's it. That's all it is. It's not some ominous threat. I mean, I don't know why any U.S. corporation would say, yeah, I want to open a checking account at the PBOC so they can see every transaction I do. I don't think that's going to ever be anything that that's not a threat to the reserve currency. The U.S. dollar is a reserve currency for many reasons. One, we have good monetary policy, good fiscal policy in general.
That's not where I would have started
We have
that,
deep
but
and
I
liquid
feel-
financial markets, the best financial
Looking
markets in the world.
squeezy. All of the squeeze names are running.
And people,
again, even Rite
what
Aid.
makes you a reserve
Well, again,
currency
if
is you're
CPI
a
is
firm
good
in
tomorrow,
Japan and you're trading with
October,
a
we'll
firm in
we'll
Germany,
find
and
out.
you decide you want that trade to be invoiced in dollars. That's a voluntary arrangement. Nobody's putting a gun to your head. They do it because they want to use this object. If you're a central bank and you're worried about reserves at home and you want to build up reserves in case there's a foreign exchange problem, you can use any debt in the world that you want, but you hold US dollars because it's the safest, most liquid financial asset on the planet. That's what makes the dollar and a good justice system. We have good rule of law and contracts. So that is what people want around the world. They don't want the Chinese saying, you know, you have to use it. Well, they could do that now if they wanted to, but that's not going to make this voluntary arrangement ever change. So I'm not really worried about
Voluntary
reserve
arrangement.
currency, the status, or reserve
reserve
currency.
status, yeah.
And, you know, the thing is when you link about what are the safe assets out there, the U.S. Treasuries are about really it. There isn't a big supplier. Switzerland can't provide enough safe liquid government debt to the planet to hold that. So it's really up to us, but we have to protect that. We can't destroy the value of the asset that we want to protect.
And if I know we're out of time, but if we don't show that we're ever going to get our debt under control and that we're going to ask you guys to monetize this debt, then we're playing with fire and we're compromising the integrity of the value of that asset, correct?
Yeah, I mean, as Chair Paulo said before, I'm just agreeing with him on this. It's just the fiscal situation just isn't sustainable. And there are lots of bad consequences down the road if these things don't get fixed.
All right. Chris Waller, thank you very much for coming here. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right,
We can get a little geeky on that stuff.
Very weird timing. And again, I'm getting an alert right now. Alert sounded of hostile aircraft in northern Israel, Army radio. that's coming across one of the wires right now. That's usually the ones where we get those random, like, Russia headlines. So you're getting that. But Mr. Waller, bro, Mr. Waller was not bad. It was not, we're kind of holding there. You had one little pop, then you sold off. I mean, he sounded pretty bullish. The thing that got the markets going, even the bonds a little bit, but I don't know if I would give it 100% credit to your boy Waller, but what he was talking about was the market, again, doing the work for them, and pretty much another person, he is a voter, and just implying that, if the rates go up by themselves, we don't have to raise rates. So that was the only good thing out of that. Other than that, though, I mean, we do have the minutes still right around the corner. And then, someone said in the chat, I agree with it. You may not get too much, and then fireworks all about tomorrow, man. And then before we know it, it's earnings. So it'll be good. Waller kind of had Denzel Washington and Training Day vibes. I don't know. He wasn't that gangster. I don't know. I like Denzel in that movie. But Waller, he's good. I like listening to him. He gets kind of boring. He's an old teacher, but he's not bad. But then again, I mean, the whole Fed is crazy. Best looking horse. That was the other guy. I was like, damn, I thought like he just dropped that very subtly. That's like almost as bad. Like, I hate saying it, but I love saying it, but it's so awful. It's like when people are like, it's beaten down, and they'll be like, it's beaten, or it got clubbed. We'll say it got clubbed like a baby seal. That one always makes me go, oh, man. But I'm like, it's pretty accurate. I know what they're talking about. Remember, that was a big issue in 2014. That was like one of the first social justice things. If you don't remember, back in the day, they were clubbing baby seals, bro. It was very offensive. So I stood up against it, and then people started using it to describe stocks. And I said, wow, that's awful. But another one, the best horse in the glue factory, you get that a lot in the stock market. Mm-hmm. And again, British Airways are suspending flights to Tel Aviv. How are the airlines reacting? Again, it's smaller. That's the thing. It's not like it's the whole Middle East. The fattest cow in the slaughterhouse. I feel like that one's just more normal because we eat a lot of beef. So yeah. Who is that? Al Redimer Jr. joins eHealth Public Advisory Committee. And then TPST, isn't this thing like 1,000%? Wow. Tempest Therapeutics. This was a biotech runner from the morning. The bonds are holding good. Again, even though they're not moving, just remember 1.8 is a big day. Remember that day when we were down 2% and then came back up, and then the next day we ran up. This gap up is almost the size of that Monday rally, which is very good. That's why it's like you could still give up a lot of it, or we could still like run up. So that's why I've been focusing a lot here on the bonds today. I think that'll give us the answer till CPI. I forgot non-farms. That's what it was. Remember, the bonds dropped 2% and then came back up on TLT. NVIDIA, another new high on that. Adobe's on the high. Caesars, MGM, and LVS were going up earlier. Tempest paused due to volatility. The other guy was Paul Ryan, former GOP speaker. No way. I did not notice that. That's all the more interesting. It was a good convo, but again, Waller, he had only one thing related to monetary policy, but for the most part, everybody's like going back and forth with how they're blaming, what's moving the market. Yesterday, 2 days ago, they're like, it's all the Fed speakers. Yesterday, they didn't do anything at all, and now Waller today pretty much said the same thing. There was some reaction, but we're not doing much. And now it's just word to CPI now tomorrow. What kind of CPI would launch the market? So, I mean, I'm keeping it real with y'all, and I hope you could appreciate it. Naturally, and in my heart and in my mind, I believe that a low CPI will make the market go up, and then a high CPI will make it go down. However, literally, we just saw on Friday non-farms. I thought that a hot non-farms would have made us go down, and we did for an hour, and then we rocketed up, and now we're 130 points higher. And that was data that was good, and it gave us a good reaction when it should have been bad. So again, in this case, we want inflation lower, and I think that will help the market, especially coming into October. But at the same time, how it plays out last week, it really, you should be cautious. So, just or humble about your again, that's what I'm saying. I'm approaching this one a lot more humbler in the sense that, yeah, I have an idea. And again, I have an idea for October. And no matter what I'm thinking now, it's like, this is what should happen. But we could definitely be wrong about that. And the market may definitely find an area where it could go it could do what we want for a little bit, or maybe it does the opposite for a little bit, and then eventually finds its home. But that's the only problem. But I think it's simple, Again, low CPI, good reaction. High, it's not going to be good. But today, PPI was a little bit higher. Bonds dropped for a little bit, and then we're already back up right now. So that's kind of the problem that we're dealing with. NVO, another high. We should have took that one in the morning. We could have got 3-4 off of that. Well, again, people are already talking about it, of watch out for super core. And again, they might look for like dumb stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, where maybe the number is 2 in line, and then everybody starts looking at this little factor or this unemployment or this inflation. So that would be the only problem. Other than that, though, you never know. But realistically, the shape, and if it goes down, people are going to like that. If the shape looks like it's coming up, then that's not going to be good too. Sitting is the new smoking. 25 minutes. 25 minutes. We'll be there, man. The minutes are going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific time. Are the banks still up? Aircraft was likely a drone, public broadcaster, Khan says. That's related to that aircraft in North Israel. You're tired of this $3 Apple payment. Did they get me? I know. That are like 99 cents, bro. Or like $1.99. They keep getting us. I don't know how, bro. I don't even have that much cloud. You know what I live in Southern California. I'm like, where is the cloud that I'm paying for? You cut the iCloud thing to $1.99. That's it, man. I think I just need to get a Nokia. And then I could still play Snake. That would be the best one. Yeah, dude, Snake was a great game. On the Nokia, they're like 3150. If you know, you know. The Nokia battery would last for weeks. How long do you think you'll stream all market days? 10 more years? I mean, at this point, until my voice goes out or somebody kills me. Other than that, God willing, I'll be here. You know what I'm saying? That's it. But there's no guarantee for you though. That's it. You gotta follow the rules. You gotta stay in the game, and then that's it. That's it. And he dropped the 3150. The ground broke, but not the phone. Okay, bonds coming back down. NVO. Josh, that's dark. Is it? I don't think it's too dark. That means I've made a commitment in my life until death. I hope you do the same. That, because what is life without commitment? You know what I'm saying? That it's a weird life. It's a lie. It's very good. That's what I was saying, bro. Like, you gotta realize the other day, yesterday, I got frustrated because literally I love this. You know what I'm saying? I love doing what it is. I love getting people info. Even if I could work hard to do it, you know what I'm saying? So, I love people. I love what I do. And that's why it's so painful if you cannot communicate. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, for real, bro. I love being here. And I love the chat after meeting the chats, the people who are, dude, I've watched lives change. And it's like, I love being here. That's why people are like, oh, quit, take a rest. Like, dude, you don't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would love to go to bed. The other day, I was going to sleep in because of my voice, but then I was like, let me put together something to try to get y'all something that I have more love in. You know what I'm saying? That wakes me up even more. I'm all about that life, but like I'm saying, it's how you go into it. If you get limited by it, it does get frustrating. So, like I'm saying, man, this is what I love doing. I love being, and then it's the chat though. Like I'm saying, bro, I got to have people come up to me and show me so much love and tell me how their life has changed, like for real. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm like, whoa. So, it was a very good positive reinforcement of, what we've done and what we are doing. But like I'm saying, man, it's, I got a full commitment to it. That's why, I don't like quitting. I don't want to back down. I would love rest. Rest is good. I would love, bro, I could be chilling. I got a nice house. I got a nice car. I got good weather. You know what I'm saying? I could go get a tan. I don't have to be here, but I really want to be here. And and people like you guys who show love and are in the game, taking info, monetizing it, where you're benefiting off of it. This is exactly where I want to be. So like I said, until I have no voice or until I'm dead, I plan on being here, baby. So God willing and God is good. Finger to the sky. Amen. Till you're called elsewhere. Amen. I just go with the flow. I go with the flow, man. But at the same time, though, man, we need more philos. We need more discussions. We need more business. We need people more in real estate. I'm telling you guys, it sucks my voice was gone after meeting everybody, but you have no idea, bro. That was so inspiring. I'm telling you. So, go real estate. All of you guys that I got to meet out there and the ladies, dude, you guys, you inspired me so much. You have no idea. You have no idea. It was like Big Mike. You guys remember Big Mike back in the day? Remember the first one? And he would call, and I used to only stream for like 4 hours. We had 11 at 11. I streamed 7 hours a day ever since then. It was literally like, bro, it reminds me of that moment. Or like I'm saying, bro, like, and that's why, like, I've been trying to even be nice to people, and I want to be nicer because, I don't know, some people got their own thing going on, but it's like, dude, I really hope we could help you. And I say that just because there's so many people that I've got to meet from different backgrounds now. And I'm like, dude, they really changed their life. And it did not matter where they came from, what they look like. Some of them are like, bro, Josh, it's crazy. Bro, I'm telling you, it's I guess I read it on the internet, but it's one thing to like hear it in person, and people telling you, and like you're seeing it, bro. They look different, they act different lifestyles, and they have literally, like, they're saying, bro, like, whatever it was, I heard a philo, I heard you say this, and it clicked. So it's crazy, man, it's crazy. But, so again, I hope that comment, don't take it too dark, but it comes from a lot of love of what I'm doing here and the people that I'm around who support me and as well as I support. And it's amazing. So till I physically cannot no more. Oh, I'm ready to go, baby. Oh, I hope they feel me. So where you had no education on the market and invest in, amen, bro. And just see where you take it. That's the crazy part. Like every decade almost in my financial career, it's wild how much you can learn, what you didn't know, and then what you know now, and then where you like develop off of that. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm very glad, and it's great. And just wait, bro. Wait till you see what you could put on that foundation. Oh man. KRE dropping. I mean, bonds up, market down. They're still finding their little balance. NASDAQ is up by 0.6, SPY 0.19, and then Dow 0.08. Oh, Prisma. What's up? Good morning. Tell Roger good morning, too. And moms. Tell moms what's up. I see. I got to meet somebody's mom, too. I don't know. They said that they joined a cult. I had to explain. I was like, what? I said, your child told you that they joined a cult? I said, well, I hope you got to meet me now and it's not too culty. You know what I'm saying? I said, we got love. It's mad love. So, yeah, that was the first time. I had to explain to one of your guys' parents that it is a cult, but it's a friendly cult. But I was trying to, yeah. I hope I didn't give off too crazy vibes. Because you guys, how they would have been like, nah, this is a weird cult mom, yes. Amen. Amen. I'm happy to hear. And thank you guys again. As I said, man, the inspiration, bro. It's mind blowing. It is mind blowing. SPY, little Raul, bonds up. Raul bringing a little cheek laid down. Biden spoke with Israel Netanyahu on Wednesday. Bloomberg reporter on X. Oh, I was gonna make a tweet yesterday, but I ended up not doing it because everybody in the world still gets hella confused. So I didn't want to tweet something and then have everybody be like, you support this, you support that. Oh my gosh. But can I show you the craziest thing I saw on Twitter? It's not like that bad. It is kind of graphic, but it's not really about the image as much as it's about, oh my gosh, dude, yeah. Like, bro, it's crazy. So now that I could give you more context, bro, this is wild. Have y'all seen Benjamin Netanyahu's Twitter? And then SPY is dumping right now. Bro, Netanyahu, I don't know. I was like, bro, they're just casually posting this. I was like, yo, this is crazy. Look at this. This is on Netanyahu, the prime minister's Twitter. Bro, I get banned for like the craziest shit. And I'm like, what the hell? This is nuts. This is nuts. They just posted that, bro. The Twitter is nuts, though. Honestly, some of you were saying that, like you were like, man, Twitter,
Stop filled.
like
Stop
go off, but, like
filled.
watch out, bro. Just like if you don't want to see shit like that, I was like, dude, that is getting posted. A straight missile launch or a bombing is posted from a government to like, dude. I'm like, what? Like it's a weird world we live in, man. So you get ready for all of it. And again, like I'm saying, I'm not here to pick sides. I'm not here to support or go against Netanyahu. And again, I'm here to educate. If you guys haven't realized, there's a lot of people in the world that think Hamas is a country still. So, there's a lot of things. I don't support any violence. And, that's it. Just call it a day. But like I'm saying, bro, what you watch, bro, it's like it's every leader. There's a lot of violence that gets glorified, and it's crazy. But yeah. Mm-hmm. I refuse to go on. Yeah. Honestly, you should be very careful. Twitter has everything. I'm telling you, yeah, like it's nuts. I mean, war is graphic. Again, that is what it comes down to. But it's like, again, you're watching this. You think you're in a world where like, oh, I can't say anything about Donald Trump. I can't do this. Like, go on Twitter. You will watch government leaders on both sides post straight up killings and scenes of death. And it's wild. I don't know why we're dumping now. Again, bonds didn't move. If anything, I would blame natural market. There is a little bit of a gap between the two. Maybe watch, but dollar came back up. That could be the only development that I could see. No, there's a lot with it, man. The point is, the one thing that I see is that there is a lot of confusion on the matter. A lot of people don't understand it, and people want to support things, and that's why it's like every time you'll notice someone's like, I support this, and then somebody brings up like a crazy atrocity. It's because both sides, bro, you gotta like, there's violence, and it's killing, and it's being supported a lot. So that's why I encourage you to educate yourself on the matter. But when it's all said and done, I mean, it's violence. There's a lot of violence, and it's not, I don't view this, even though it is much different, has way more history. Killing is, I've been saying this since Russia and Ukraine. Just now, again, another war, another conflict. It is very hard to keep quiet about it. You know what I'm saying? Osama, what's up, baby? Welcome. Been here for years, man. Well, let's go. You got the badge now too. Should have done it earlier. Amen. At the right time. But thank you. Shout out to Chad. And again, minutes, they are in how many? 2 hours? 2.5 hours? Nothing to trigger this. Nothing at all. I'm Palestinian, by the way. Well, God bless you, man. I hope you and your family are okay. And and I know, I feel the same way about the Israelis, everybody. It's very, very weird for me. Again, I have a lot of friends on both sides. My people are Middle Eastern. Again, Egypt right next to this. We got drawn into the last one. So I just pray for everybody, bro, for real. And like, it sucks for everybody. And that's it, man. I think love and unity and goes a long, long way. But I appreciate you, man. Rad is looking good. I don't recommend buying any of that until you get the what's it called situation, the restructure. But my puts are up. The sell the calls, and then I got to recover some of the share gains. But I'm still down. But remember, my break even is like 130, 140 because of the covered calls. So now that it's almost at $1, that's a lot better for me. So you sell the ones I have. It's up to you if you don't believe in anything now or depending on your balance. But like realistically, nothing has happened in the last couple of weeks. That's the issue. Is that it's the same situation. I haven't even been able to get out of my covered calls. How shaky is the run up? It's like shaky and it's not. I mean, pretty much it'll as shaky as it could get in the next 4 hours. You know what I'm saying? Make sure your family and people over there are safe. Some of them, for now. I mean, again, a lot of my family in Egypt, I have people that I'm close with in both Israel and Palestine. I've heard some bad shit already. It's very, very sad. But then even like my direct family in Egypt, it's fine for now. I mean, if any, I was just telling you last week, the poverty in Egypt is really bad. Alerts sound warning against hostile aircraft intrusion on Israel-held Golan Heights. Yeah, there's a lot of reports right now. Your mom went to go see Val. Tell her to be safe, man. It's wild there. Again, it's like I'm saying, both sides. I've already heard terrible things, like pretty much like one step removed. So it's very, very wild out there. Again, more alerts sounding in more towns in northern Israel, warning of incoming aircraft. You have friends and family on both sides? Yes, of course. I mean, if you don't understand, half of my family is Muslim, half of them is Christian. So it's actually very, very wild. Again, and now you're going in the Arab-Israeli war, Muslims versus Jewish people now. It's very wild. I'm telling you, but yeah, this is as direct as close to home as possible. Except for Egypt getting into something directly, but again, they're right next door. Yeah, Twitter, I mean, if you don't like that shit, honestly, be careful. Even if you think you like that shit, bro, that shit is crazy to watch eventually. I used to watch Live Leak back in the day. Now, I try to stay away from that shit, but be very careful while browsing. You like the Reddit combat footage, but it could be rough. It's not even like, I'm telling you, it's not even gonna like affect. Once it stops affecting you, then that's where it becomes a problem. But then like those videos, it's just shit like you'll watch it, and then like hours later when you go to bed, it's just like, dude, you don't want that image in your mind, bro. But it's reality. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying put out of face, out of mind, but it's like, I hope you be careful watching it for entertainment or watching it, just it's very, very wild. Control the algo, put the armor of God. Amen. I need my Powerball ticket, yeah. I mean, you know what they say, bro. The eyes are the window to the soul. So whatever you let through your eyes, I mean, it has some impact on you. And that's why, too, that's why I'm like, I don't even know how people have seen videos like that on regardless of what you believe. And it's like, dude, we've already had enough death. That's it. You've had already soldiers and wars fought long before us and constantly. And it's like, dude, you would think eventually everybody would stop advocating somebody to kill the other side. Like after, after seeing all of that, bro, you would think. But unfortunately, if you keep seeing it and then you don't, and then you just think it's a video on Twitter or whatever, it's like you don't like it becomes very easy to say, yeah, I support this. Let's arm this person. Let's do this. When it's like, dude, it's insane. It's good. It helps the Americans wake up to the reality of what's going on. We need to be bothered. And like I said, it is reality. And I don't, like, you know what I'm saying? And I don't, I'm not against that. But like I say, I'm watch if don't develop a habit out of it. And but I hope everybody is aware of the reality, and I hope seeing death does not make you want to kill somebody else. You see what I'm saying? It's like it's a very weird thing. A house hit in northern Israel, Reuters witness. So again, you might have videos of Gaza, but right now I think you're getting I don't know if they have the video, but there's again different attacks going on right now. Yeah, there's drone attacks right now that are happening. Maybe that's why the market's going down, because bonds are up, market down. Only thing in this window, it has been these drone attack headlines. Yeah, even the yen off the bottom. It's only been 2 hours. It feels, it'll feel, I mean, oil's down 2.6. So, again, maybe oil comes up if there really is an issue, but we'll find out. Projectiles land in northern Israel, Khan public broadcaster reports. 1,100 Palestinians killed and 5,300 wounded in Israeli airstrikes in Gaza, health ministry. Bro, this is sickening on both sides, man. 11, bro, it's been 4 days. Disney recovering. 8:30 push-ups. Let's go. We need to move around. Not even Ukraine. No, they all did. I think the biggest mistake you could make is thinking that this isn't what was happening in Russia and Ukraine. They were doing the same thing. Both sides were occupying hospitals and schools. They were torturing the enemy. They were slaughtering people on both sides. So again, I'm the same. These are my people in the Middle East, but at the same respect, bro, it's slaughtering, bro. It's death, and everybody is cheering it on. It's fucking wild. It's the craziest thing I've witnessed in a while, because you would think people would know the reality by now, because guess what? The war in Russia, Ukraine ain't over yet. And you know what I'm saying? And every funding bill is bullets and guns. It is 2023. Again, you live in a society where you have technology. I mean, again, even crime is lower, believe it or not. You live in an advanced world. Poverty is the lowest it's ever been. You could go down the list. It's weird. All right, but Chad, get beside your desk, do 10 push-ups. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. But you got to get moving. Sitting is the new smoking. And then chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, and boom. Oh, there you go. Relax the jaw a little. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out through the dragon breath. Go. And you quoting James. You know James, James will call you out, bro. All right, I'm doing my workouts. It sucks. I did shoulders yesterday. I don't want to go too crazy on the shoulder workouts, but I need that Regeneron, James. Ooh. Okay, you're a little off the bottom again. No real headlines. You got 4-month bond auction. That's about it. Oh, we out here. The PPI data, that was earlier in the morning. Right now we're waiting for the Fed minutes. Yeah, you got another Fed speaker in a little bit. And then markets moved. It's honestly doing a lot better. I can't believe the bonds are up. You guys realize that's crazy? So now the bonds are hitting the high. That little drop there was all good for the bond. That's why I'm thinking maybe war headline, but then oil didn't move at all. But bonds, TLT is about to break out. I think IEF too. But yeah, 10 years down. It's not up as much as the 30-year. They said Burke has a 1% market share. So there's room for growth like 30 years ago. I don't know. Birkenstock is weird. I like it, but like I think my mom has them, bro. That's why I'm like, if my mom has it, they definitely like. My mom don't have anything, like clothing. Like I don't know. Yeah, like I don't know. No, we're not talking about Berkshire. We're talking about Birkenstock. It's the little sandals with the it's the sandals with the little cork in the bottom. The sole is like cork. It goes live in a couple hours. It should be any time now, honestly. It's already been like an hour or two. The most popular sandal on the market. But that's what's crazy, bro. The hype. Dude, they literally said that like I didn't realize this is how they were gonna pump it. There's literally people saying like part of the marketing for the IPO is that they made an appearance in Barbie. Yes, that's true. But like that is like a selling point for the IPO. I saw it on like 5 articles. They're like, it made a feature in the Barbie movie. In the bar, I'm like, this company is like 500 years old, and you're really riding the Barbie hype. The wife loved them, and so do most females. My mom does. My mom really loves them. It's weird. I don't know if my girlfriend had Birkenstocks. But my girl, I don't think she likes sand. She don't like the JC Water Walkers. Alerts against hostile aircraft sound in Haifa city and nearby towns. Patrick saying paragliders in North Israel again. Again, stocks are holding. Bonds are the one that rally there. The dollar was up for a little bit. We'll see. Reminds me of Wolf of Wall Street when they launched Steve Madden. Yeah, Steve Madden was popular back then. Crocs made their first public appearance in the movie Idiocracy. No way. I don't even know if you're trolling me or not. That'd be wild. What are the JC Water Walkers? The Jesus Christ Water Walkers. So it's like pretty much it's like those sandals with like a strap. I call those the JC Water Walkers because I feel like that's what Jesus was rocking back in the day. He had the JC Water Walker ones. You ain't seen them? You know, kind of something like this. Like that's how Birkenstock. Yeah, look, I put in Jesus sandals. First thing that comes up is Birkenstock. That's it. These are borderline. Like yeah, like these are kind of like the JC Water Walkers. They're not bad. Hamas armed wing says it shelled Haifa with R-160 rocket. So do you guys know what's happening? That's the next update if you haven't realized what's going on. So like literally from yesterday we were talking about Hezbollah, or what was it? What were we talking about? Were we talking about Hamas or Hezbollah now? It was Hamas. But now, today, even though that one was Hamas, you guys know there was another attack by Hezbollah. So then another militant terrorist group in the Middle East also attacked. So there's Hamas and then there's Hezbollah, and they both have attacked recently now. And again, Hezbollah, though, is more Iranian, and that's where it gets a little crazier. But welcome. Why? Who did they attack? Israel. Yeah, Lebanon, but funded by Iran. So most people think Iran. Yes, the little dude Hezbollah is cool. I don't think he's in a terrorist organization. The RSS, what's it called, like Feedly or something like that? There's a lot of good ones, but it's like Feedly or Lively. I got to double check, but there's a lot of good RSS feeds that like builders that you could use. If oil wakes up, it could be time, but again, oil is going to be a wild ride. Same thing with the defense names too. Okay, so don't get mad at me. Some of you will. Again, everybody, why are you doing that? But not a recommendation. Do not trade. You will lose money. I grabbed 200 shares of RTX at 73.06. So I still think it's going to be volatile. I even think we could dump into a lot of stuff, but I'm down to get a smaller position there. It doesn't move too much, but you have about $4 of risk if it comes back to where it was at the other day. It looks like oil. Again, that's why someone was just asking me about oil, but they're both doing that. You could have had it under 70. Could have, but I mean, they only had bad news up until this, you know. That was the only thing that got the defense. Otherwise, the defensives were all part of the drainage, unfortunately. I don't think contracts, again, if you try to play the war trades with the contracts, it was either hit or miss. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if you go look at how March played out, even LMT, you guys remember how many times LMT hit? I think we hit one option last year, and then we had other options that would have hit, but they just all expired, and then the stock goes crazy. LMT hit for 54,000. Yeah, if you got it on that day, it's going to hit again. There'll be another pop, but then it could also flush 10% before jumping. That's literally what we saw in March of 2022. Charge points down 12. And then NCR, a little bit ago, their talks to merge ATM business with Brinks. Doesn't sound bad. SPY, little green shoot off the bottom. And again, no immediate reports of casualties after this sirens in northern Israel. Yeah, NCR is selling off big. That's a good one. We might have missed it. So be careful with that, but you're getting a move. Again, Brinks is going down, and then I think Rite Aid is still gassing. Yeah, and NCR really going now. You just had $1 wick on that, and the bonds are climbing back up now. So I don't know. This is either based off data, but eventually the bonds might even get squeezy. I'm kind of getting shocked that they're still moving up. You think RAD could get bought out? Not unless they restructure. They got to get rid of the debt. If you could eliminate debt obligations and then potential debt from any opioid settlement, there's a lot of value. But until they do that, no. That's why, like, buying them in pieces, you'll be better off. And that's why the restructuring could be very profitable. But we'll find out. No way. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the peach has arrived. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Peach Nation, get your ass up. Oh, no, let's go. Are you kidding me? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Wow, thank you, Bradley Frizzle. To each their peach, stay blessed. I know, Peach Nation. God bless you. That's what we need. We need something in this world as consistent as the peach. That's all we need in life. Thank you, Bradley Frizzle. You have honored us today. It's amazing. Thank you. Thank you. DFIN is 20% RTX. You could get all of them. Sometimes RTX will underperform. We've seen that in the past. But they're not too bad. I do like DFIN. We had a nice play on that before. You find out today that you work for ticker Plow. You didn't know that? What do they do? Plow. Douglas Dynamics. Do they make snowplows? Aircraft intrusions are still being directed across northern Israel as Hezbollah appears to have joined the war against Israel. Yeah, that was the weird development today, is that now you have another organization, literally, another terrorist organization fighting against Israel. The whole thing is fucked. Because then you still have the Palestinian people that are not terrorists, even though you could assume that because you're white, but it's okay. But it's just, so now you have another terrorist organization. It's Hezbollah and Hamas now going and attacking Israel, and now Israel is attacking just everybody. And then that's where we are right now. Very scary. The first time they worked together. I think they tried to work together back in the day, but usually it's weird when terrorist organizations work together because they usually don't. They usually have some fundamental difference, but we'll see. Because then I feel like ISIS worked with somebody, and then it sounded scary at first, but then it wasn't. The PPI came in a little hotter on a headline, actually decently hot. It wasn't a small margin, but it wasn't 1%, but it was still big. And then core was a slight beat. Bonds had a quick sell-off. Market did too, and then we instantly recovered it. Pretty much no effect. It wasn't big enough, changing it enough to get people freaking out. And then now just punting until the CPI. BCO, I don't know. Or if oil starts coming up, I think all of these negative headlines we keep hearing, that could be it. Again, any of this little drop was just around Israel headlines. Other than that, you had Fed Waller, but it was kind of shaky, said some good things, and then all day the bonds have been ripping, so that's at least something good. Initial reports suggest Iran was surprised about Hamas. Yeah, I read that in the morning. I was like, bro. Even Iran, they were like, no way, you guys got attacked? Wow. Did not see that coming. Wow, we are surprised. WTF, Habibi. WTF. I can't believe they asked the question on the press briefing. That was wild. And then bro, Jake Sullivan, he was on point. But he was like, dude, I can't tell you that. He's like, maybe you should ask them. We don't know. I was like, what? Iran gives Hamas $100 million for what purpose? They even train them too, and the purpose is ESG. So you know how we come up with an idea and a concept, and we want to promote it around the world. What do? We send a bunch of money around with it, and we encourage people to adopt it. So that's exactly why they train these people. Iran has an agenda, a mission as a country, and they want to further it. So what are you going to do? You're going to get money, recruit it, and try to spread it around the world as much as you can. U.S. Democratic Senator Warren concerned that Exxon's massive acquisition will reduce competition and drive up costs. Is this really all about religion? No, I wouldn't say so, but the makings of it, yes. Again, Hamas has religious beliefs. Israel, people who support Israel, they do it off religious beliefs if they don't know what's going on. I'm telling you, it started with that, but do not underestimate literally what's happening now. Everybody's going to take their opportunity to get something out of this. So, although I do believe it is fundamentally based off of religion and how we got here, I don't think all of this is religious based at this point. A lot of it is kind of right now, you did this to me, so we're going to do this. And both sides have a good history. There's history of Palestinians getting unjustly murdered by Israelis and vice versa. There's many Israelis who have been unjustly murdered by Palestinians or terrorist groups with the sole idea of exterminating them. You know, and that's the thing. That's where, this is why, if you don't know, again, I'm not trying to judge anybody. I am trying to educate you all so that you can come to a good opinion and hopefully not be confused about it, because there is people, like, you have to, do you understand what Hamas is, like, what their mission statement is? So the Hamas, and this is why I say I don't agree that this is why you have to be very careful to assume that everybody in Palestine is in Hamas. That is not true. I'm telling, there are some beautiful people in that country, and to assume they are all terrorists, that is not okay. But the big mission statement of Hamas, it is they do believe that Muslims and Jews cannot coexist. That is their firm core belief. Do I believe all Palestinians believe that? No, not at all, because I know a lot of them too. But that's why Hamas, as a terrorist organization, they are committed to killing Jewish people. That is not, there is no way around that. That is one of their number one missions that they have said from the 80s or something. You know what I'm saying? There's no question about. That's why everyone's like, when you're saying support this, if you support Hamas, they're like, what the fuck are you saying? But so you could support Palestine, but Hamas is a terrorist group. And that's why, though, at the same time, people in Palestine support Hamas, because Hamas is at least fighting back. That's why it's very, very, it's very weird right now, because you have people seeing the wrongs and the wrongness on both sides, but then now you have a group in the middle that is just that is trying to achieve a certain goal, and it is based religiously. No question about that. That's they believe a certain thing for a reason, but it's like now with all of the atrocities and how other sides have done wrong to each other, you mix all of this in now. It's like, so are you like, what are you supporting right now? That it's very difficult to like know what you're supporting, and that's why I'm telling people, just, hey, I hope you don't support any killing, and just before you go to anything, it's like this thing runs deep, man. It is really, really deep. I'm one of the Palestinians that believe we could live cohesively. Amen. Amen, bro. And that's why I'm saying, like, there's so many people that think that everybody in Palestine only supports violence, and that's not true. Again, there's very beautiful people in Palestine and even in Israel too, and like they do believe in cooperating and cohesiveness and working together, but every single side has hardliners, just like we do, who's like, no, you can't do, no, it's violence, it's this, it's that. And that's why it's like, dude, it's crazy. So hopefully none of you, you support Palestine, support Israel, but there is groups now getting involved and their mission is just to kill. And their mission is, and again, it's fueled on other things. So you have to know the difference. Otherwise, again, I think that's what Elon was saying the other day, because Elon's like, bro, you got people backing up terrorists right now. And that doesn't mean just because you back Palestine, you back terrorists. That's incorrect. It is if you back terrorists. That's it. And not everybody in Palestine is a terrorist. And again, I shame you if you think that, because that's just not true, unfortunately. I don't think we should be talked about without mentioning the colonization and genocide that's been occurring. I mean, we could get into the specifics, but it's the same thing. That's Muslims have attacked Israelis on a holiday, and Israelis historically have attacked Muslims on Ramadan consistently. Again, there's both. That's why everyone's acting like this, because it is a given that both sides have fucked with each other for a long time. Again, Israel has done a lot of things to Palestine. Palestine has done a lot of things in return. But the problem is now everyone's looking at this stuff, and then now but there you have a weird middle actor. You literally have a terrorist organization in the middle. You see what I'm saying? And so I acknowledge all of that stuff, and that's why it's like, bro, we need to find an answer and hopefully, advocate more peace. But I don't know if you notice it. Look around the chat, look around the world, go on the internet. Bro, just like Russia, Ukraine, you have everybody just loading up saying, back this, send money here, fight here, kill here, kill here. And it's like, that's really what we think. So what do you think Israel's going to do then? What do you think Palestine are going to do? And now if Israel is starting to attack and saying everybody is an enemy, what do you think the Palestinians are going to do? They're going to join up with the terrorists. Why not? Because they're saying, hey, we just want this. It's both sides, bro. It's such a fucked situation. And I'm just telling you, a bunch of Americans fucking loading up gasoline tanks and handing bullets and guns and missiles. It's not... This is how we've been like this for more than 50 years in the Middle East, So it's and that's why it's just like, bro, I hope everybody can get educated. And even if you don't want to get educated, I hope you choose love above all else, because, yeah, there's no easy take on this. That's why I'm telling, and I'll say it, bro. I'll say it how it is. I'm fine. Go ahead. Judge me how you want. You know where I stand, because no matter what conflict, I don't support you bloodlusting motherfuckers. Like, it's sick. It is sick. Russia, Ukraine, it's sick. You support Russia, you support Ukraine, you're sick. It's all the same thing now. And it's now hitting another place. And that's why I'm saying, bro, I've said this on day one of all armed conflict, because I've studied a lot of these. And I know, again, I was making videos on Russia and Ukraine from 2014. And this now, even today, it's like, this isn't easy. And that's why I know people want to jump to a side and choose this. And like, I support people. I support love. There is a lot of wrong on both sides and a lot of killing and horror, bro. And that's why it's like, I really hope y'all figure out that maybe we shouldn't support anybody. What would the wars look like if we, instead of giving peace, we withhold stuff and we try to make people work, Just stop on making it worse. I don't think I am. I think in the last 48 hours, I've educated a lot of people. And there's a lot of ignorant people that didn't know the difference between Hamas and in Palestine, and they thought Hamas was a nation, and a lot of other things. So again, I'll gladly say this all day. I choose peace all day. We should be pushing for discourse, not escalation. I agree 100%. I know a lot of people didn't, man. And at the end of the day, bro, this is now, you guys, this is my people. I've said it for a while, bro. I said it all during Russia, Ukraine. Nobody gives a shit about the Middle East, man. It's very sad. But now it's like, dude, you guys, like, I already know what's going to happen. There's bombs in the sky, bro, and people die. Like, you don't remember, how many jokes do I make about Americans blowing up my cousins and all the other people? Because it's just like, dude, we don't care. Sadly, again, I love this country. I love America, and I love my people too. Like my heritage, man. It's just like, dude, we don't. The way we act is just crazy towards it all. So it's just like, you could get mad at me for it, but again, I'm not. I denounce both sides, just like every other side, every other war. I'm not a fan of it. I never will be. Nah, peace don't sell. It doesn't. It really doesn't. Because again, I mean, you see it, violence and tragedy. You get people motivated. Peace don't have the same motivation. Unfortunately, again, you see something bad happen to your brother. Somebody does something bad to you. You want to hurt them. Again, in the internet, we see somebody we don't agree with do something wrong. We advocate the ruining of their life, and we cancel them. And we agree. It's the same. You know what I'm saying? We are bloodlusting individuals now, and we have turned. We want people's heads. We don't want. You know what I'm saying? There's no forgiveness. There's no love, acceptance, listening. It's like legitimately, we are constantly on every realm. It's not surprising how we got here. We want revenge. We want blood. We like people to have pain. For some, that's what TikTok, internet culture has turned us into. Reports of American embassy in Lebanon being evacuated. And then Biden says U.S. continues to monitor situation, spoke with Netanyahu.
How much more do they have to pay to cover those hidden junk fees that really add up? You know, over the past 2 years, my administration has taken, with the help of the members of Congress, a number of steps to crack down on unfair and deceptive junk fees in banking, hotels, concert, airlines, retail housing, rental housing, cable, internet, healthcare, a whole range of issues, a whole range of them. For example, 2 summers ago, if your flight was canceled or delayed, almost no major airline guaranteed anything other than costing you a fee to rebook that, even if it was their fault. You had to pay a fee to rebook. Now, 10 airlines rebook for free. And I'm looking to get the law passed so none of them can. They all have to do that. And that's a win for consumers. Other companies have also responded to my call for action and adopted so-called
this is such a different vibe.
Upfront price.
Biden's being the political neutralizer right now. We went from talking all this serious stuff. He's like the credit card fees.
No real surprise at the end.
Yeah, man,
when
it's
you
fucked
check
up.
out.
I got you.
This summer, I
Welcome
hosted
to America,
business leaders
baby.
at an event to announce the voluntary changes at companies like making to provide customers with an all-in upfront pricing, so there's no surprise. Tens of millions of Americans have already benefited from this, and that's progress. Today, I'm proud to announce that my administration is taking our most comprehensive action ever to eliminate junk fees and fees in industries and sectors across the board, across the entire economy. You know, if these rules are finalized, they won't just be voluntarily, they'll be made mandatory. Mandatory. We'll do more than embarrass the company, make them mandatory. But first, here's how. The Federal Trade Commission is proposing a new rule that would ban hidden fees across the economy and require companies to show consumers the all-in pricing up front. That includes what these fees are for, how much they amount to in full, and whether they are refundable. Research shows that without realizing, folks can end up paying as much as 20% more because of hidden junk fees than they would have paid if they could see the full price up front and compare it with other options. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's just taking advantage of people. And it makes it harder for honest businesses who are trying to do the right thing to compete with dishonest companies who trick customers into thinking their prices are lower when they in fact are not. Look, if this proposed rule is finalized as proposed, the FTC would have the power to impose financial penalties on companies that don't disclose their full upfront price and secure refunds for customers who have been defrauded by companies charging hidden fees. Second, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is banning bank fees and credit unions for charging fees for basic service like checking your account balance, retrieving old bank records, or looking up your balance on a loan. You know, some banks charge as much as $30 for these services every time you call. It's outrageous. It's really outrageous. And today they're making clear that these fees are now illegal. Look, we're not stopping there. There are tens of billions of dollars in other junk fees across the economy, and I've directed my administration to crack down on them as well. For example, later this month, the CFPB will propose another new rule that would require banks to make it easier for customers to switch banks, something banks have made really difficult for folks to do. This new rule would increase competition and deter junk fees. All of these actions will make a real difference in people's lives. We're already seeing how. Today, for example, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau released a report showing that since I took office, nearly 2/3 of the largest banks have eliminated bounce check fees entirely. That was a lot of money. By the way, they calculate these bounce check fees for consumers have declined by nearly $2 billion. This isn't chump change. It's a lot of money. By $2 billion. And that's close to a 90% reduction. In addition, we've secured $140 million in refunds for consumers who are charged illegal junk fees by these banks. And look, and we're also sending new guidance to every federal agency on how they can promote real competition in their work. You know, and as we take these actions, I continue to call on Congress to pass what my friends in the front row here mostly support, the junk fee prevention. Hard to say. Anyway, but all kidding aside, I'm asking Congress to take the action so this makes it a matter of law. Today's actions are part of my broader economic.
They're like, yeah, he got it down.
To move from trickle-down economics to what everyone in the Wall Street Journal
on him saying the word, they clap.
Call Bidenomics. I don't think they meant it as a compliment.
Amazing.
It's about growing the economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. Last week's jobs report shows Bidenomics is working. We added 336,000 jobs last month. We created more than 13,900,000 new jobs since I've taken office. That's more than any president ever has in all of history. That's more than, look. And the unemployment rate stayed below 4% for 20 straight months, the longest stretch in 50 years. So look,
Order rejected.
inflation continues to fall, down nearly 60% from last summer, and now we have the lowest inflation of any major economy in the world, and we're going to make it lower. And in August, we announced the first 10 prescription drugs that Medicare selected for negotiation under the Inflation Reduction Act. That's a fancy way of saying for many years, Big Pharma blocked us along the way. They kept prescription drug prices high and increased their profits, extended patents on their existing drugs, and suppressed competition instead of innovating. By the way, you order a prescription drug made in the United States of America. You buy it in New York City or Washington, D.C. or Omaha, Nebraska. It costs a hell of a lot more than the same exact drug by the same company sold in Toronto, Canada, London, Rome, anywhere else in the world. Same exact drug. You know, playing games with pricing so they could charge whatever they want. But this time, we finally beat Big Pharma. How long have we been trying to do this? This has gone on a long time.
Long time.
None of the women in the front row here have been around for more than 2 or 3 years, but some of the guys have been here for a hell of a long time. But all kidding aside, think about it. We've been fighting this fight for a long, long time, long before I was president or vice president. We passed the Inflation Reduction Act with no help from any of our Republican friends. Every single one voted against it, but maybe they will see the light. And among many important things it does, it finally gives Medicare the ability to negotiate lower prescription drug prices like they can do with Veterans Affairs, like they do now. That's not all. And by the way, that not only saves the consumer, it reduces the federal budget. Because guess what? We don't have to pay that money out, taxpayers' money, to reward these companies for overcharging. Something everybody forgets. It's well over $1 billion. Anyway, I won't get into how much it saved, but I've kept you sitting too long. But seniors on Medicare are now paying as much as $400 a month for insulin. Well, now they're just going to pay $35 a month. And I might know, it costs these companies $10 to make the insulin. 10. To package it, you might be able to get it to $12. And they're still getting paid $35, which is almost a 300% increase, more than a 300% increase. Now, I don't get why. Anyway, we're also capping total out-of-pocket costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year. Even
all right,
for
new low.
Cancer drugs.
Again, bonds are doing great, so I think this is equity.
Order filled.
You're about to give up all of the gains of yesterday if we start to really fly. I think like 43.15, you'll make your way back down to opening levels of yesterday.
$2,000. And it matters. Look, let me close with this. When I ran for president, I promised we would not continue the trickle-down economics of the past. Because here's the simple truth. Trickle-down economics represented the moment we walked away from how this country's middle class was built, in my view. Not a lot trickled down on my dad's kitchen table, I don't recall. Bidenomics is another way of saying restoring the American dream. Trickle down limited the dream to those at the top. But I believe that every American willing to do hard work should be able to achieve it no matter where they live in every part of the country. That's the American dream. That's Bidenomics. And that's why I can honestly say I've never been more optimistic about America's future. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America, for God's sake. There's nothing, and I mean it sincerely, there's nothing beyond our capacity when we work together. So God bless you all. Thank you for the strong support, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I thought he was going to talk about the semi, the chip. Oh, that was a banger. I never heard that one. That was a new intro they got there. I like that. Usually it's like the classic American song. That one hit different though. Man, they getting more pop culture. Joshua Garcia and Cam Baby, God bless you. Good morning. I hope you guys are doing good. We've had a wild day so far. A little gap up, bonds going up, a little PPI a day. PPI in the beginning of the day, little reaction. I mean, but even then now, right? I'm sure everybody's looking around because bonds are doing very good. Market is slipping. SPY just went. Makes me think of the Carlin Warshke. We should listen to that. The 30-year may have bottomed, but Habibi, so much data on the way. Too early to say, And then earnings, then Powell. But assuming CPI not bad, assuming no bank failure earning, then maybe you have a bottom till Powell. Powell bottom. A Powell bottom gene, the boot with the rates. The whole world watch the FOMC. They watch the hit the reserve repo. Hit the floor is getting low. This one. My bonds are coming down now. It's a banger, man. It's a banger. Another one. We got to just naturally happens. Bond bottom. The bond bottom genes. Very good, man. Very, very good. 4352. I got filled on the Burke IPO, but they only gave me 8 shares, but I don't know. When does it even IPO? They gave me, I put in an order for 1,000 and I got 8. But I think my price, I think it's at 46 or 41. I don't know. I got to double check. They have it's like 30 million? What the hell? No way. No, wait, what the hell is that? That was an hour ago, 2 minutes ago. Iconic German sandal maker Birkenstock looks set to fall in trading debut with indications showing that it may open between $42 and $44, below its issue of 46. What the hell? No way. SPY hitting another low. Let me double check. So good thing they didn't film me. That's insane. Bro. Hold on, I'm going to check. I don't think you could cancel. I already got that means I'll lose money. Well, good thing they didn't film me. U.S. confirms the death of at least 22 U.S. citizens. So again, you're hitting a new low. The State Department has now gone there, and then Fed Bostic need to do all we can to get inflation to 2%. Yeah, bro. I'm in at fucking $46. What the hell? That's crazy. Bro. So literally I'm down. I'll be down like $4 to $5 a share if it opens at 41. Damn, son. How many shares? Like 30 million shares, I think, on Birkenstock. Yeah, usually, a name of this high profile, it usually never goes below offering. That's why I'm like, yo, that's crazy. But again, maybe the liquidity's not there, or the hype, and also their valuation, but we'll watch the criteria. Criteria, I think 30 million shares is what we're looking for. I believe. Let me double check. But I think 30 million shares, 50 million in the first hour or so. Yeah, 32 million, so 16 million is what we're looking for in first 10 minutes. And it'll be at a lower price. That's the crazy part. Burke hasn't been high profile in 20 years. It's like, it's just one of those things that like everybody knows about. It's like 3M. It's like the Post-it, if that makes sense. Let's see. Bostic is not live. So he's there, but you can't go there. There's a Q&A, and then there's no embargoed text. But he is not you can't listen live. Go to a fish show, all you'll see is Burks. What's a fish? Is fish like, what fish are we talking? I don't know. I feel like it's a band. I was watching Bloomberg and they said that the Birkenstock will pay some debt. Does that change their valuation? I mean, it helps, but they're raising, whatever they sell it at, that's pretty much, what people are willing to pay and implying future growth and all of that. Paying down debt is good, but they're still, I think they're at like a $9 billion valuation or something. And then even, what's it called? Even the, it's still, it's like brand new, but we don't even know. I've not looked at the prospectus to see how much debt they have. So they may have a lot of other fundamentals, but it is implying an $8 billion valuation. And then recently, even Nike has been doing bad. Even, what's it called? Who was it? Foot Locker. They even did really bad. That's it. All the teens wearing Jesus slides now. Birkenstock is popular, but I don't think it's like hype. That's why, again, people were trying to market it by saying it was in the Barbie movie, but I do think kids wear them and younger generation wears them, but I also don't think it's not Crocs. But then again, Crocs came out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Crocs they had a rise and fall and they fell and then they came back again. I don't know. Sometimes footwear is a very weird industry and very trendy. Birks are iconic. They're the Crocs of the 90s. And people like them because of their how they wear. My mom wears them for the arch support. My mom thinks they're comfortable. And I've looked at them. I've never wore Birkenstocks in my life, but I don't know. They don't look comfortable, but my mom's like, nah, they're really good for your feet. Huh. They're the Converse of sandals. Converse still doing good. It's no Nike. Those brands will always make money. Oh, dude, there it is. I hate to break it to you. In a weird way, Birkenstock, it's kind of like Hanes. Does that make sense? Like everybody knows it. It was really, really popular. Like again, at one point, Michael Jordan was repping Hanes. You know what I'm saying? Like it was the thing, and like people know about it, and it has that. But then, because Hanes still makes a lot of money, bro. They sell hundreds of millions of dollars of clothes, but it's not like it's been around for a while. It may not grow. I think if anything, Birkenstock has a little bit better brand value, but even then. You detail cars in Birks and Chacos are my way to go. Are they comfy? That's what I've heard. The Birks are comfy. Birks got their customers who are always going to buy them till they die. I feel you. I guess Hanes is kind of just like the white tee, but then again, I don't know. Is there anybody here who will buy Hanes till they die? The Walmart boxers and the Walmart t-shirts for life. Anybody committed? $2 for the rest of your life. You get 18-pack. I don't know. It kind of has the same appeal. Just not like... I do think Birkenstock has more of a cult following. Crocs are getting carried by Gen Z. I'm not brand loyal to Hanes, Fruit of the Loom, whichever is cheaper. I like Fruit of the Loom too. Quality on the Fruit of the Loom boxers. I like the Fruit of the Loom Walmart boxers. I got me like 20 pairs of those. I'm not gonna lie. I got at least 20 laying around, man. Fruit of the Loom for boxers, bro. That's it. You don't wear boxers. You just go commando all day. Or do you wear tighty whities? You know, I don't know why I haven't gone back to tighty whities. I wore them as a kid, and then I moved on to boxers. But now that I think about it, I don't know why. I told it the other day. I asked my girl. She was down, honestly, because I was like, is it okay if I wear a Speedo to the pool? And I was like, man, she was like, you know, they do that in Europe a lot. And I was like, yeah, we need to bring it over here. Why do we wear underwear? I think so poop don't get on your jeans or whatever clothes you're wearing that day. Because I get poop on my boxers sometimes. And I'm like, damn, that was a close one. You wear briefs? Is that a whitey tighty? Because I still call them whitey tighties. Yeah, shark protection. Bold of you to assume underwear would prevent that for me. You nasty. Buy dude wipes. I mean, dude, stop it. I was telling y'all I wipe my ass with baby wipes before they sold flushable wipes. I've been saying that since 2015. I said that's how I knew I made it in life. The moment I started using baby wipes. That's it. That was the biggest life changer of my life. I used to use toilet paper all day. I didn't understand it. And then one day, that's how I got put on. It was way more expensive, but that's how I knew. I was like, I'm not going back. That was the lifestyle I wanted to live. And that's how I knew that's it, bro. I made it, bro. But y'all been using paper to wipe your ass for a long time. I've been using baby wipes, bro. I put y'all on a long time ago. Nothing less than that. That's the minimum now. You used to wet the toilet. I feel you, but then it's not the same. And they're like, yeah, the toilet paper break up, and now you got, I just get nasty. I feel you, though. I learned that one. That's the OG. The OG. Bidets. I'm still a little hood rich, so I don't have a bidet yet. I want it, bro. I want me that $10,000 Toto. You know, I could find a way to justify it, maybe get a tax write-off if it's a remodel, but at the end of the day, it's like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready to go there yet. Israeli-Hamas conflict can have implications for Israeli debt that we rate, says Moody's. What the fuck? Prolonged conflict that durably and significantly impairs economic activity and policymaking would test resilience of officials and sovereign credit profile. Moody's is like, yeah, we're going to downgrade y'all if you keep fighting. That's good. Good for them, though. Good for them. And that's the first person to say there's a penalty for killing people. Oh, you get it? You get it. Everybody else just said, nah, kill the other side. Nah, kill the other one. They're the first one. They're like, yo, y'all keep killing everybody, we're going to downgrade you. Unfortunately. Good for you guys. Good for you. Is Rad still going? Yeah. Fuck it, bro. I'm down. We break even in like 40%. So seems like a little, but also a lot. Remember, this is our break even. The Wall Street Journal does twice. So I guess you do fill the gap around here, though, right? Yeah, I guess literally the gap fill is to the break even price. So inshallah, baby. And then bonds are going down here, not red, but taking a drop, and then UNG on the high. Did that guy jump into the 9/11 memorial? I did. I saw a video. I just saw, I didn't read into it, but I just seemed sad. Damn, you want a Colt Speedo? I'm kind of down. Again, I want to start wearing Speedos, but I feel like it's weird. Apparently, he just hurt his leg. Oh, wow. I read comments about it. I was like, I don't know. I didn't know if it was like someone going crazy, they're having a mental breakdown or whatever, but injury, that could be it. Bonds are giving up that last hour and a half. So very weird. The minutes are going to come out here in a couple of hours, so we'll find out. And we will see. Ow. Bro, I think I have like a cut in my ear. This shit hurt. Oh no, it was a pimple. Those are the worst. Bostic, I haven't had a headline from him in a while, and then we don't even have there's no live video. So he's doing a meeting right now, but there is no live feed that you'll be able to listen to. Who is the other one? We got one more after him. Fed Bostic. Oh, no. Is he the last one? No shit. I thought there was going to be one more. FBIO. FBIO on the low. Chipotle price target cut by Stevens & Co. Jen Stoltenberg live. How did you get IPO? I used a different broker. I got brokers everywhere, baby. But yeah, I used E-Trade instead. But I don't know if I thought they fucked me over, but then they kind of hooked me up. They could have robbed me. But again, that means I'm going to lose like $4 or $5 a share if it goes, what's it called? If it opens where people are thinking now, that would be very, very wild. Very interesting. Earning estimates are low, and everyone will get caught off guard when narrative becomes less fearful. We get credit freeze at Q1, Q2. Yeah, I mean, that's what a lot of like that is borderline been expected for a while. So it's kind of like if it happens, that was the theme we had last year coming into this year. So we will find out. The banks. I can't believe it. I want to see what happens, but bro, if they IPO below the price, that's awful. I don't know why they didn't just wait. I thought they would have had enough hype. Yeah, we can't get Fed Bostic. It is not live, but I think that's the only one. That's the only Fed speaker. Unless you want Yellen. You can't get you want Stoltenberg or you want Yellen and Georgieva. I can't do it. Maybe we'll do some NATO. I could get behind NATO. Not really, but yeah. Oh, it's not even live. Again, last time we heard it day after, they ended up spending like 10 minutes on Israel, and then before I knew it, they were talking about Ukraine. So we'll see, but I don't know if you're gonna get any crazy update. Charge point. Weren't they down 12 today? And then where's even China plays, China EV? I think Rivian was on the high today. No, they came down. Bro, a lot of things are doing good. We haven't even taken a market checkup. So let's see what we have here. You have 270 names red, 232 in the green. And then Dow Jones, you got 20 names red, 10 names in the green. And then NASDAQ 100, 51 red, 50 green. So we're literally like 50-50. Today's not even like you're kind of holding up. You're in your own little world. Again, bonds now, I don't know if it's going to inverse the market here. Very interesting. But even the breakdown is 50-50. Your borderline break even. NASDAQ did not go red. So very interesting. $50. Longeveron James. 9%, not bad. There's another biotech in the morning. There's one up 1,000%. I think there's another one. Which one was it? MTNB. I was like, oh, wow. That thing's going crazy right now. Speak of the devil. Damn. So this was one from the morning. It's literally hitting a high right now. They complete clinical resolution of recurrent hemorrhagic cystitis due to Candida krusei. The ticker is MTNB. It's on the high now. There was another one today. I think it's TR or something with a T. It's up like 1,000%. And then again, Longeveron. We were just looking at biotechs. And then bonds chilled out. U.S. EIA cuts forecast for 2024 world oil demand by 40,000 barrels. Now sees 1.3 million barrels year-over-year increase. EIA cuts forecast for 23 demand by 50,000. Now sees 1.7 million increase. And then Israeli military, no impact from Lebanon and northern Israel after aerial alert rocket was launched in Gaza. TPST, yeah, that was the other one. Tempest. Yeah, TPS is up 1,700%. My goodness. Clint, welcome, my friend. Good morning. It's still early. It's 9. Oh, wait. You guys want push-ups? Let's get more push-ups. Ladies and gentlemen, before we miss it, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. Exit out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch listen main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate costs. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for about 3.5 hours. You got 3.5 left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get it going, baby. Chad, I need your prayers. Unspoken requests. Thank you, and God, I got you, baby. Pray for Clint, man. Amen, man. God bless him. I will send you a prayer even tonight, too, man. Amen. I hope you're doing good. If not, the prayer warriors are there. And now get your push-ups in, too. Honestly, Clint, do a push-up in the midst of all of it. Get your mind off of it. Move the body. Let some of that tension out, bro. You know what I'm saying? And let's go. Prayers up. Oh. Yeah, I'm doing my resistances now. I forgot the rest of the script to tell you. But I think pray for Clint. Do your push-ups. Let me know when you're ready. I got to do mine, too. I'm dropping down. Let's go, baby. It'll be good. Get your mind off things a little bit. The blood gets moving. It's good, baby. MTNB, that was like good timing. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to chase it up 100%, but literally as I'm reminded about it, it pops up at the high. So good luck if you want it. But that one, again, that's even off the morning. It's just starting to move here. I guess it's like an hour ago, but it's at the highs. U.S. forecasts record oil output of 13 million barrels a day in fourth quarter 23. The news on Tempest, I don't know. MTNB, something about a trial that ended up working good for them. I'm still doing my stretches. I finished the resistances. But, bro, I don't, like, have you guys, like, do you know if you put, like, one hand behind your back and then one over the shoulder and you try to, like, touch your hands behind your back? I could only do it on one side. My right shoulder is so messed up. I like can't even get it in position to like touch my hand behind my back. It's like it's messed up, bro. That's why I'm hitting these stretches. You can't. I can only do it on one side, but my right shoulder is like gone. Tempest adopts limited duration stockholder rights plan. That's when you know you went ham in the day doing bench. Dude, I'm doing it. Yeah, I'm trying to I'm going to do these daily stretches until I can touch my hand behind my back. It's fucked though, bro. It's fucked. Yeah, I could do right hand over the head, but yeah, the left one I can't do it. And then SPY still at the low again. That bond thing was weird. NEE. I've seen this rip a couple times now in the middle of all these workouts. You used to. I know, dude. It's messed up. Your left shoulder started giving you issues. Dude, I know. It's good, though. These workouts have been helping a lot. But now, I found a new workout, and it just showed me how limited my range of motion is. It's good. We're going to get there. Yeah, and all these, where's oil? All those oil headlines causing stuff. I guess oil bounds like $1 off the low. And then NASDAQ still barely green. SPY is barely red. Not bad. I'm still doing these stretches. I know, it's a long push-up time. Okay, we're good. One day, bro. One day, I will have a shoulder that doesn't click. I claim it. Dude, again, more crude numbers. Crude production expected to rise 200,000 barrels to 13 million in 2024 versus previous forecast of 380. I don't know. I think it's, again, we've had a lot of it. CTLT, Catalent, again, SPY and bonds both got a little red here. All right, let me see. Again, you're pretty much dry on the calendar from here on out. Up until we have an hour till the minutes. And then now bonds, SPY, I should overlay them. Yeah, they're pretty much the same. Here was where they pulled apart, then the shape kind of matched up, but very weird. You have stem cell therapy in January due to torn labrum and rotator cuff. Did it help? I was looking at that. I'll let you know. I didn't know you could. Now I'm Googling it, bro. I already saw it. I'm already got an ad. Is a shoulder reliever. Is an armband to sleep in. Can you hear a torn rotator cuff naturally? Yeah. Ukraine PM says Ukraine needs $42 billion in external financing. OPEC members to decrease output by 300,000 in 24 versus 23. I don't know. That's from the EIA, but then you're dumb again. You keep getting these energy headlines. Putin, one should refrain from sharp statements and not insult feelings of people involved in conflicts in Middle East. Get an MRI. I think maybe I will. Because usually it's always just been like clicking. Like it doesn't hurt me that bad, but like literally the last year I gave up trying to lift heavier weights though. Because like every time it'll eventually hurt. That's it, man. I'm just old. Again, on more oil headlines. That's the only thing I see coming across. Netflix back to the low again. So that means even lower than yesterday. Yeah. Remember, they had a little baby bounce, and all the other tech names are doing good. Apple, break even. Microsoft going lower. KT tape. Is that like tape? Like the stuff you put on your back? It's the tape that the players wear. Really? I mean, I'm gonna give me some tape, bro. Arab League condemns killing of civilians by Israel Hamas. All right. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I don't know if this is an ad or not. What is this? I think it was an ad. All right, well, let's see. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning. I will be right back. It's still kind of early. It's 10 o'clock. So we'll see. We'll see what this leads into, man. We'll see. The market's at the low. We'll go from here. We'll go from here, baby. We'll see you in a little bit.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
Is it possible to...
That was it? Are you kidding me? All right, hold on. I need to go pee, bro. I need more water, too, because my urge to pee has dropped. What I have is it's been like an hour since I've gone. All right, I guess never mind. I'm going to stay here for a little. United Steel on the X. United Steel going crazy. Watch CLF, anything related to the deal. X. Big pop. Big pop. Out of nowhere. I don't have headlines yet. Let's see. I already put out a stream alert. Nope. I'm not seeing any headlines again. CLF, see if they move. X is still going. Literally now that's 2% or 1% now. It came back down. And that other one could hold. I don't have any headlines on it. IMF. Anointed stale. No, I'm not. Pre-announcement. What the fuck? Hold on. I might have something. It's showing up in like a very convoluted document. I can't. Let me see. There's something, it could be related to earnings. CLX. It's just very hard to find the ticker level X. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking for this thing, but it showed up kind of like that biotech that one day, but I'm not finding it. RTX. Oh, no. Earnings. No, it's a dud. I don't have anything on it. Could be, again, remember, it was CLF in the buyout, though. CLF, and they're not even really moving. This one looks individual to X, but I'm not seeing nothing.
Eastern looking a little different than it did right out of the gates today, so we'll see how it looks when we approach the end. I'll walk you right up to it with Dan Greenhouse, Jordan Jackson, Stacey Rascon on what's happening in chips, Kevin Simpson always making trades. He'll bring us his latest as well. Still waiting for a first trade on Birkenstock as well, the IPO. Set to open, there's the range, 39 to 41. Remember, price at 46. So it's going to be a disappointing open, at least at this moment. We'll track when it does open. We'll let you know first and foremost when that happens. Liz Young, final trade.
Consumer staples down almost 12% since the end of July, much more than the index. And I talked about the consumer trading down before. A lot of these companies are the ones that should benefit from that and hang on to consumption that remains.
Okay, thank you. Joe T.
Adobe with a nearly perfect technical formation, looking for it to break out further to the upside towards a new all-time high.
The Linkster.
Jay, I'm Smucker. I too am looking at the staple stocks. This thing trades at 12 times earnings. It's down 27% year to date. I like the Hostess acquisition too.
A lot of these stocks have, gotten hit pretty hard.
I think there's some
Pepsi,
opportunity.
Coca-Cola, Smucker.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see you on closing bell. The exchange begins now.
Scott, thank you very much and welcome to The Exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. Here's what's ahead this hour. Bond yields are down again today, but now stocks are also turning lower. The Nasdaq still the outperformer, but shouldn't lower yields be doing more to boost sentiment? We'll explore that and try to figure out why. Meanwhile, House Republicans are meeting behind closed doors to select a nominee for Speaker, and Raymond James says conflict in the Middle East could materially raise pressure for the U.S. government to return to regular order. We'll get the very latest. And ahead in earnings exchange, we'll look ahead to Delta, Domino's, and Walgreens all reporting before the bell tomorrow, and all facing very different headwinds. First, let's get the market action, though. Speaking of headwinds, Dom Chu has the numbers. Dom?
I think I am a headwind sometimes for these markets. But, to your point, Kelly, we started off with a solidly positive day, and now you can see we're mixed at best. I'll start with the larger cap, kind of broader S&P 500, which currently sits at 43.54, down about 3 points.
I have a confession.
Not much, considering the fact that
we
were up 19 points at one point during the highs of the session, and then down 9 towards the low. So we're tilting towards that lower end of the trading range so far today. The Dow Industrial is down about 0.1%, 45 points, 33,693 the trade there.
It's the 10-year auction right now. 10-year auction just came in, 18%. Where's the when issued? 4.61. I think it was a little bit lower prior, but bonds are dropping off the 10-year now, and you're getting a reaction. So 10-year auction, no good, Habibi. Or again, a little bit higher rates. But yeah, I'm going to keep playing. I'm eating. I'll tell you the story, bro. I'm eating is so amazing. I'm eating a Costco croissant. If you know, you know, bro. If you know, you know.
Sources, the big story, ExxonMobil for roughly $253 a share in stock. It's just about $60 billion. Biggest acquisition for Exxon, by the way, since it bought Mobil back in the late 1990s. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then also watch what's happening with, of course, the IPO of the day. That's Birkenstock. not yet open for trading on the New York Stock Exchange right now. But what you can see right here is if you take a look at some of the moves, Birkenstock shares right now, not yet trading. The offering price, again, was $46 a share. The indication from a bid-ask standpoint, as you can see, Kelly, between $39 and 41 cents. So we're not seeing the same kind of exuberance with this particular opening trade that we saw with ARM Holdings, that we saw with Instacart. A little bit more into the signs of what this means for the IPO market. We'll see when, of course, Kelly will bring you that opening trade as soon as it happens.
10-year bond auction.
I'll send things back over to you.
Dom, it's unusual that it hasn't happened yet either. Even for the big IPOs, ARM, Instacart, they all opened in the 12 o'clock hour, and here we are still waiting as the indication has fallen throughout the morning.
And it's not just that. I mean, the whole idea, Kelly, as you know, and many of the viewers and listeners out there know as well, it is to try to find that price that has the biggest clearing effect on the biggest number of shares, meaning you can try to match up the most buys and sells. If you couldn't get it done around the IPO price at 46, there might be this effort being made right now to get the biggest kind of opening trade possible out there at lower prices.
Right.
So we'll see
going up again.
It's unusual to see such a change in sentiment from literally last night to right now. Dom, thanks very much. We appreciate it, Dom Chu. All right, meantime, a divergence is shaping up in the Treasury market today, where the yields on the short end, like that 2-year in green you see, are climbing. It's over 5%. But the long end is dropping back to levels not seen since late September. 10-year yield around 461, 5 basis points or so above the intraday lows. Is this all just a technical move off of oversold levels, or is it because of the more dovish Fed speak we've heard this week? Just this morning, notoriously hawkish Fed Governor Chris Waller saying the Fed can watch and see what happens with rates. That follows Dallas Fed President Lori Logan, who said rising rates could do some of the work of cooling the economy for us. That same day earlier this week, the Fed's Vice Chair Philip Jefferson warned about balancing the risk of not having tightened enough against the risk of policy being too restrictive. And last night, San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly dismissed the idea of 5% rates being the new normal, saying neutral is still probably anywhere between 2.5 and 3.
They did that quick. They didn't the other guy. So Republicans in U.S. House nominate Steve Scalise to be Speaker. And then Israel military says no security incident in North alerts may have been a malfunction. What? Didn't they literally just say there was a missile? Oh, no. Notorious. Yeah, bro, I had a Costco croissant. I'm sorry. Usually I saw it there. I forgot I had it. It's because I went with my girlfriend to Costco. Like, literally last night, I had to take her to Costco. She needed to get stuff. I'm sorry. She was like, you want me to cook this for you? She's like, you got to come with me. She needed me to, like, pick up some shit. She wanted to get, like, she even wanted a fake Christmas tree. I'm like, damn, girl. It's fucking October. But either way, I came across the croissants. And I haven't had those since I was, like, a kid, bro. Like, for real. And then I almost didn't get them because I was like, how does anybody eat this many croissants in 2 days? They expire in like 2 days, but there's like 15 of them and they're massive. And I was like, wow. So I forgot. I grabbed those though. I didn't think I would eat them all before they expire, but you can, but you shouldn't. No, bro. I'll eat one of those and I'll be content for like a decade. You know what I'm saying? But, like, I don't, like, how do you eat them all? I don't know if it's almonds. No, I think it's bread. Bonds, there's a 10-year bond auction. So if you guys see that here, again, this was the little gap. And then bonds, I think rates went slightly higher. I get it was like 461. I don't know what the when issued was. 18.75 indirects. I see 4.61, but I don't know what the when issued was. But it seems a little higher. Sometimes your stomach takes over. There's something you like, you'd be surprised. I feel you. Until the law of diminishing returns sets in. But is it true that golden retrievers, like they'll eat as much as you put in front of them? So like if you get like golden retrievers don't know how to stop eating food. I think my girlfriend told me that. Somebody told me that. That's cap. You believe it? I think all dudes. That's cats, I'm pretty sure. All dogs? Really? Fish? Okay. I feel you. I remember. That was the wildest concept. I remember killing my first fish because I fed it too much. Like, we never had that problem anywhere, I guess. We got fresh bagels, tortillas, and baguettes from HEB this weekend. No regrets. I don't know what HEB is, but I know it's a grocery store. But we don't have that. X is going up again. That's another high. MRE's up too. Tex is strong. Is it called HEB or is it called HEB? It's like Kroger's. But I know it's a grocery store. Like Publix. I've never been to a Publix. Where else? There's a lot of places I want to see. HEB. How much MO? I got like 5.6 shares. I was really hyped by that. It was like 5 or 6 shares, somewhere in the middle. But that got me pretty excited. Yeah, X is gone. That's why I don't have a headline on it yet, though. That's the craziest part. The last headline was like even like 8 days ago. Or at least the meaningful one. Stands for here, everything's better. Oh, that makes more sense. HEB. Look at you little Texans. You guys are so clever. Can y'all give us $1 gas again? Can y'all get back on that? Bro, even in Vegas, that was a damn shit. Bro, Vegas, it was $5 for gas. I remember when gas in Vegas used to be half the price of San Diego. And now you're telling me it's $1 cheaper? That's insane. Did you know there's a strip club ETF symbol called Rick? Yes. My college homie tried to get me to invest in that once he started investing in 2020. So, like, he got into the market in 2020 like everybody else. And then he was like, yo, man, what do you think about the strip clubs? And I was like, man, I said, haram, habibi. Haram, only Disney, Altria, but up to you, habibi. But I don't go to strip clubs. So it's not really one for my long term. Only Disney. And that. But again, like, I mean, I have Disney Plus, but I just literally, like, I don't fuck with strip clubs. Like, I don't judge you. I don't even judge the strippers. God bless y'all. But at the end of the day, it's just not my vibe. Like, I don't know. I can't. It's like, it's kind of boring. And then at the same time, too, I'm like, I'm looking for deep conversation. I'm not, it's not my environment. It's not my environment. So, yeah, invest in what you use. If you go to the strip club a lot, then maybe. I had a period, but I grew out of it real quick. A couple people have. I feel like you either have a phase or you don't, but even then, it never really hit. Honestly, I'd rather just go embarrass myself trying to talk to girls Or like, yeah, go to like parties. Otherwise, but like a strip club, it never really vibed. Yeah, Steve Scalise, new speaker. X. I mean, CLF didn't move yet, so that's the only connection we could have, but no headlines on that yet. Strip club with your lady is another story. Haram, Habibi. Haram. No, my girlfriend's like my mom, bro. She won't. She don't even come to Vegas with me anymore. She just judges me. She just like stare at me, judge me, prays for me, tells me I'm a sinner, and then I come back. And then it's not even the same. Like, I'm telling you, it's not. I wish, man. Maybe one day. Maybe one day she'll come to Vegas with me. Rick is there. I haven't even looked at this stock. I would rather get Vici. Like, low-key, if you really want, I don't know, I'd rather get exposure to the casinos and the Vegas industry rather than the strip club industry. I don't know how reliable the strip club industry is. It held up, though, a lot since 2020. But Vici, it kind of the same chart, like low key. Yeah, O owns part of MGM and Bellagio now. I got out of Ascend, but that thing has been running, right? Well, it came back down, but it's a lot higher. Again, we bought it in like the 60s or 70s, I think. But it is, I think they have another update. I haven't kept track of it, though. All right. Nike, I mean, after, who was it? Coca-Cola. There's another one. Another retailer did decent. And I think that could be good. But I don't know, though, even after this. Where's this damn Birkenstock IPO? FTNT is dying. Down 3.7. Just took a big candle into the low. FTNT, that's cybersecurity, I think. Or software. X and MT. U.S. Steel gains on speculation. Nippon Steel may join with Accelerol. Or Arcelorol. So check MT. I think that is your update. That's weird. Like if you go from what's it called? You go from literally CLF in the other one to it was supposed to be CLF in X and now MT in X like that. I don't know. You bought Starbucks. I like Starbucks. It moved up unless they came back down. It's a rumor. But they're saying that MT and X now might be able to go together. And then SPY coming down a little lower than bonds if that flushes. I don't know if you see it. So bonds had that little drop in pop. They haven't broken their low of the day. But again, if the SPY does, that'll be another low there. And then if we break 40, 30, 50, I was saying it in the morning. If we do go down, you may get exposed back to pretty much opening levels now. I guess you fill the gap at 43.35. Where is Birkenstock? It's late. 10:18. Dollar is running. Wow. Okay, you're flushing now. Remember, bonds already made the drop, but now equities are getting lower. So here it is. I mean, this is pre-market. Bonds won't even go below PPI level, but the market now is selling off, and then dollar is up. So that could be the negative factor. Remember, any of the days where we were kind of far off from the bonds, the dollar was either supporting or going against. Now, the dollar has gone back to green. It's not that bad, though. I don't think this is that crazy. Yeah, because last time the dollar was here, I mean, you were holding up these levels. So give it a sec, see what bonds do too. And then where is it? Oh, you got the minutes in 40. If we're getting real fear, bonds should go up. Yes, but I don't think that's what we're getting just yet. But that's why they still look the same, but you're not really getting that fear bid. Bonds are still low, and then we have the data. The minutes isn't going to be that important. It can be important because they raised terminal, they signaled potentially another hike or not, and that has some big issues. But other than that, it's a lot of times it's been a nothing burger. I feel like the minute's already out of date. The Fed speakers addressed the long end. I agree, unless there's like a different reasoning they outline, but there might be little clues, but for the most part, it shouldn't be anything too crazy. Where is it? 11:30. GG, God bless you. Have a good day. Palo Alto on the low. It's because Ari got out. Right when you got out, Ari. Right when you got out. I don't know. I haven't seen Timmy yet, but there's been a lot of interesting stuff with Timmy. I don't know. Like Timmy, until Powell or data moves, the weight of Fed speak or like the Fed whispers, it don't hit the same. It does not hit the same. Very, very odd. Very, very odd. It looks slippery. And SPY is right next to the low. Couple names already selling off. Again, we had some news too with X. Still kind of moving slow. The VIX is on the high, and NASDAQ is about to go red. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Game time. Oh, NCR? Oh, no way. So they're saying that rumor is false. Wow, great timing. NCR is dying off that. Oh my goodness. And back in time, yeah. Good time for a philo. Yeah, I got one for you. I got a little one for you. I hope you enjoy it. And honestly, I really hope you enjoy it. I really hope it does something that will help you do good, man. Help you do good. And what I mean by that is something that inspired me. And it was funny because it made me think about myself, and I was inspired through people doing other things. And it's all very, very good. All very, very good. It's all from the Chad, man. Over the weekend, I got to meet a lot of Chads. And, one thing I heard a lot was how people's lives changed. Right? And it's funny because it's like it was the first time some of y'all got to meet me, obviously, right? Which is weird considering we've spent so much time, you know what I'm saying? We've done all of this stuff on a day-to-day basis. Like, we've spent a lot of time together. You've never seen my face. And, some of you guys, I've interacted with you, whether I've talked to you, whether 11 at 11 on the phone, in cold real estate, in the chat, And, we have an idea, but everyone kept saying that. They kept telling me my life got changed. And, or I used to be like this, and then now I'm not like this. And that's funny. And you know why it's funny? Because I couldn't tell when I met you. And what I mean by that is that you look the same. And it really got me thinking, bro. And it was very humbling. And this is my philo for today. I hope all of you know that you can change your life without changing. I don't mean that in the sense you're going to do nothing and that nothing is going to happen. But I mean bro, what do people expect when your life is going to change? You see what I'm saying? Seriously, for real. I don't know if you know this. You're going to, you go get your biggest financial dream tomorrow. Your life will change, but it's not really going to change. Again, a lot of you could go down the list of everything in life that would be life-changing. Yes, guess what? It can change the trajectory of your life. It could change where you are going. It could open up doors and resources, or maybe something bad happens, right? And your life gets changed negatively, but it's you're going to go through it all. And all of your past memories, everything that you've gone through, it's all going to be there. So it's something is I don't know if some of y'all, if you've been looking for a life changer, I hope you're not looking for it to play out like a Disney movie. And I don't mean with upside down crosses everywhere. But I feel a lot of times, and I don't know, I wish I asked this to the guys there and the ladies where I could have been yo, is this what you would have thought a life changer would have felt like? And because in the process, I don't think most people get it, myself included, where I'm saying where there's something to look back on, and I'm looking back and I'm like, wow, I have, my life has changed so much from the first time I read my Bible, the first time I took it serious, the first time I went into literally finances, real estate, you know what I'm saying? But it's like in a certain way, I was always still me. And like if in a weird way, and this is what I'm trying to say, this is really the big point. But like if I knew that like, something would change my life, but the change is subtle and over time, I would have been less motivated. I don't know if y'all feel me. So you tell me I'm poor and I'm going to now become rich, and you're telling me I'm still going to think a lot of the same way. And I'm still going to have fear someone's going to take it from me. Oh, y'all don't feel me, man. Come on. But it's still literally, there's so many different things where it's like I would still be drawn to the things I like, that the former self would have liked. Again, I changed my life reading the Bible. Why? I like certain music still. Why my attitude, it's not like I became a holy person overnight. It's not like even I would say I'm holy now. Even with again, money has changed a lot, but it's like you grow a lot. So it's one thing because I'm like, damn, I would have never meeting some of the Jads and they were like, I used to be the most pessimistic person. And I'm interacting with them for a couple of hours. I'm like, I would have never saw that. But then again, it's the same thing when I tell you that about myself. So that really stuck out to me over the weekend. But then above all else, I'm also thinking about the people who haven't changed their life yet or who feel opt out thinking, like, oh man, well, their life ain't gonna change much dramatically. It's hopeless. I'm not gonna do anything. No. I hope you gotta realize that driver of changing your life will change your life. You get what I'm saying? Like for real. Like, so you do need to shoot and you need to aim high with it because otherwise it's, if you don't, what necessary motivation would you have to speculate? You need a motivation. And that's something to think about. But also in the other realm, I hope you realize that like changing your life is not going to be accomplishing something. It's a series of a lot of things. And in that same respect, I hope you realize you could all change your life today. That's where it's mind-blowing. Because it's in that same regards of your whole life can change without like really changing. That is showing like there is a mental barrier. And it's wild how people like all it took was hearing something at sometimes. But it's like for real then, in that same respect, I hope you realize like that means you're close to touching it. It's more of a matter of fact if you're like, okay, well, I do know a life changer isn't gonna, it's not gonna change my house overnight. It's not gonna change this, but I do have the ability to change the trajectory today. And it's just as easy as believing it and taking those steps. I mean, come on. But either way, it was something that I was thinking about. Again, like a lot of inspiration from the chat, and it's so wild because I'm very happy. It's like because in a weird way, some of you met me back in the day. Some of you haven't. I wish you wouldn't have met me because it's like I don't know. I'm glad I got to meet you today, and I see it where a lot of y'all. You're like, wow, my life is, and here's the thing though, it's like, wow, my life changed. It's like, bro, guess what? I think you have a lot more in store. And amen, because you've taken those steps early and you're starting. And even if you haven't, I hope you do today. But like, that's really where I'm like, whoa. And it's so wild how we can change so much while just being in the same body and being, you know what I'm saying? And having a history, but also changing our future so much. So, Chad, I hope that helps. And above all else, the last thing I'll leave you on, Burke did IPO. I'll just leave you with it very simple, man. I hope you change your life, and I believe that you can. Amen. Amen. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch listen main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate costs. Amen. Burke, 2.5 million. Damn. I'm down $43 on my 8 shares. I got filled at 6. I would have lost $6,000 if they filled me on my 1,000. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't think it's gonna meet criteria, bro. You're 2 minutes in and you have like 10% of the volume. From Birkin to broken. No. It might have a little random pop here. Let's see what's up. Oh yeah, blessing in disguise, baby. I'll take it. I'll take it. But on that note, I've been chugging more waters in the second half, so we're good. I'll sell your rat and call it even. I mean, you know I'm closer to break even on that play than not. So I'm glad we did nothing. And then the covered call still has 15 grand to profit. So doing nothing is the move. But for now, I will take this savior on young Birkenstock. I said, and God bless you, Cena. I'm talking about. It's crazy, man. It's mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. But on that note, I'm going to give you some Josh answers. Some Josh answers. Post, Velo, SPY going lower. Good luck.
Angel on the track.
Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her, why they driving in the slow lane if they ain't going slow, man? I used to say the same thing when they was slow up in the fast lane. Now with Kia tryna pass me, thinking Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpool is faster, hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women in the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I let everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Rolling in my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I I think I just missed my exit. A previous one that let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird.
Always great to lift the spirits. Even Birkenstock, it lifted them up too.
They said they wait an hour to charge. I know.
Amazing. 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 Yeah, you got the press secretary now too. Oh, Kirby. Oh, I've never seen him with the two-tone. The tri-tone tie, bro. Is that a Ukrainian tie? What is it? That's a... Look at him, man.
Unaccounted for.
Look like he in Justice League.
We know
he looked
that
like an Amazon Prime package. He looked like Jeff Bezos if he had hair and sold guns instead of
I think we all need
packages.
to steel ourselves for the very distinct
Look at it,
possibility
man.
that these
What is
numbers
these
will
colors,
keep
bro? He looked
increasing.
like he worked for Chevron.
That we may, in
He's
fact,
so mad at the
find out
XLM
that,
deal today.
More Americans are part of the
Sorry,
hostage pool. So
I love
as
Kirby.
Prince
I
said,
love
our
Kirby.
message to all these families.
Yeah, he always look at it's tritone, dog. That's tritone. That ain't even two-tone. That's tritone. Black, silver, and blue.
And we're
That's
do everything we
tritone,
can,
dog. Stop playing with
for
me.
those who don't know
He don't-
where a loved one
he
is.
different.
To
He different.
To find out where they are,
Mhm.
and to get them home with you where they belong. And that includes, of course, being willing to assist
Free Chad.
in advice or counsel when it comes to
You guys will be
hostage recovery
free
efforts. Now, of
once
course,
everybody
the Israelis have a
stops
very robust
advocating
hostage
merciless
recovery
killings
capability
all
of their
around the
own.
world.
Sadly, they have been forced to perfect
Otherwise,
that particular kind of
I
capability.
love you.
But we also have a lot of know-how, too.
I'm glad you can still hear me, though.
We're offering
Amen.
to share that with the Israeli Defense Forces. At the same time, we're sharing additional defense-related support. I think you saw that the Israeli military announced today, with some imagery, the first tranche of U.S. military assistance arriving in Israel. That will continue. We also, as I think the president alluded to yesterday, were able to replenish some of their Iron Dome interceptor missiles. These were missiles that we already had in stock in Israel. We simply just transferred ownership over to the Israeli Defense Forces. So again, more aid, more assistance will be coming in
5 million in
days.
volume.
As you also know,
Volume is whack for
the
Birkenstock.
aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford and her strike group are now in the Eastern Mediterranean. They arrived yesterday. They are there for deterrence purposes, to make it clear to any would-be actor, organization, group, terrorist network, nation state, anybody who thinks that with hostile intent towards Israel, that this is the time to widen and expand the conflict, that we will take our national security interests seriously. I would also note that the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower aircraft carrier and her strike group will be departing on a pre-scheduled, long-scheduled deployment to the European Command Area of Responsibility. They'll start that deployment in the coming week or so. They will be going initially across the Atlantic and into the Mediterranean, where they will be available if needed. Now, no decisions have been made. I've seen some press reporting out there that we've already made some kind of final decision that a second carrier is going to be placed in the Eastern Med. No operational decisions like that have been made, but she will be heading in that direction. Her ships will be with her, and she certainly will be an available asset if needed. Bottom line is, as I said, we're sending a loud and clear message. The United States is ready to take action should any actor hostile to Israel consider trying to escalate or widen this war. I think Jake said that pretty well yesterday. We're also going to continue to talk to our Israeli partners about their needs to ensure, again, that they have what they require to defend their country and their people. And that's just not going to stop. In fact, it's almost an hourly conversation that we're having with our counterparts. Now, I know many of you have been asking about or expressing some interest in the idea of safe passage in Gaza for civilians. Let me just say right up front, we're actively discussing this with our Israeli and our Egyptian counterparts. We support safe passage for civilians. Civilians are not to blame for what Hamas has done. They didn't do anything wrong, and we continue to support safe passage. I don't have an announcement to make today. I can't tell you a specific route or a corridor. I just want to make it clear that we are actively working on this with our Egyptian and our Israeli counterparts. Civilians are protected under the laws of armed conflict, and they should be given every opportunity to avoid the fighting. Now, if I could switch to Ukraine just quickly. Today, the Secretary of Defense announced at the Ukraine Defense Contact Group meeting over in Europe that the United States is announcing a new aid package, which includes air defense ammunition for U.S.-provided artillery and HIMARS, counter, UAS equipment, unmanned aerial systems, to help Ukraine protect their people against Russian and Iranian drone strikes. We're also announcing additional anti-armor capabilities and more than 16 million rounds of small arms and ammunition. As the Ukrainians continue to wage a very tough counteroffensive, and as winter now fast approaches, we believe that it is absolutely imperative, you heard me say before, time is not our friend, that we continue to do everything we can to help Ukraine succeed on the battlefield and claw back some more of their own territory from Russian units on the ground there. This military aid package that we're announcing today is another important signal of our continued commitment to supporting the Ukrainian people, and it utilizes funding authorities that Congress authorized for Ukraine during a prior fiscal year under the Presidential Drawdown Authority. We're obviously going to continue to provide Ukraine with the weapons and equipment they need, but it is absolutely critical that Congress keep its commitment to the people of Ukraine by providing additional funding. We are in active conversations with members of Congress about additional funding for Ukraine and for Israel. And it's critical, again, that we believe Congress sends a clear message to Putin, sends a clear message to the Israeli people that the United States continues to have their back. And with that, we take some questions.
First, John, ask just a little bit of clarification on the 22 Americans who unfortunately been killed. Were all those Americans believed to be killed by Hamas? Were all of them killed in Israeli territory? Or do you know of how many Americans have been killed inside Gaza?
I'm afraid I don't. I mean, we know the number is accurate as of right now.
Bro, the questions over the last 2
individual
days,
circumstances,
they've been good.
Are not exactly.
We're starting off with real questions.
22, it was in Israel. That
I don't have the details on every single one. You could certainly consult the State Department. They might have a little bit higher touch because they're in touch, or I know they're trying to be in touch with all the families, but we don't have that information.
If I can just quickly, all signs suggest that Israel will begin
Abbott and MDT down. These could all be down because of the NVO stuff this morning.
Passage, but has the U.S. done anything to dissuade Israel from moving ahead with the ground offensive? And if it does move ahead, has the president or administration officials directly asked Israel to show restraint in how it goes about such an operation?
We're going to let the Israelis talk about their military operations, particularly in the future tense. I mean, we don't even talk about our operations in the future tense. So I don't want to get ahead of where things are. And I certainly am not going to talk about Israeli military planning, so I'll let them take that. You heard the president talk about this a little bit yesterday, this idea of you're asking about restraint. I mean, nobody wants to see any more innocent life lost. None. Nobody, no matter who you are. If you're an innocent civilian, you didn't cause this, you didn't ask for this, and you shouldn't be having to fear for your life. Nobody wants to see
Okay,
that.
Another low possibly.
And
bonds even came down
to
too.
Remind,
SPY is lower.
Especially
dollar
on the Palestinian
green.
Side,
Again, medical device showing some weaknesses.
Their lives.
Dollar's up though.
Themselves in
Dollar looks more impacting the market than not.
Using the Palestinian people as human shields. They didn't ask for that either. And Hamas doesn't speak for the majority of the Palestinian people or their aspirations for peace and security. I think that's an important place to start this conversation. Unlike the United States, unlike Israel, as the president said yesterday, who have respect for the rule of law and the law of armed conflict and respect for human life. Hamas has none at all. So again, we'll let the Israelis speak for their military operations. Our focus squarely right now in these still early hours, and they are early hours, is to make sure that the Israelis have what they need.
I just want to clarify the numbers here. I think, Corinne, you just said that 17 Americans remain missing. Is that the latest number? I think yesterday you had said 20. I just want to make sure we're operating off of the same thing.
There is 17 that are missing and 22 that are dead.
And is there anything you can share with us about anything you know about the condition of the hostages? And also, has there been any kind of communication with Hamas, either directly or with our allies or partners, about securing their release? Is there any kind of receptiveness that they've shown even to talking about this issue?
So let me take the second one first. Obviously, we're in discussions not only with the Israelis about what hostage recovery could look like, but with other allies and partners in the region. And there are some countries like Qatar that have
dollar's still elevated, bonds ain't doing anything, VIX going up, NASDAQ is now red.
Casting the net wide, as you would expect we would. We want to get these, all the hostages back with their families, particularly the American hostages, no question about that. Now, where they are and in what condition, no. Sadly, we don't know. And that makes efforts very, very difficult, again, in these early hours. But we don't know. We don't know where they are. We don't know if they're all in one group or broken up into several groups. We don't know if they're being moved and with what frequency and to what locations. All of those questions we're working hard to answer.
I understand you're casting a wide net, but has any communication actually been made with Hamas?
I'm just going to leave the answer the way I gave it to you. I think just like in any other case when we're talking about getting Americans home overseas that have been held hostage or wrongfully detained, the less you say out there publicly, the better.
Thank you. And two on this region and one on another in this hemisphere that I know some outlets in this room have questions about. First, on the humanitarian corridor, is it accurate that the Egyptians have rejected calls to allow for one?
I think you'd have to talk to the Egyptian authorities.
So there is 22 confirmed dead Americans and 17 that are missing or unaccounted for.
Safe passage corridor open.
Those are the current numbers right now.
Humanitarian assistance have a
So
way
it'd be
to
like
continue to
what?
get to the Palestinian people. And as Jake mentioned yesterday, we're in active discussions with
32 total, 33 total
about that.
There's, of course, this ongoing intelligence assessment and now political debate over Iran, what it knew, what it may have done to support Hamas in all of this. Even if there's no direct evidence linking Iran to this specific attack right now, does the U.S. believe Iran needs to pay some kind of a price or needs some kind of retribution for having supported Hamas all along up to this point?
I mean, the question
We sanctioned them 400 times.
But it implies that that we're just now waking up to the fact that they've been supporting Hamas and Hezbollah and other terrorist networks. Hamas is one of the most highly sanctioned terrorist networks on the planet, largely because of what we've been doing here in the United States to target them. And Iran, my goodness, just since the beginning of this administration, we have sanctioned some 400 plus entities with more than 40 different sets of sanction regimes, 30 of those just this past year alone. We've increased our military presence in the Gulf region.
Where did they get the money? It's from the oil.
Added additional sanctions.
Don't buy the Russia oil. You know they go to sell it.
Technology to Mr. Putin so he can kill innocent Ukrainians. And now we've added our military capability. We've added to it from a naval perspective in the Eastern Med. So nobody has turned a blind eye to Iranian destabilizing behavior. Now, I think what you're trying to get at is this particular set of attacks. What Jake said yesterday still holds. We obviously recognize that there's broad complicity here by the Iranians. I mean, because of the longstanding support to Hamas. Hamas wouldn't have been able to function at all had it not been for propping up by the Iranian regime. But we haven't seen any specific evidence that tells us they were witting, involved in the planning, or involved in the resourcing and the training that went into this very complex set of attacks over the weekend.
There's one other, I mentioned an issue here in this hemisphere that there are outlets in this room I know curious about. There have been several days now of protests in Guatemala that have essentially locked down parts of the country amid the ongoing protracted, difficult presidential transition. Just curious if you can give us a sense of how the U.S. is monitoring that and whether it has any message for protesters who continue to hold up some parts of society.
The minutes do come out in 9 minutes.
Gasoline and food shipments.
I mean, we could go over.
We certainly aren't going to involve ourselves in internal Guatemalan politics. We obviously believe in free and fair elections. We believe in democratic voices. And we certainly believe in the right of peaceful protest. People should have the right to protest, whatever they want to do, as long as they do it peacefully and in a way that doesn't put others at harm. I think I'll leave it at that.
Good, Jeff.
Just literally, we'll go through, look if they mention anything of pause, anything about the dot plot. That's all I'm just going to control F to it.
Give us a sense of who you think might take advantage of this that you're worried about.
I think there's a, unfortunately, long list of actors in the region that are hostile to Israel. Hezbollah is one of them. And you know, we've been watching with concern some of the rocket attacks that have come across the northern border of Israel from Lebanon, which obviously were coming from Hezbollah. So we're clearly concerned about that.
Concerned about Iran as well?
We're always concerned about Iran. And Iran's hostility to Israel doesn't need any reaffirmation by by us. It's out there plain to see. So yeah, of course we're concerned about Iran.
You mentioned the humanitarian corridor, but more just staying on the topic of the humanitarian issue. What can be done, or what is the U.S. doing to prevent a humanitarian crisis in Gaza? The situation now about power, water, food.
Yeah, as I said, we believe that humanitarian assistance is important for the Palestinian people that live in Gaza, and we are going to continue to pursue options to make sure that they get that humanitarian assistance.
Yeah, so is the U.S. in conversation with the Palestinian Authority or the Palestinian community here in the U.S.?
We have been routinely in communication with the Palestinian Authority. There's not meetings or discussions, in recent hours that I can speak to, but we have long maintained an open line of communication with them.
How about, does the U.S. also condemn perhaps potential war crimes Israelis are committing in Gaza, against Gazans?
Well, our focus right now is making sure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself against these attacks.
If I could ask you first just about something that you referred to, which is the reported incursion into northern Israel. There have been reports from the IDF. Do you have any new information to share on that? There were reports of paragliders initially. Any other additional information about that?
I've seen the reports. We've taken a quick look at them. We are not in a position to corroborate the validity of them. What I've talked about with Jeff was rocket attacks that we know have occurred in recent days.
Then if I can, I just want to ask you separately about these hostages right now. Presumably 22 dead, at least 17 held hostage. Not only the number of dead could rise.
17 that we know are missing.
Excuse me.
And that number will fluctuate.
Number could rise.
It could rise. It could go down. I mean, as people maybe they're found safe and sound. So it's 17 today.
Understood. So about those who remain hostages right now, has the president ruled out sending any American forces of any kind into Gaza at any time to help secure their release if necessary to get them out safely?
We haven't made any policy options or operational decisions with respect to hostage recovery at this time. We are in active. We haven't made any decisions about hostage recovery at this time. We just don't also have enough information, Peter, to be able to make decisions like that. But you heard Jake yesterday say, and the president has said, we'll do everything we can anywhere around the world to make sure that Americans held hostage have a path home and to be safe with their families. So we're keeping to Mary's question, obviously we're casting the wide net. We're also keeping the options wide open right now as we get more information, but we just don't have enough granularity to be able to fine-tune those options.
Has the president spoken to any of those unaccounted for or any of those Americans dead?
I know that the State Department has been in touch with most of the families of those that we know have been killed. I don't know if they've talked to all of them. I have no conversations from the White House to speak to.
Thank you.
What's the level of concern that American troops who are stationed in the Middle East might be a target of Iran?
The minutes come out in 4 minutes.
Are there steps being taken to
I'll turn this down right before.
Well,
again,
sadly, our troops in the Middle East.
I'll say it right before. It's going to be a little bit of Control F. We're going to look up a couple of things. The minutes shouldn't do much. If anything, I thought PPI would have moved us more, but you never know. Tomorrow morning, though, CPI.
Never not a concern.
And there's a couple things to talk about with this speech right now.
When it comes to force protection, because some other event somewhere else could absolutely have repercussions for you and your troops. So without speaking to specifics, never do that. What the force protection measures look like, they change all the time. They certainly are adapted to the situation, and the Defense Department will and of course be able to speak to what they're doing.
And are you seeing any evidence of potential domestic threats that people might be inspired by these attacks to do harm here in the U.S. to synagogues or any other?
I know of no specific threats here domestically, based on like a spillover effect of what's happening between Israel and Hamas. I know of no specific threat streams here to speak to. But you heard the president talk about this yesterday. We're not going to assume anything. But because of the rise of anti-Semitism around the world, and certainly here at home, it makes perfect, prudent sense that we take the kind of action we have taken with local and state authorities to increase our intelligence posture, domestic intelligence posture, and to make sure that we're properly prepared to deter and disrupt any potential violent threat to the Jewish community here at home. And I think you'll hear the president talk about this a little bit more today.
Jackie, and then we'll go to the... Thank you, Crane. John, this was a massive intelligence failure. Who bears responsibility for that?
You know something, Jackie? There's going to come a time when it's appropriate for us
There's going to come a time.
Take a look back retrospectively and see what the intel picture showed us or didn't show us, whether there's any gaps that need to be closed. There's going to be a time for that. And I suspect that our Israeli counterparts will do the same thing. Now's not that time. It's just not that time.
Can you speak to the reports that Israel was warned by Egypt?
I can't.
McCall from Foreign Affairs made that allegation this morning, saying that that was something that members were told on the Foreign Affairs Committee. So has that been discussed at all, or is that something you're looking into?
I can't speak to specific intelligence matters. Again, there will be a time to look back at this, as we always do, and we will. Right now, we're sharpening the intelligence gathering and cooperation and sharing with Israel.
Find out
as
what
we
team
should,
you support.
Since they're involved in active operations, and we're making sure that they get the tools they need.
Can you define what the direct link is when you guys talk about Iran not being involved?
All right, we're going to have to mute this for a little bit. You got 1 minute until the Fed minutes, so you could go to the Fed website. This is not hard to find. Again, I'm just gonna go Control F it. We'll see. I could even play the thing in the background, but unmute it. But you're gonna get a lot of headlines. Again, what you're looking for, it's pretty much just anything as to why they did what they did with the dot plot. How are they gonna balance the risks, the balance sheet, everything along the line, soft landing, hard landing, recession, base case, just all this stuff we've been kind of looking for in every minute, but it has never arrived. So keep that in mind. You got 20 seconds. Again, it'll be on the website. All you got to do is go monetary policy, meetings and calendar, and then you will go down here. Keep refreshing. It will show up. But there will be a lot of headlines coming out. Again, if you watch the wire right here on the screen, you will also get the info. You'll see, again, pre-written statements already out. And again, a lot of headlines will hit. All right, there it is. Where's it at, baby? No immediate reaction. Little stock market move. Hold on. There it is. So you got majority of Fed officials saw one more rate increase. Critical to keep policy sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation to target. FOMC minutes, auto workers strike poses new risk of economic outlook. They said that they need more data indicating abating inflation pressures. Officials saw risks as two-sided. Said that strike could push up inflation and hold down economic activity. Officials saw monetary policy working to restrain the economy as intended. Officials saw risks from rising energy prices, banking strains, and China's slowdown. A vast majority of officials saw a path of economy as uncertain. Fed meeting took place before latest run-up in bond yields. Honestly, seems like nothing, but it also does not seem as hawkish as the meeting. That's just off of reading the top headlines. It doesn't. Remember, last minutes we had a hawkish surprise. If you remember, the only other time, there was the hawkish pause and then you had the hawkish minutes. This didn't sound as hawkish, but you're not really getting a violent reaction. Now I'm going to go through my Control F. First move is up. Bonds didn't move. Dollar down. I think it's decent for now. I think it's just more data dependent. Again, if anybody wants to read into this, though it's nothing, but you're probably going to say, is the tone more hawkish or not? That's all. Again, they did bring up the UAW, and the auto strikes, but we'll see. Let me go through here real quick. I don't know if you want. I could play this in the background while I'm Control F'ing. I'll mute it when I find something.
Thank you.
Yesterday I saw a heart-wrenching stories of testimonies of Israeli families who lost their loved one, similar to the one that made you tear up on TV. One of them is the story of Haim Katzman. His sister appealed to the Israeli government, who is a peace activist. She's asking the Israeli government not to kill civilians in Gaza in his name. Is this a message that you encourage and you carry to your Israeli partners? Considering that today we have 11 UN workers have been killed, 4 journalists, and 1,000...
So there's no mention of cut unless they're talking about foreign nations. Again, I'm going through here. They mention inflation 77 times, but nothing crazy. Again, the UAW stuff comes up a couple too, but so far it looks like all the other ones, and it does not seem any more hawkish than anything we have been presented with. I'm going to keep going, though.
And I can't stand here. I wouldn't stand here before you and try to predict that in a war, which is still raging.
They said the U.S. banking system was sound and resilient.
Some time that there won't be additional civilian casualties. I wish I could promise you that's not going to be the case, but I can't. We don't want to see any more, but I can't promise that. All I can do is repeat what the president said, that this is what differentiates democracies, modern democracies like Israel and the United States from Hamas. Hamas is deliberately, the whole purpose of the initial attacks on Saturday were to kill, to murder, to butcher, to slaughter. They weren't trying to occupy territory. They were trying to kill. And they are the ones placing the Palestinians at greater risk by headquartering themselves in hospitals and schools.
Yeah, Brian.
Thanks a lot. Hey, John. Is the White House putting forward a funding package to Congress that puts together funding for Israel with funding for the border, funding for Taiwan, and funding for Ukraine?
We're in active conversations with Congress about additional funding that we know we need specifically for Israel and for Ukraine. I'm not prepared to detail those conversations for you right now or tell you what the parameters are going to be because, frankly, those parameters haven't been yet arrived at or even decided upon. But we are in active discussions about additional funding. We need it, as I said in my opening statement.
Oh, thank you. Could you give a little bit of an update on what the administration is doing?
Again, another thing they talked about, I could read it to you, or I'll have AI do it, but there's a quote on real yields, and then they were even mentioning how interest rates went up 40 basis points ahead of the last meeting. I think right now, interest rates have already gone up like 100 almost or 80 in the last week or so. So that's another thing to keep in mind. But again, everything they were talking about this with rates going up and not as much. So this is kind of dated. Yeah, the reaction is very small. It's not more hawkish. It's not more dovish. It punts to all of the data like we've talked about for tomorrow. They mention yields, but then again, last time there was minutes, and then even right now, there was this gigantic. It's a world's difference. They were talking about 40 basis points in a month. We did that in a day or something like that. So it's pretty wild to think about. But other than that, it's not. There's nothing jarring, and even the bond market. I think that bond auction was more jarring than not. I'll look up those revision things now. Good find. Let me see.
I have a question on the role tech platforms are playing right now. The EU has specifically asked Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg to crack down on misleading information related to the attacks on Israel. Has the administration had this kind of engagement? Is it making the same kind of demands?
I'm not aware of any such discussions with tech companies about that.
Thank you so much. The U.S. has been warning since Saturday that hostile parties should not be escalating the conflict at this time. What evidence do you have about whether that message has been heeded?
It's not the kind of thing that they, phone in and say, okay, got it. We have not seen to date, we have not seen another actor intentionally try to widen the conflict. All we can go is by what we're seeing and we're not seeing. It's important that we send that signal with the arrival of that carrier strike group and with the rhetoric, of course, coming out from our administration. We'll keep doing that.
And what variables and within what time frame would the U.S. look to consider when making a decision about deploying additional assets to the region?
I think it's going to depend on how things are going in the region. Again, we don't want to see this conflict widen any more than it already has. Israel's focus rightly on Hamas. Opening up additional fronts for them, obviously, would be just a horrible scenario. We don't want to see that happen.
Peter.
Congressman Lawler just said on TV that they're expecting an announcement within 24 hours about an airlift to the U.S. citizens. Can you tell us anything about that?
I don't have any details for you on that. I would just tell you, Peter, that we're in State Department is in active touch with American citizens in Israel. Many of them, as you well know, are dual nationals, to try to make sure that A, we've got the connection, and B, that we know if they have any concerns.
Yeah, so this is Awaz. That's very interesting. So they did bring up revisions. Where is today? So look at here's today. This one's wild, bro. You might have some real ones at the Fed. If you heard the bling, 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 I was going through every Fed minutes this year. Bro, they don't mention this. So this is a new development. This is actually quite interesting. A few participants observed that there were challenges in assessing the state of the economy because some data continued to be volatile and subject to large revisions. Every other time they've mentioned revisions, again, some of them they don't mention it at all. Here they've talked about revisions to price data of inflation going down in March. This one they talk about revisions, positive ones to PCE, but this is the first time, again, saying some members have brought up, kind of the difficulty in assessing. So it's like big, but not really, but it's kind of, you got somebody in the Fed. That's very interesting, just in my opinion, but that is somewhat new. Then you got the bonds moving up now, and then stocks not moving there. Dollar, I think you're going to need this to play along, but like I said yesterday, dollar, we were way higher with the dollar at the same level. Banking issues, unfortunately, no, because they said sound and resilient. I don't think they touch. I'll look up right now, I'll see, but what I read right now on the banks already, they literally said they think it's sound and resilient. But the only issue would be like held to maturity if they have any issues on that, or related to quantitative tightening and how that could end up hurting them more. That would be the only thing, but I'll take a look. Yeah, but the Fed is kind of addressing the difficulty of revisions. I find that very interesting. Again, that is under the heading of like participants' views on current conditions. So literally you have them ending it almost talking about how, again, not only is the data volatile, it's subject to revisions, and they either have never mentioned revisions. Only other time they brought it up this year is why they justified policy. They literally said a downward revision here, upward revision here. It made us act like this. And now they're just saying, well, yeah, it's difficult to assess. So very interesting. Bonds moving more, stocks still in their own world.
To make sure that state and non-state actors get the message that you want to keep this contained. So how does it help that effort when you have statements like Senator Graham on Capitol Hill saying, if Hezbollah in the north attacks Israel in strength, we should tell the Ayatollah we will destroy your oil refineries and your oil infrastructure. How worried are you about statements like that?
I'll let members of Congress speak for their comments and what they think should be done or should not be done. The president's the commander-in-chief. The responsibility is on his shoulders. And he's also, of course, a strong supporter of Israel, has been for his entire life in public service. We have to answer for the policy decisions that we make, and we're comfortable doing that.
Thank
you.
Yeah, it's okay.
Honor's head is right there. Just scoot down a little bit. I'm kidding.
On the humanitarian corridor, I know you said there's conversations ongoing. Could you provide some more detail? I mean, what would the U.S.'s involvement in that be? Are we talking encouraging conversations with Israel and Egypt? Would we have direct involvement in creating some kind of a humanitarian corridor here for the 2 million plus people to leave? They have no option at this point.
RVMD?
We want to see that they have an option.
RVMD is going crazy.
Israel and Egypt are the two most significant players when it comes to trying to get that corridor open. So I think you can understand.
You're getting that on first candle.
I wouldn't want to get into too much of the.
And I got something for you, Mitch. I'm gonna let AI do it for you.
But we are having active conversations.
But they talked about commercial real estate
and
the bankings, and they're worried about that. But again, other than that, they said sound and resilient.
Netanyahu have a conversation about this?
I don't have anything on VMD.
As I said in my first answer, I'm not going to get into too much of the diplomacy here.
And could you get into specifics on the aid that you said the U.S. would want to provide to the Gaza Strip? I mean, with food, water, medications, what kind of aid would the U.S. want to provide?
The normal kind of humanitarian assistance we provide normally. I mean, we are the biggest contributor to humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people, particularly there in Gaza, and we want to see that. We want to be able to see that assistance continue. So it's food, water, medical supplies.
I
medicine.
got you guys ready. They're related
It's the
to
whole panoply
Mirati.
of humanitarian assistance. So we know.
So literally, MRTX that got bought out, they're related to them.
Hamas to do this.
RVMD is a sympathy.
So in the amount of
That's all I can find on it.
that's going.
So
I don't have
literally,
any
Bristol
new
Myers
announcements to make in
announced
terms of increases. We want to
acquisition
see
of
that we
Mirati,
are
a
the
top
greatest
supplier
contributor
of
humanitarian
Revolution.
assistance. We're obviously proud of that. We want to be able to see that humanitarian assistance be able to continue.
Go ahead, Ed.
I want to ask you about oil, if I could, and the money that it's bringing in. So is the amount of oil that's being brought in by Iran, specifically records amount, 85% to China, and more oil being sold above the price cap from Russia, giving the president any pause on changing these energy policies for fossil fuels here in the U.S.?
Let me back up a little bit. I mean, it's important to remember that Iran gets most of its oil revenue off the black market, and evading sanctions, which they do, it's costly to them. In fact, our evidence is that they really only receive a fraction of the market value of the oil that they sell because they have to sell it on the black market. We will always, as we do in any case, typically revisit sanctions regimes to see if they need to be changed or adjusted, specifically with respect to Iranian oil. The president, since the beginning of the administration, has been concerned about making sure we have a viable global market for oil, working hard to keep the prices of
RevMed's
gasoline
up
down here in the
13
United
now.
States. Part of that is making
Jeez.
sure you remove some of the volatility.
You got that
in
early.
Global supply and demand.
Again,
I
there's no
don't have
news
any
on it. It's
announcements or decisions
Mirati,
to make
MRTX.
today
That was
with
the
respect to
buyout
any
last week.
changes, to the domestic
Oh, I'm
oil
a business,
production.
baby.
It's a national security issue
Run
when
that,
you
baby.
have countries that are profiting off of oil and the increased price of oil that
And then
don't
here
like
for,
Israel, that don't like America.
For Mitch, here is what was said about the banks. I'll have Josh AI do it for you.
Several participants noted, however, that the tightening of credit conditions resulting from the banking
I just
stresses
got-
earlier in the
it's
year was
straight
likely
from
to
the
be less
minutes.
severe than they previously expected. A number of participants expressed concerns about vulnerabilities in the CRE sector. Many participants commented that they expected that the auto workers' strike would, in the near term, result in a slowdown in production of motor vehicles and parts and possibly put upward pressure on automobile prices, but that these effects would be temporary. With respect to the agricultural sector,
Then they just go on with that. But they literally, anytime banking, they bring up the, what's it called? Anytime it's banking, they start bringing up all the other stuff. Here's a couple more updates.
the minutes mention an interesting observation about China's real estate problems and slowing economy. Even though China was facing difficulties, IT didn't seem to be causing major concerns in international markets, at least for the moment.
J&J gets sympathy. There's one more.
The Fed is now not only concerned about inflation but also worried about the potential harm to the economy caused by keeping interest rates too high.
There you go. These are just updates. And then the other one, like I'm saying, though, anything else, if you want me to find anything, you tell me. I'll go through the minutes and then I could paste it into here. But this isn't really that much. There's a couple of tweaks. They're worried about other factors a little bit that they're bringing up. Slight mention of revisions, but I mean, punt. It's all punting to the other one. And remember, the last minutes were hawkish. It was the hawkish pause, and things were very hawkish. So, again, right off the bat, my first read, you didn't even watch the market have a knee-jerk reaction, but this wasn't as crazy as the other one in the sense that it wasn't as hawkish, nothing more hawkish, nothing less. They are bringing up other factors, but again, I don't think it's going too crazy. And then RVMD, yeah, that's going nuts. I think it could be I don't want to start the rumor. It's related to MRTX. So MRTX got bought out a couple days ago. They're in the same biotech space. It's running 13% on no news. You could do whatever you want, but that's it. I don't have a play on it, but we called it out right now. We caught it on the first candle.
Do you see?
I think in the immediate term right now, we can continue to support, with the authorities and the appropriations we have, Israel and Ukraine. But we're certainly running out of runway.
All right, just a couple more. Go ahead, Phil.
Thank you, Corinne. Two questions. Given the situation in the Middle East, will the White House lean on the Senate to move some of these military promotions more quickly and one by one, if necessary? And then second, more generally, Given that Hamas has killed 22 Americans and that 17 are still in hostage, I know you said
DKS on the high.
not to widen the conflict.
DKS kind of
But why has
popping.
the United States
And then
only
market
assumed
too. The bonds are just still holding up wildly.
So on your first question, the
See if dollar could chill out.
what's going on in Israel right now just underscores how important it is that our military has the leadership they need in place. And it's not just the ones that are in the jobs now that are being held up, it's the jobs they're supposed to go to. I mean, right now, the incoming Fifth Fleet commander, the 3-star Navy admiral who's in charge of the naval forces in the Gulf region, is not confirmed for that job. So the guy who's in the job is still doing it. So these rotations matter, and they do have an impact on the military's ability to fleet up and improve the leadership capability across the force. So it is having an impact, and it would anyway. But I think now that you've got these moves in Israel and you have the need to provide additional military resources from the Navy and the Eastern Med, all I think just highlights how dynamic the security environment is around the world and how much more critical it is that the leadership of the military be able to address that dynamism through the normal promotion process and the normal assignment process. I would take issue with your a comment about a supplemental role. I'm not really quite sure what you mean by that, but
to assess and offer advice and counsel.
that's right, we are. That's right, and we're going to continue to have those conversations with the Israelis. If you're talking about the hostage recovery efforts, we'll have those conversations. But
What the fuck? Did you just cut out the audio? Yeah, bro, this is the White House YouTube channel. Commit to the message that 2 very quick questions about follow-up on the
hard,
report.
hour by hour. But I'm not going to
that
stand
was
up here
weird.
and lie to you and say
That
that
was
we
really
have it all
weird.
figured out.
Yes, thank you, John. Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you, John. And Jews across the world are appreciative for this administration's support, both the words and indeed. I'd like to convey this message to you. A few very quick questions. I want to follow up on the reports that Hamas is calling for their general mobilization on Friday, October 13th. Are there any specific proactive measures that American Jews should take, in your opinion?
You mean here at home?
Here at home.
Well, first of all, I mean, and you've heard the president talk about this. We understand the anxious, the anxiety, the concern. Certainly, here in the United States, as anti-Semitism unfortunately rears its head, but also we know that the Jewish community is almost like a family. It's big, but it's small. And everybody knows somebody. And we know that there's so many Americans in the Jewish community here who are worried about friends and family members that are there. We share that worry with them. We want them to know that we know that there's fear, and that we're going to do everything we can to reduce that level of fear, that they should be able to worship and recreate and work in peace and safety on every street in the United States of America. And that's why we're working so closely with state and local authorities to be able to identify any potential threats and disrupt those threats before.
I've never
before
heard
they happen.
recreate
But
as like a verb.
We want the Jewish community over there,
Like
and certainly here
recreation,
to know
like
that we're with
recreate. I don't. That's
I've got one
amazing.
more question, John.
Who is he? Remember the other guy
In
who's
the
like
event
wherewithal
Israel strikes Iran,
off the
what
dome,
levels
bro.
of support can they
Recreate.
anticipate from
That's
this
a
I won't
different
get into
tense.
hypothetical operations that haven't happened yet, or what policy options might accrue from that. I just won't do it.
Mary, you have the last question.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I know you said that it's been so hard to get any information out about U.S. hostages, but have you gotten any proof of life?
I'm not aware of any specific proof of life on any individual hostage. And I would say that of the 17 that Karine talked about that we know are missing, right now, and again, this is going to change, but right now we think the number that we know or we believe are held hostage is very small, like less than a handful. But that could change over time. We're going to get more information every single day.
You talked about the need to get, the U.S. was supporting trying to get more humanitarian assistance into Gaza. The UN human rights chief said that any siege that would cut off necessary supplies like food and water could also be a violation of international law. Is that how the U.S. sees it?
I think I'm just gonna not get ahead of where we are right now, if you'll just let me do that. Okay, thanks, everybody.
Thank you. All right, guys, we have a few minutes.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Admiral. I don't know if you guys have any more questions. Admiral? Yeah.
So the CBO yesterday said that the budget deficit totaled 1.7 trillion, which is an increase from 300 billion from last year. Why did the deficit increase if the U.S. economy is doing so well, as President Biden has said?
So a couple of things. As you know, the president has, when it comes to the deficit, he has done a record amount of work in reducing the deficit, as you just laid out. One of the things that we have seen is that congressional Democrats continue to do the trickle-down economics, which we know it doesn't work, right? You've heard us call meganomics, right? And so it has increased the deficit. It has increased even more than it was anticipated. And so this is what we believe is Maganomics deficit. And the reason why, just a couple of things to lay out here, if you think about the Republican tax cuts, they are responsible for about 90% of the increase in the debt as a share of the economy, and that's over the last 2 decades, right? This is for some time now. And that's including that one-time emergency spending. And so if you look at 2023, the increase, as you just laid out, the falling tax revenue caused 63% of the increase in the deficit, and the non-interest spending was not responsible for the increase in the deficit in 2023, but it's causing just 6% of the increase. So that's how we see this, the numbers from the CBO. That's how we kind of break it down. That's how it's been broken down, and how we see why the deficit has increased. Again, this is decades and decades. If you think about it, of trickle-down economics that just doesn't work. It doesn't work, and we see that in the numbers from yesterday. Okay.
House Republicans are suggesting that another CR bill could be needed, potentially into next year. Would the president support such a bill and delay?
It's not that confused. It's super core deficit.
I'm not going to get ahead or get
You just got to this super core and exclude, and then the 10, 20 years, and then just revise it.
House Republicans have to figure out who's going to be the next leader. As the president said, he doesn't have a vote in that. They have to make that decision as they're moving forward in figuring that out. But what we want to see happening is that we want the House and Congress to get back to work, so that we can deliver for the American people. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals, not going to get into their process here, but certainly they're trying to figure it out right now in the chaos that they've caused.
If there is another CR bill, though, does the president want to see Ukraine and Israel aid in that package?
I mean, we've been very clear. We believe, and this is something that Jake said yesterday, like we are capable as the United States, right, to be able to give additional funding to Israel, to give additional funding to Ukraine. This is something that we are capable of doing, and the importance of doing that is clearly important. I'm not going to there's going to be a path forward that the OMB director is going to lay out and see the best way to move forward. I'm not going to get ahead of that. You heard the president yesterday saying that he is going to, as you just iterated, that he's going to ask for more funding as it relates to Israel. I'm just not going to get ahead of that process. But this is something, again, that Jake said, that we are capable of doing that, capable of providing the assistance that's needed.
Just before we came out here, Republicans voted to nominate Congressman Scalise as the Speaker. He obviously hasn't gotten the support of the entire caucus yet. I was wondering if the White House is monitoring that, and if you have any comment on a potential Speaker of Scalise.
Look, I hope that the House Republicans gets their affairs in order and stops the chaos so that we can, they can select the speakers of their choosing, so that we can move forward and do the people's business. We're not part of the process. We're not going to comment about the process. As the president has said, he doesn't have a vote in that process, but we want to see the chaos
be done with, so that we can deliver on for the American people. As you heard today, the president made a very important announcement on junk fees, right? Something that Americans care about. Another way to lower cost for Americans. So the president's continuing, even with the chaos that they're causing on the other side of Pennsylvania Avenue. The president every day is continuing to deliver for the American people, clearly being a leader on the world stage as we're talking about the horrific attack in Israel, as we're talking about how we're going to, the need to continue the Ukraine funding. So the president is doing all of that, and we're waiting. We're waiting for them to get their business in order. Okay, Kayla.
How soon after House leadership gets settled is the administration prepared to send a new supplemental request?
I don't have a timeline for you. I think the president said next week, right? He mentioned next week as it relates to Israel and when the Senate gets back. I just don't have anything specific or any details to lay out on the exact timeline.
And how closely does it hew to what the administration put forward in August with the addition of new funding for Israel?
Again, we're going to try and figure out the best
this is
path
about
forward.
to end, so do your stretches, like push-ups, because that's what I'm doing right now. Okay? Get the body moving a little bit,
Do you have
Chad.
a list of attendees
Good
for
time.
today's meeting on anti-Semitism?
Again, mark it.
So we'll have
pop
a
from the minutes,
list for
but
all
it
of
was
you, a
really
readout
nothing.
of that
We're
later
still
on.
within the
About,
range of the
I
day.
believe,
Same with the
20
bonds.
leaders, from the Jewish community. I laid out the staff, the senior staffers who were going to be participating on our end, and we'll certainly have a more in-depth readout afterwards.
Thanks, Corinne. On junk fees, most of the fees they talked about are disclosures and don't reduce, but the ones that do reduce, isn't this just a game of whack-a-mole and those fees will pop up somewhere else?
Look, no, not at all. These are FTC rule covers many junk fees. And just to lay out a little bit, and I think you've heard this from many of our folks here in the past 24 hours, why this is so important. They cost consumers tens of billions of dollars if you think about junk fees. That's what they cost consumers. And this FTC rule would ban many of them, as I just laid out, and including event tickets, hotels, car rentals, delivery apps, and apartment rentals. And so this is a CFPB's crackdown. It's important. The president has been very clear throughout when he talks about his economic plan, he talks about how he's going to move forward to deliver for the American people and lowering costs. And this is part of that, lowering costs, making people's lives, Americans' lives, a little bit easier. So we do not see this as a whack-a-mole. We believe that the junk fees will cover many of the fees that we see out there, as I just listed out. Right behind you, okay?
Thank you. This is related to the situation in the House, but is it the view of the White House that the Gang of Eight has, an intelligence Gang of Eight that receives the top-level briefings from the executive branch, has 8 members, or is the Speaker pro tem
Strikes deal to sell Green Sky to 6th Street.
I would refer
That's like
you
the
to
second
to,
small
Speaker
bank
Pro
that's
Tem.
like sold
I
off a
don't have
unit
that information
recently.
for you. I would just refer you to his office. All right, I'm going
You
to
haven't called on me in 2 seasons, Corinne.
and not calling on you today. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
You should be ashamed
Go
of
ahead.
that.
Go ahead.
That shows
Go ahead.
disrespect to a free and
Go
independent
ahead.
media. It's black.
I'm going to
one of
close.
our country's
I'm going
largest and most widely read newspapers, Corinne.
Wow.
For a free and independent press.
Damn.
Go ahead. I'm calling on somebody who I haven't called in a long time.
That's why we watch, baby. That's why we
wasn't
watch.
the president originally scheduled to attend?
He just said what you wanted to say.
But there was this roundtable later this afternoon.
He just, bro, did y'all hear that?
Yesterday was published.
Well, as you know, the president
he said,
tends
shame
to do
on you,
drop-bys
bro.
on the day of.
He said, are
The
you
president's
for
schedule
real?
has been incredibly busy over the last couple of days, as you know.
She thought
right,
she was
with
going to
the
laugh it
situation
off,
that's
too, and
currently
everybody was
happening
laughing
Israel,
in there, and he
making
just
calls, meeting with
he
his
got really, really serious.
NSC team, and he believed because the leaders were coming in that he wanted to drop by and have a conversation and say that we are there with them. This happens all the time. It's not unusual for us to announce a drop by, and so this is what you're seeing today. And we believe this is going to be incredibly important for the president to be there with the Jewish leaders in the communities, and so it's important. It's going to be an important moment.
Is there anything you can tell us about this incident that happened with Congressman Van Orden and White House staff? Apparently he was belligerent during the briefing on the attacks in Israel, was shouting profanity at them. Is there anything you can tell us about that incident?
No, I don't have anything to share beyond what you're reporting or the reportings from out of that. All right. No, we're going to go because we have to get ready for the Jewish leaders. Thanks, everybody.
Damn. What was it? Here what?
For you, I think the president said next week, right? He mentioned
in August.
Our disclosures and don't.
Event tickets, hotels, car rentals, delivery apps, and apartment rentals. And so
We'll
this is a
we'll get the replay.
CFPB's.
This is related to the situation in the House.
How do you speed
but
it?
is it the view of the White House that the Gang of Eight has, the intelligence Gang of Eight that receives the top-level briefings from the executive branch, has 8 members, or is the Speaker Pro Tem, Mr. McHenry, getting the security
they
briefings
talk
at the very
hella
top level,
slow.
or are there effectively only 7 members?
President Biden to announce
I don't have
$750
any
million
information.
for regional.
Call me 2 seasons, Kareem.
And not calling on you today. Go ahead.
See, that's where it started.
Ashamed
Go
of
ahead.
that.
Go ahead.
That shows
Go ahead.
disrespect to a free and independent
Go ahead.
media to blacklist
I'm gonna
one of
quote-
our country's
I'm gonna-
largest and most widely read newspapers, Kareem. That shows contempt
Yeah.
for a free and independent press.
Go ahead. I'm calling on somebody who I haven't called in a long time as well. Go ahead.
Thanks. Why wasn't the president?
Yeah, that, right? I don't know who that was. He just said something. He was like, you haven't called on me. I don't know. He didn't say his name. He literally was just like, he was going along the lines of, he was just like, you haven't called on me in 2 seasons. And then she's like, I'm not calling on you again. And then went and he was like, how dare you? He's like, that's, it wasn't like, I don't think he took it as playful as she thought it was there. Yeah, then he kind of, I don't know who it was. I have no idea who that was. I don't know who it was. I'm sure, go on Twitter. You'll find out. I'm sure someone was like, did you see that? No, the other guy is Simon. If the other guy who was your breakup affecting your job, that was Simon. Honestly, they've been grilling her the last 2 months, low key. That's why I think. But that one, she started off sassy, and then he was just like, "That's so disrespectful." Like that was like when you make a joke and then it's like everybody gets offended. I think that's kind of what happened there. I don't think she expected that was going to be the reaction. And then he was like, "Yeah, son." Yeah, Saki would be proud. But yeah, they've been grilling her, and I don't know. I think the nature of everything going on, you could tell. Again, the whole like Israeli thing is just it's a lot of tension. Like if you haven't noticed, like it's just everyone's like, "What side are you on? What's this?" Again, it's bringing in and drawing in support and detraction from all corners. You know what I mean? This isn't something everybody rallied around and agrees on as easy as anything else in the past. You know, if you really think about all the controversial stuff, this has way more history and tension than not. So a lot of again, the last 2 days of listening to these, like, we've heard more like hard-hitting questions in 48 hours than I think we've heard in 48 months almost. So it's pretty wild, but I think that's a sign of the times for now. So we'll see, man. We'll see. It's a wedge issue. That's it. Again, and it's surrounded by so much, again, violence in history that I think you're actually getting people asking these questions, and again, that's why everyone's just kind of a little bit more tension. I told you this would happen coming into next year, so I didn't know this would be it, and I still think it'll get more, but we'll see what happens. But that again, what do we call it the other day? Feistiness. Remember, everybody was feisty. And I was even like laughing. I was like, damn. But I definitely think the feistiness is increasing as just a lot of global tensions. Mm-mm. Oh yeah, the minutes. There's nothing else, nothing crazy. Honestly, we went over a lot. I could copy and paste statements if you'd want to read them, or if you want to hear them. But at the end of the day, that was it. It was. I'm surprised we're up. Elf was running since yesterday. Dollar's down though. Again, bonds good. You even had a bad bond auction. You've pretty much recovered the bond auction now after the minutes. But that's it, man. Where Janikowski at? Where my punters at? You punt till tomorrow morning. I mean, again, we may make a move. The market's kind of holding up that squeezy vibe. I mean, we were green in the morning, spent a couple of hours in the red. Now, I mean, S&P and NASDAQ are still green, barely. And then Dow's about to go green here. We could still work our way up. Dollar trying to get back to opening. So we will see. Everything on the news is false. But I hope you guys realize that in this situation, your traditional media, public figures, even organizations and groups that advocate and were a part of a lot of that, and nobody agrees. That's why I'm like, I hope you guys all see that where, you're like, it's easy, just trust support whoever the media doesn't support, but it's like, you realize the media and then even Black Lives Matters have a very different stance on this topic. You could go down the list, go take your LeBron James and go take Bella Hadid. You're going to have very different responses. That's why this is a lot more of a, again, that's why I think the question, everybody's grilling now in the questions because you don't have everybody rallying around the same sort of like, it's just not, again, go get a vaccine. That was easy for a lot of people to say, well, it's for your health. It's for the health of, there wasn't history, religion. There wasn't a lot of things. There wasn't cultures, oppression. Like, again, they're just, people got behind it. They told you to wear a mask. They told you a lot of things you had more cohesiveness in getting people to agree on it more. So, I don't know, man. I got asked who owns the Holy Land. I answered Rome. Apparently, that was not the right answer. It sucks because, like, I can still laugh at that, but like, now you say that today. Sometimes somebody might, they might take a lot of offense to that. So yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. And get ready. It's still election year on the way, but peace and love, my brother. I've been telling you for a while. Peace and love. RVMD came back down. Goldman too. Again, I'm pretty much waiting for to see if Dow goes green or SPY goes red. Pick your poison, my brother. God bless you. Well, thank you. But don't get mad at me, too, though. You know what I'm saying? That's like, you're like, God bless you, Josh. Like 5 minutes ago, you're like, why you play this fucking shit? So I feel you, man. And I'm just, I think education, love, and peace. And it's, it's the same thing. Even like, listening to all that stuff. At the end of the day, it's been years and years ago that, we've always listened to government stuff, and that's just what it is. But I really think love and prevails. I'm here because of love, man. Again, even with the hatred and the bans and whatever else it may be, it's just like, it's love. And I think the more everybody, I have a lot of faith in everybody in here and even the younger generation that the more they know, eventually they will, you will find the truth always. And if you want the truth, it will find you. Sometimes you don't want it. Again, ignorance is a beautiful thing. I don't say that negatively. I say that biblically. Again, go read the book of Ecclesiastes. And you'll see. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, again, life is life. You could choose to live your life one way or the other, and honestly, it is very peaceful not knowing certain things, and there's so many things to it. So, love, peace, education, and that's it, man. Finger to the sky. TLT above 80, 90. We'll see, man. That's what I do. I do have a lot of faith, and I don't know. Again, eventually, it sucks because there's a lot of bad things that happen. But you know, I do believe in. I hope you do too. I mean, you got to believe in a bigger plan. But like ultimately, it's the same thing. You know, people are gonna go through stuff, and they are gonna learn. You know, the more you get exposed to it, like eventually, it's very simple. Get lied to enough, you'll eventually learn, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it, man. Like, it's very, very in all aspects of life, you know? So it's like, I have faith that people will learn. Again, one day you will support violence and you won't even realize it. And you know, you will get older one day and you will, and as you go through certain life experiences, you'll feel a certain way about it. But everybody has their own journey. It's the same thing with money, same thing with everything else. And that's why too, man, just get a long term and stay positive. Amen. Ecclesiastes is my book. There's nothing new under the sun, my brother. I'm literally. That's it, bro. I'm pretty sure, you know, my biblical people can correct me, but off of the phonetics of it all, I'm pretty sure this Israel-Palestine stuff goes back. Obviously, there wasn't sovereign nations, but I'm pretty sure this goes back to like David and Goliath, like Israel and the Philistines. Like it runs deep, man. It runs deep. I don't know if that deep, but it's arguable. Arguable. It is crazy. Not that bad. It depends how you view it. Like I said, arguable. Do you have to pay dividends on IRA? No. IRA, if it stays in the IRA, you don't pay them. I think you pay the first amount, or when you cash out, you'll pay on something, but I don't think it has the same like yearly reporting or not. Anyone heard of Kevin Gates? I'll be running the spotlight on his show tonight. Let's go, baby. Yeah, bro, Kevin Gates. I got 2 phones. I don't know if he'd be happy that I said a song from like 15 years ago, which that song is mad old by now if you don't know this. That, again, even 2020 election is like 3 years old, bro. You're getting old, I know. Me too, bro, me too. But yeah, Kevin Gates. Yeah, he does say some out-of-pocket stuff. I can't. I don't know. I love his music. I go back and forth with Mr. Kevin. He goes, it's hard. But he'll say some stuff where I'm like, facts. And then he'll say some stuff I'm like, what the hell? Why? What am I listening to? Hold on. Yo, hold up. Yeah, very, very wild. Very, very wild. Spy basically nothing. I mean, it's good. You got all day. I don't know, man. Like, I hope y'all don't, like, bro, the last couple weeks were Bond carnage. This was like me going against rookies in Halo 2, bro. Dude, the last 2 weeks of Bond. So, like, yo, as long as Bond yields aren't dying, then you know what I'm saying? Like, that, it's a good day. It's a good day, bro. It's a good day over the last couple days. Again, Bond stabilizing, finding where they actually chill, like that. That's very, very important. How you feeling? You feel me, bro? I'm feeling good, man. Good to be here. Good to be alive. I mean, the world's crazy, but I think people are learning more every day. So that's I guess the bittersweetness, but God is good, man. God is good. The weed stocks all red. I mean, if they drop before end of the year, I'd be down to play it for next year. They're still holding ever since those last couple days. Yeah, Steve Scalise is now the Speaker of the House. I think they voted him in and everything. I got to double check, but that was earlier. Karuta? What? Japan's Vice Minister of International Affairs, Kanda. Conflict between, this is like 10 minutes old, between Israel and Hamas already affecting markets through tight impact on global economy. Hard to read. Authorities ready to respond depending on developments. Oh, they will not vote? So they just select, like he won the running for the Senate. Now the House needs to vote. Oh, yo, where's Birkenstock? More like Birkin clap. Bro, that's crazy. Thank you, E-Trade. I was kind of mad. I got my 8 shares out of 1,000, but they would have robbed me. They said, you don't want those problems, sir. Bro, that's awful. You haven't had an IPO like of that high status, price below in a long time. I don't even know which IPO fell below. Like with a brand name that you all like know about. Yeah, Burke. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. You call them hipster chonkless. I feel low key. Well, my mom, bro, it's the cork. It's the cork. That's pretty funny, though. I like hipster chonkless. I could get behind that. Where's Walgreens? Remember, Walgreens was up 7% in the morning. They have earnings tomorrow. I can't believe it. It's already Friday Junior tomorrow. And then it's, oh my gosh. And then we have CPI. And that's it. And then you get then you don't have to worry about anything else. And then we'll know. And then earnings, actually. You will have stuff to worry about. But by that point, it should be a lot smoother unless Israel wants to do anything about that. Tesla to use over-compensated for stainless steel panels. Who's that? I've never heard of over-compensated. FNGR. Finger motion. Amazon. Somebody said it. I did kind of forget. Amazon kind of popping into the highs right now. But it is Prime Day. Isn't that wild? I didn't really know, but it sounds about right. I think I got a monitor last Prime Day. But like it is Prime Day. Bond play. I'm going to hold mine. I mean, that one bond play I got blown out in the last 2 weeks. Now, actually not really. I didn't position, but I'm down like $1,000 on it now. It was down a lot more. Oh no, it came back down. I'm down like 1780, 1790. But I'm down a whole. I mean, again, it's either CPI kills everything or not, and then the bonds might still try to play the we're priced in game. So we'll see. Prime Day, just a way for Amazon to unload their inventory. I mean, sometimes there's good deals, but did you see what they did last time? Like last time, there was like a tracker of the prices ahead of the deals, and like they just like fake the prices sometimes. So like it'll say like you're getting 50% off, and they'll just use like a high MSRP like ahead of everything, like a week or two before, and then they'll lower the price. Yeah, they increase and then discount back to normal. But then some electronics you could get good deals though. I'm telling you, I paid like $500, $400 for one of those like 50-inch curved Samsung monitors or something. This was last year. I got a really good deal on it. I was like, I'll buy that any day. So there's like some TVs and electronics. You know, you could look. If you know what you're buying, it might be cheap. But yeah, like it's a lot of stuff. Like if you just buy the random shit and you're like, ooh, 90% off. Like, nah. You got to know what you want. I did a 4K Fire TV. Is that Amazon? They got an Amazon. I didn't know Amazon made a TV. We're working our way up. Bonds still chilling. Again, dollar calmed down. Still borderline levels of yesterday. And I don't know. Where are we? We're like at yesterday, but we're not like at that. It's a weird spot, especially when you look at the numbers. Because it looks like actually, let me check the NASI. Still kind of looks the same. It's a nice smart TV. You use it only for blooming above the monitors. Is that a 4K Fire Stick? No, I think it's a TV. The 49 ultra wide going for $700. I think that's the one I have. I think I got maybe it was $499 or $599. I got it super cheap. I bought it. I have. It sucks though. I have like a little crack in it though. I'm just a savage. I got a little crack in there, but it's good. I'm gonna see if Amazon will take it back. Sometime the electronics go back to prime prices later on before Christmas. Yeah, 100%. Alaska Air cut, Allegiant. A lot of airline price targets just came in. And then Tempest positive volatility. That thing's what, 2,000% now? Not bad. 2,938% and halted. Okay. What time is it? Is it almost hour? Oh, yalla, habibi. 5 minutes. Remember, it was slow in the morning, but where do these days go, Chad? Where do these days go? And I don't know. I'm gonna try to like stream 2K tonight, but like I've just been saving my voice, Chad. So I've been playing. Me and Mikey been playing games, but other than that, I mean, if you see me on, I don't know. I'm gonna try to. I don't want to stream and not talk, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to stream and talk. Yeah, I'm seeing what's up. I'll ask my girlfriend before she heads out about the watch thing. Because she's going back to Swaziland soon. But again, I told her the order. I don't think it's there. But if you want anything like that, if it comes next time, I'll just buy it. And then that was my plan in the beginning. Put me in. Add me, bro. You're already on there. You just got to invite. I don't know, because I'll invite you, though. I'm going to go through every time, and I'll go on there. Yeah, see, bro, we need to get, but I don't know, bro. I'm slowly becoming the Batman of 2K. You know that? I play solo mode, and whatever team has me wins. That's it. I'm the swing player, bro. That's it. I just come in. I drop my 30 and I go home. PPI high, CPI high. You would love to think so, but PPI factors more into the PCE. Now, this is what we talked about earlier. We have to be humble in our approach like we are Jerome Powell in the Fed. And what I mean by that is that last time we had an issue, you know, it was, again, or any data, all of last week, the preliminary data, it didn't show what the non-farm showed. If you remember the jobs report, then the ADP, it was just all over the place. So it's not a good sign, but this close to the event, we don't know. And then again, even the Fed brought it up, the revisions. Unfortunately, we got to watch out. Mm-hmm. Very good call on the Cybertruck news. Who is that company, though? I don't know. I feel like they would have moved more, and then we had United Steel and MT running today. So a lot of those are actually moving. And then we're holding again. It's 2 minutes, a minute and a half till power hour. No bubble chart, my brother. No bubble chart, unfortunately. I mean, does anybody care about it anymore? Bro, I ain't heard nobody talk about anything like what happened to Max Payne. You remember Max Payne? They treat it like the movie in the video game. Now, I ain't hear nobody. Bro, that used to be like, oh, yeah, every Friday, bro. We ain't hear about it. And then maybe next time the market goes up, they'll blame 0 days. It's crazy, bro. We have not heard it in a while. It's the OG bullet time. It's wild. It's literally, it just don't even matter anymore. It used to be the bubbles, the Max Payne. Now they'll just fucking... On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, traders find out the market will inflict pain everywhere. It'll only have pain up until this is where they'll get the most money. And they took everybody's money. They can only take this much of this. It's a limited amount. There was no limit. Don't worry. It'll get better once we get the voice back. It was good, though, while it lasted. It lasted for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It lasted for a little bit. It did, you know, it was nice looking at it. You know, you kind of saw it. Like, bro, there were 6 weeks in a row where you were like, yep, Max Payne is legit. I think they made websites and everything. And then all of it took like 2 volatile events. And we were like, what the fuck? And then we abandoned it, unfortunately. All right. Is it not commercial? The longest daily win. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram, @TheTradingAttorney. I love you. Power hour, baby. Welcome.
Several times today. Currently hanging on to some very slight gains as the bond market keeps its
Is the bond market open?
The bond market is open. Yields are down a little bit. Actually, you're looking on the 2-year, up a little bit. But it was interesting. We got a 10-year auction. There were a lot of eyeballs on this auction. It did not go over so well. Definitely tailed through. And that was interesting because really the story this week has been finally that haven complexion of bonds coming back in.
Absolutely. Here, though you do see a little bit of a bid in emerging markets. WTI on the back foot once again. Flip up the board here because we came into this morning with the focus on inflation. The PPI numbers came in a little bit hot, though. We should point out when you look at the complexion of those numbers, it seems to suggest we won't necessarily see the same upside surprise out of CPI tomorrow morning here. But you take a look at the inflation expectations here that the Fed tracks here 1 year ahead and 3 years ahead. I don't know. You see the 3 years starting to tick back up just a little bit slightly, but But I don't know. You can look at that chart and say maybe they are anchored, inflation expectations.
Yeah, if you're an optimist, you would say,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, look at that line. It's come down so much. Of course, the pessimist would focus on that little tick right up. We'll see what the Fed is actually focusing on, and can't wait for CPI tomorrow. Excited to see what
Are you going to
those
wake up
numbers-
early for that? Or?
I'm going to wake up at 8:29 a.m. But before we get there, let's talk about some of the individual movers today. I want to talk about Exxon, and I want to talk about Pioneer. That's really the story of the day. Exxon buying Pioneer for almost $60 billion. It's biggest deal since buying Mobil in 1999. It's a big price tag. It makes sense that you see the price of the Exxon falling today, down by 4.2%. You're not seeing too much of a bid into Pioneer. Typically, you do when a company is being acquired. But remember last week, it had that big rally when we first started getting these reports. It's adding to that a little bit today, up about 1% on Pioneer.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess it's a good deal here. What else you got? I saw something else on the board that actually is intriguing me. And I'm just waiting for you to get to it.
Okay, all right. Let's get to Tupperware.
Yeah, because it's up 40%. Can I just front run you? It's up 40%.
Please.
Why, Katie?
Absolutely surging today to break above $2 per share. So this is a little bit tortured. I'm going to try to get this right. Apparently, disclosed in an SEC filing that it's entered into the Fifth Amendment to an existing credit agreement that will, among other things, extend a deadline for delivery of its annual audited financial statements. So still very much a penny stock, if you will. Still a lot of question marks over Tupperware right now.
Okay, so this is more, I guess, just about them trying to get their finances in order. And
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's still a penny stock, but still a 40% pop on a container maker.
Not bad.
1 hour away from the closing bell on
Not that
cross-platform
bad.
coverage, counting you down.
Romaine Riztick. He has the Riz. Every power hour. Watch him flirt with the top. Every single day, man. I love him, though. He's a good guy. He's a good guy, bro. He's living life. He's living life, man. That's good. I hope that'd be crazy if one of them sued him in the future. But other than that, for now, I guess it's one of those things where, like, I guess it's normal. It's normal, it's normal until someone files a lawsuit. Then we're like, oh, we should have known. We should have fucking known this whole time. Every day at Power Hour. Netflix bad news yesterday, or again, it seems like Netflix, the last messaging they've given is that they are scrambling for margins, and that, again, there's just been a lot of negative press, but also even words from the company. So like yesterday was an opinion article, but it kind of ties into what the CFO said at their latest fireside chat. It was a couple months ago, or like a month and a half ago, maybe a little less. But he was talking about margins and margin pressure. And then the next article ties into that. And it seems like other than that, people are worried about their earnings there. However, I do think earnings, there's been a lot of guide downs coming into their earnings. So we'll see. That MO divvy, baby, yeah. I like it. Mine's getting there. I got like $200, I think. I got like 6 shares. I was like, dude, I'm very happy with that every quarter, bro. Bring it up. And I got good news. Bad news. I don't know. I gotta wait till I get more of my voice, because I still gotta call them and do it. But I was playing around with E-Trade, and they have a lot of the same stuff. It just it's in purple. That's all. But they have the income estimator, and we could do the drip just as easily. So I'm happy for that. But I think we're gonna just move the accounts to E-Trade. Yeah, just white and purple instead of white and green. That's all. It's just like it's a little bit less visually pleasing, but it's not bad. E-Trade, not bad, man. Not bad at all. It's so weird. Everything kind of still looks the same today, but isn't the volume super low too? Yeah, 43 million. No way. We'll maybe do 60 million if we're lucky. Oh shit! Wasn't that the last non-farms or CPI? This was a date, I'm pretty sure. So coming into it, you're getting low volume. Again, we're back to some of the lower volume days. We were at higher prices when we were doing much lower volume. The commercials with the baby, bro, those are goated. Those are the OG E-Trade. E-Trade over Schwab. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't have experience with Schwab, but we'll see. I think it'll be a seamless transfer, I hope. I still need to call him. But like I said, I was waiting until I could actually like talk so I could just get on the phone with him. Snap. Sam Bankman reportedly wanted to acquire Snapchat, according to Caroline Ellison. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. There was somebody. I guess if you had the money, that's the only way. If you stole all that money, that would be the one. I'll give you $100 billion. You could only promote vegan snaps, so it disappears and it turns into a cucumber. What? I don't even know, bro. Sam Bankman, bro. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. I'd be so mad if Caroline was just fucking. I'll be like, really, Caroline? There's headlines from the trial, but I've kind of just, that one, I mean, Snapchat, that one's a good one. But I don't know, it's just there's like headlines earlier, it was like she was saying how she was like, I used to never do things wrong, but then as I started working with the company, I did it all the time. I think it was a story of how Sam Bankman corrupted her and turned her into this CEO who just started, just falsifying balance sheets and sending it to lenders. There's a couple. I think there's like even like a live. It's not like live, but you could like read the updates and go through it. There's a lot of different ones though. It's going on now, but I mean, wake me up at the sentencing. Dude, it's a wild situation. Snap, I don't know. It's a very interesting one. Egypt president discusses in phone call with UN chief situation in Israel war. Both urge for de-escalation diplomacy. No, Caroline, she can't avoid jail, but she'll probably get like a much reduced sentence. So I don't know. I think some people are saying that Sam can't get out of this without minimum 10. But at the same time, I think Caroline and Gary, I think like 2 years maybe. So like they're just going to snitch on, pretty much guarantee Sam in jail, and then they're going to get a reduced sentence. You had $13K in credit debt. You're making $500 a month payments. Got charged $400 in interest. Existing Bank of America 1 year balance transfer. Yeah, it's a very good choice. I mean, right now, if you don't have to hold credit card debt, I wouldn't. They're robbing you so bad. So right now, what you really should be doing is paying off. Don't run up credit card debt, and all that money you would have held on a credit debt, put it into a money market. And then you'll just get paid that all back. You're not going to get paid that much. And that's the thing. They're charging you 18%. That's probably why. So, like, every month, I mean, I don't even know how much that is. 18.9 divided by 12. Yeah, you're getting charged like 1.5 a month on whatever the existing balance is. Your chase is at 30? That's insane. You got to be careful. Got to be careful. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the balance transfer, very good idea. If you could do that, get 1 year, you could pay the minimum, do your thing, but then you don't have to if you don't have to hold the balance, I would try not to. I'm still in RX, yeah, unfortunately. Hopefully NVIDIA earnings, though, they get a little bit of juice. That was from NVIDIA earnings, the last one. You transfer a HELOCs loan to a credit card like a home equity loan? I don't think so. But usually like a home equity line of credit is literally, it's like a credit card essentially. Just don't run up the one you transferred through the balance. Yeah, it's good advice. I just should have mentioned that too. Make sure you do not add more debt at zero interest. Because again, it only lasts for a year. That's what I did the last 6 months. Credit card offering, zero. I ran everything up, paid the minimum, saved the money, accelerated savings, earned 4.5, and then just paid 4 cards back. Yeah, if you can do that, literally transfer your balance to 0%, and then whatever money you would have had to pay it, if you have a lump sum, just go collect off the interest. It's crazy. Yeah, Netflix is getting murdered now. I'm getting murdered alongside it. I still have those shares, bro. I'm down like $50 a share. Now I'm riding this for earnings. They gave up their last earnings. But I do think that the guidance has been lowered, though, in the meantime. I think I double check. But then again, I don't even like Netflix this year, though. Like literally again, their library. I don't think they did good this year, which is unfortunate because they probably spent a lot of money. Powerball at 1.7. I need to go get one. When's the drawing? I don't think I'm gonna win though. I don't know. Unless you think you're gonna win. Like, does anybody think? I feel like the only people who think they're gonna win are the people who play the lottery for the first time. Because then you're like, oh yeah, it's my first time. I'm definitely gonna win. But then, other than that though, I'm not confident that I'm gonna win. You know, I could try to claim it, but I did that back in the day. Yeah, it didn't work when I claimed it. What would the richest man in Babylon do? He would save 10% and say, whatever else you want to do whatever, that's it. And then follow the laws of wealth and gold. But he said, be careful of the gaming tables. Be careful of the gaming tables. I've been hearing power. Oh, yeah, because you own a gas station. Oh, shit, bro. So what's it like? How many tickets a day do you sell? I forgot. Bro, you're at the forefront of all of this. I'm playing with a friend. I'm afraid if we won, she would rob me. Yeah, like, why would you, but like, why did you play it with somebody? I would have been like, I'll get my own. I guess you guys both, you get a double shot of the odds. So then you get whatever numbers she picks too. I guess. You're currently selling 10 tickets right now. No way. How many have you sold, like, so far? And then, like, I mean, what do you, like, is it, why do you just said earlier, don't buy them. So why, like, why? Why do you say that? I mean, besides the obvious reasons. that it's the lottery, but oh, you live outside the U.S. No, you could buy them if you're in the States, but yeah, if you're not here, then your chance to win greatly improves if you actually play. Oh, I didn't think about that. That's a good point. So like the odds of you winning are lower if you don't play. Wow. Putin decree aims to stabilize ruble exchange. Putin decree on mandatory forex sales will affect companies reporting fuel, energy, and metallurgy chemical industry. You could buy the tickets on your phone? No way California has done that. That's Bro, if they let you buy it off your phone, like damn, DraftKings, that's it, we're done. There's no way I believe any of the real estate data or any of the economic data about anything, savings, nothing. No, there's no way you could buy a ticket off a phone. And we haven't crashed? No way. Yeah, I thought you have to purchase them in cash in person. You can in Texas, in Pennsylvania. No way. I don't think you can in Cali, bro. There's no way you could buy a lotto ticket. Are you guys for real? On the phone? Dude, no way. Oh, that's disgusting. Wow. I don't think in California then. I don't know if you guys want to verify that. Why? You can in California? No. I'm gonna fucking... Can you buy lotto tickets online? I feel like this is an easy Google question. Chipotle plans to raise prices again. Again, Disney had a price rise earlier. Everything's still kind of punting till CPI. And then market and bonds are holding up good right now, actually. Now that the bonds have held, bonds look a lot better. We're still below PPI data. Bonds are higher. You lying asses. California lottery. No, you can only buy tickets at lottery retailers in California. So no, you cannot. That's crazy. But Cali, you can't. That's wild. Am I going to be early for CPI? I don't know because I will be here, but usually if I wake up naturally without my voice clapped, I still struggle at 5 in the morning. But other than that, it's pretty chill. So I don't know. I could wake up, but I could use a little bit of AI. So I don't know. It's up to you, but I will be there. But I don't know. I don't want to commit, but we'll see.
I'm still here, bitches. Don't be sleeping on me. I can show out at 5 a.m. no problem. Shout out the cult, baby. Don't be soft. GG. I love you.
Mm-mm. It was weird trying to trade Pacific time. Yeah, it was weird. I remember when I was in New York. It was so weird in New York. I was like, it's so late. And they're like, the market's about to open. I was like, I've slept so much. All of you East Coast people, you guys get to sleep until like 8, 9. Bro, you could literally sleep until 9 a.m. and then turn on the stream. And you will be right and just listen. At 9 a.m. That's so late. I'm halfway done at 9 a.m. my time. That's why I'm like, bro, y'all, I remember the sun's out. If you have sun, some of you have snow and other weird ass weather. It's okay. God bless you. But, 3 hours of prep? No, bro. Go for a run. Go eat breakfast. Go do a lot of things. You could prep for an hour, like 2 hours maybe, but like 3. You're going to wake up at 6 a.m. East Coast? Nah, man. Just at that point, I don't know about that. And then Hawaii, it's like 3 a.m. It's so weird, man. But nah, East Coast, y'all just living life, man. Y'all should have a great morning every day. I don't know, like honestly, if you pissed off and you live on an Eastern time zone, I hope you know how selfish you are. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying because like I'm not even a morning person, even though I scream a lot in the morning. You know, but like usually that's what I'm saying. Like the other day I was like, I didn't have that. I didn't have no attitude. I woke up and dry, but like, man, I didn't have no. Bro, it's 5 a.m. when some of y'all giving me shit. That's why I'm like, man, fuck you. I don't got, Isaiah, respectfully, like, I'm just going to ignore you and I got to put you out of my sight. You know what I'm saying? It is 5 a.m. my time. You know that. I'm getting up at 4 to 5 a.m. I'm typing with fucking stupid I love you AI. You know.
I love you.
Oh, yeah. You think he just naturally know what to say? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And then I got to fucking, and I'm getting harassed by some asshole that woke up at 9 a.m. His wife went to work already. He's at home. He got to do whatever he wanted. He was already waking up. I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? You're angry? You're the one who's angry right now? You had 3 hours extra to go. You could have got the news. You could have done anything. I was legitimately sleeping while you were starting your day. You had the ability. You could have went out to eat. You could have left the house, sat down, got a nice restaurant, had a great breakfast. You could have walked home. You didn't even have to drive. You could have walked. You could have went on a nice jog. You could have listened to an album. You could have sent the kids somewhere. You could have done like by 9 a.m., bro. And you know what I'm saying? But nah, you want to get mad at me. So like I'm saying, if you waking up East Coast time and you got a bad attitude, that's so fucked up. You better enjoy that morning. That's all I'm saying. You better find a way because you got 3 hours. Like, I'll eventually, like, you know, some mornings I'm really hyped. Some mornings I'm not. But, like, dude, the sun ain't up when I'm up, bro. Every day. Damn it. Every day. You did morning jacuzzi. That's what I'm talking about. I respect you. You know what I'm saying? That's all. Like, I'm telling you, bro. Fuck yeah, that's how you do it. You got that time in the morning. That's how you do it, man. Mm-hmm. It's crazy. It's crazy, bro. Yeah, man. No, I'm not a morning. I stay up till like 10. Like 10, 11. But like the later I sleep, the more tireder I'll be. I ain't even been on caffeine, but like, no, I hate the morning. I hate the morning. Ask anybody who knows. Even then, even like when I go crazy, like when I'm on like my crazy, like, oh my gosh, like even when like COVID was happening, bro, I wouldn't go to bed or like I would go to bed, but like I would stay up till like 1 or 2 a.m. or like I love staying up late. If I'm working too, I have great production until I'm tired or I have to poop. But I love the morning. I love the nighttime. I don't love the morning though. I hate it. I hate waking up. I like the weekends, I'll go to sleep. Even then, I'll naturally still wake up early, but I hate it. So mornings are evil in California, but you guys have a lot of time on the East Coast. That's the whole thing, bro. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. You love more. I don't. I wish, man, because like I want to be a wake up in the morning, go to the gym person. I don't know, like LT do it. A lot of you guys do it, bro. I don't like more hats off to you, bro. And that's what I'm saying. That's part of the people utilizing their morning to get prepared. But like, I can't, dude. I don't know how y'all do the morning gym. Like, wake up 5 a.m. or 3 a.m., gym it, and then go to work, go to wherever you have to go. I'm like, that, oh. I did the watch list yesterday after the gym, though. That's why you guys got it a little later, because my voice was still clapped. So I was like, all right. I didn't know if I was going to do the watch list. And I went to the gym, and then I came back, and then my voice was good. But usually I'm burnt after the gym, man. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't wake up groggy all the time. I still don't like the morning, man. It's good. I wake up and drive though. I mean, you guys went in. You say it's hard to believe you're a morning person, but not a morning person. But nah, man, I became friends with him. I've learned to make peace with the morning, but I do prefer nighttime. Nighttime, lot of very good, very good. A CrossFit between. I have enough. I wake up early. I wake up well ahead of the bell. That's it. I have to. That's like otherwise to get like takes a little bit of time to put together all of the info every morning. Even more time if I have to put it into a damn AI. But otherwise, it's just like I'm up early and then I've been eating some things every now and then in the morning. I've been taking my vitamins. I make sure I have an ample time to poop. You know, so like I be hella doing half of my work on the toilet every morning. You know that? I be getting the news from you while I'm shitting. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like half of those headlines, I'm reading them and I'm getting up to date while I'm taking a dump. Always, bro. Always. It's good though. I'm hella productive. I'm hella productive. Mm-hmm. Wake up fast, baby. Sleep faster. I know you guys would email LT the time we would wake up. Do it. You guys should. I don't know. Maybe we should set it up. But I don't want my email filled up like that. My email get crazy already. But low key, you should email me when you wake up. Just email yourself, just so you could have a timestamp every time, and then you'll notice when you wake up. I don't mind the mornings. You're definitely more hype at night. Yeah, it's weird. But then again, like I'm getting old. I told Eric and Najee Wolf were driving back from Vegas, and it was late, and I was just like I was like, how old are you guys? Because I was just like, once you guys get like a little older, like be careful because you will fall asleep while driving. Because like I used to not think that could happen. When I was like, what kind of person falls asleep while driving? Nah, bro. Eventually, you're gonna get old people tired. You're gonna understand. Like you're gonna be like for real. You're gonna be a little bit more nicer to Joe Biden because you're gonna understand what he's going through. Because, like, you'll get a little bit older, bro, and then you're going to be driving, and then sure enough, that line get hella blurry. Like, and then you'll start snoring, too. I've developed. I'm just speaking from personal experience, so I don't put this devil on you. Don't worry. Mm-mm. Oh, yeah, but otherwise, for now, the night, you get hyped, though. You get hyped. But if I take a nap and then go out, like, like to party or something, I could do. I could stay up till like 5 a.m., 6 a.m., and then I'll wake up at 7 a.m. And then that's the only problem. I'll be screwed for the next day. That's it. That drive back was a mission. You guys made it safe, though. That's all that matters. All that matters. Good seeing you, baby. Good seeing you. Rite Aid has earnings. So does Walgreens. I keep calling them singular Walgreen. And then, bro, you're about to get your squeeze back up to the open. It's only a quarter point on SPY, 0.5 on the DASI. But you're literally back to opening candle now. Bonds are getting back up to the earlier high. And then dollar is still kind of elevated. Chapato did not respond to that news. MTMB, that one's still going. Oh, man. We had this one at 50% and 100%. There you go. I think everyone's hyped off the other one. That's a killer. And dollars break even, SPY back to open, and then bonds are the winner on the day. Again, third, fourth day of stabilization compared to the last 2 weeks. That's the good news. Again, everyone's like, why is it like this? Is this bad? Is it good? It's like, bro, just don't forget what happened with bonds. And like lately, we just stopped dying. And that was not something we saw in almost a month. Dude, it's been carnage. So I'm chalking that up to the winner. None of the data or minutes really got in the way. We did bounce from the minutes. Ironically, you were bouncing before it. And then you kind of continued it after the minutes. But punt till CPI tomorrow morning. TPST halted. It got resumed and then halted. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, good evening, good night. And yeah, see you soon.
Working its way into other sectors. I think we could see tomorrow's report give us a little bit of an upside surprise, even in the core number.
Well, that's where I wanted to go. When you think about what we got this morning, the big surprise that we saw on PPI, when you extrapolate that over to CPI, and particularly some of these core measures that we know the Fed pays attention to, what's your expectation here?
It's been interesting. You know, the Fed has really driven us to look at this smaller piece of CPI, that they look at sort of the services sector, excluding shelter. The idea being that this is a very wage sensitive. This way, the Fed has been its own worst enemy, because while this area has come down significantly, it did actually rise more than expected last month. I think we still need to be well aware of the fact that inflation in any form really erodes wages, really erodes purchasing power. And I think the Fed has in some ways made us too focused on this smaller measure. I think that measure has, again, last month rose 0.4%. Prior months it had been 0.2. We even got 0.1. I think it's going to settle, and we'll see what it is tomorrow. It's hard to forecast these little slivers of growth, and we've seen wage pressure come down a little bit. But, going forward, I think the problem for the Fed could be that if we get this one smaller, very, sub-index behaving well, and we get food and energy prices up a lot, rents continue to stay elevated, they may have done us a disservice by focusing so much on this smaller piece.
I am curious as to the communication mechanism, though, coming out of the Fed on this particular issue and the way that the market has interpreted it, because as I'm sure you've seen, Lara, I mean, you're a very smart person. I'm sure you got plenty of leather-bound books behind you somewhere. But when we talk about this idea of whether the market is sort of preparing for that proverbial soft landing or whether they are still fearful of recession here, are they getting, I guess, consistent enough communication out of the Fed and out of the economic data, for that matter, to make that determination?
We're really not yet. And this is something that is continued to cause this swirl of expectations in markets because a lot of the leading indicators, a lot of the leading sentiment indicators are still quite negative while the current indicators are fairly strong. And I think exactly to your point about communicating from the Fed, they can absolutely declare progress on inflation, but they cannot declare victory. And in fact, it could be several quarters still until we're back down to inflation at levels that are even remotely close to 2%. So to me, I think 2024 is going to be a year of very difficult policy choices for the Fed.
Yeah.
I think inflation is going to stay uncomfortably high, and it's going to be hard for them to navigate that as the economy probably slows from current levels. Let's face it, growth in the third quarter has been unsustainably strong. We're not going to be able to maintain this pace of growth indefinitely.
I want to ask you kind of an esoteric question, and maybe you can't answer it, but we were speaking a little bit earlier with Ken Rogoff about the direction of interest rates and the level that they're at here. And there is a question here about the neutral rate. No one quite knows what it is. I'm not even sure the Fed knows what it is. But is there a sense that in whatever direction we're headed right now, that neutral rate by default maybe has to be a little bit higher, I guess, than it was in past cycles? The idea here that maybe what we're looking for here is at a higher threshold than what I guess the Fed has been trying to communicate to us.
I think that this does raise, and of course, I don't have a one number. Nobody does. But I think what he's touching on is the fact that the last 15 years have been true outliers from past episodes where really, interest rates have aligned with growth much more closely. And the last 15 years have...
Sorry, I thought you guys needed that. I thought it was necessary. It's okay. Either way, Chattadonia. SPY's working its way up. TLT, the bonds, there you go. A little bit more of a pop. It is power hour. You have almost 22, less than just above 20 minutes. 22 minutes remaining, Chad. My goodness. Again, day flew by. I'm really, again, taking a step back. I just think legitimately the bonds calming the F down up until tomorrow, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's all that. How's my Berks, my 8 shares of Berk are down $6 a share. I'm down $44 almost immediately. That would have been awful, even if I got like 100 shares. God bless E-Trade. I was hella complaining about it in the morning. I'm like, oh my God, inshallah, Habibi. Good. Shukran, Habibi. Thank you. Wow. They want to save me this time. I give you all of my accounts now. All of my accounts. You take every account I have, E-Trade. Shukran, Habibi. Could have been 1,000. Dude, it was crazy. Dude, we had MTMB. We called that one out great, too. I mean, there was even another one, but this one's following after its little brother, I think, Tempest. I don't even think they're related. I think they just both had Catalyst on the same day of the other one going crazy. Boeing will next integrate the U.S. Army's improved turbine engine into fleet. Boeing enhanced AH-64E Apache completes first test flight. Good timing. War. Jamie wants war. What? Yeah, it's the same thing. No, Berkshire has a pretty decently, the float's actually kind of big. It has 30, dude, they only sold 12 million shares, and I was 8 of them, which is sad. But that's an awful offering. That's an awful offering. Legitimately, they didn't even do 50% of that, which is crazy to think about. In the whole day, they came out late, but, I mean, they had the whole day to try to sell this, and everybody was like, nah. That's actually wild. So we'll see. No, they kind of priced high, but, then again, they started, lowering it in the process, but I'm still very, very wild. I love you. And then speaking of ILY, there's LLY. They're killing it. Again, that was another one we were saying in the morning. We were talking about that, and then boom, I went to the bathroom, and then it was gone on NVO. Again, new drug, the diabetes, or not diabetes now, dialysis, kidney. So now Wegovy, they found out there was like a benefit of the GLP-1 drugs on your kidney and for people on dialysis. So again, this another win for Ozempic. I think Ozempic is beating AI now. I think even the stocks as well as like, dude, they keep advancing, bro. They like it stops. They gonna say it makes your eyesight better soon. PHIO, another biotech, 100% up, hitting the high. I think they're going one after the next. The game of musical chairs begins. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, PHO. Bonds are going too, and the market. You are back to opening candles. So this is looking a little better because if you see, this is where we dropped yesterday now. So again, 43.88, that 90, and then 4,400. We're still waiting for that. But you worked your way up a nice little, kind of like a little horseshoe, or not a horseshoe, the wishbone. But 43.73. Random bios running now too. Utilities on the high. Interesting. Apple. Microsoft. They're actually all up decent. I mean, even Amazon's ripping 1.6 right now. That's going into the high. So SPY, NASDAQ's 0.6, still a very small day. SPY 0.3. Russell is still negative. And then Dow Jones is up by 0.13. I don't know if it's still 50-50. I'm bullish on Netflix. I have to be. Otherwise, I take my loss now before earnings. But I do think they're more going to have lower things priced in. But that one's going to be a bigger one. We'll see, though. I have until next week. And then if CPI is good, I'll be bullish. If CPI is bad, I'll be more likely to get out. But still not decided. I'm leaning to either playing earnings on my shares that I have from last month or cutting out, especially if the market gets really ugly after tomorrow. But it all depends. It all depends. I do think, again, if CPI is good, market loves it. I think October seasonality will do its thing. X numbers for earnings? I don't know. I don't know if they were on the calendar or not, but they were only running off that MT stuff earlier. We got RTX today. Excuse me. We're like barely up on that. But I did grab a little bit of that today. And then we see Amazon's still going. I can't believe it's Prime Day. Said operations in Texas generating $3 million. Let's see. Yeah, I have a headline. It's like a press release. United Steel operations in Arkansas, which includes Big River, Osceola, and Wheeling Machines in Pine Bluff, contributed more than $383 million to local and state economies in fiscal 23. It's like a press release. It's some sort of report in Arkansas and something on the government. Prime Day, gotta be on Prime. Do they have a jingle? I know, they should get a jingle. I'm surprised Amazon don't have like a bot. You know what I'm saying? Like, how come, Jeff? You got all that money, Jeff, and you have not gotten a jingle? You know what I'm saying? How come Amazon is that successful without a jingle? Now that I think about it. Like, even Walmart have a jingle. Don't they, with the little smiley face? Happy cows coming. No, that's the cheese. What's the other one? What's Walmart? There's rollback prices. Jefferson. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. You're the older Jeff. You're not Jeffrey. You're Jeffrey. You know, your parents, they're Jeffrey Jr. Bezos. You're Jeffrey Sr. But you're not the dad. I don't know how to explain it, but all I know is that you were the smart one. Because I don't know how you don't have one. Dude, Amazon really needs a jingle. Oh, but either way, they're going up 1.9 without it. Market's going up. Microsoft, big tech, even small tech. I was going to check. Again, you have the U.S. Steel news there. Well, where is everything? Dow Jones still 17 names down on the Dow. 13 in the green. And then, what do we have? You got 37 red on the NASDAQ 100. And 64 in the green. And then 192 red on the SPY, 310 green. So the SPY kind of flipped, but everything else a little weirder. Because there's more names down on the Dow now. So that means like Microsoft and Apple, they are probably lifting the Dow Jones because Dow is still green. Everything's running. You're literally about to hit a new high right now, Chad. You got 12 minutes left, 10-minute rig in 2, but I don't know if that's a new high of the day. It's matching up with bonds, too. You're like right off of it. You're 1.2 off a new high. The stock market could go crazy. Man, I'm just going to hit you with another A. I laugh at the titles now. I hope you guys enjoy them as much as I do. But I type in what I think is like for my title, and then I hit AI title. And then it gives me like 3 different AI titles, and I pick one. And I love it. I love it. There you go. Because it still says what I wanted to say, but then it's still like it hits you with what AI thinks like you guys really like. That's why the shocking truth, unveiling. So I do love it. I do love it. I do think that the CPI data will be critical. Yeah, I've been saying this for weeks now. I think how we play out tomorrow, obviously, barring any earnings trend that violates it, but I think all of it boils down to what happens tomorrow for the rest of October, even leading us into November. CPI is tomorrow morning, 1 hour before the bell. I don't know if I'm going to be live or not. Again, usually we are, but I'm probably going to be clapped. I don't know. We're going to see. But at the same time, I'll try to be on there, but I don't know how well I'll be able to talk. Maybe I'll just have the data and the wire up, and I'll comment here and there. But I don't think I'll be able to do the review and like the preview and all that. I will try tonight on the watch list though, so that might be of good value. Bank earnings, yeah. I mean, I'm still holding Bank of America and Citi, but I think smaller banks I would be more careful of. But, I mean, banks, they got to address what just happened. How are they doing with these bonds, Habibi? Yeah, the October dairy, I like it, man. I think and it boils down to tomorrow now. If we get that good and then let all the earnings play out, even on this drop, a lot of earnings expectations have came down. So, if tomorrow's good, I think we can get out of calm down for a little bit. Otherwise, if not, then strap on in, and then one earnings at a time, we're going to be waiting for the Grim Reaper. And the SPY's still working its way up. I mean, 10-minute rig, that's right here at the top. It's already been 2 minutes, but we'll see the final 5, and then I think you're about to hit a new high. Still 2 points off, though. NVIDIA, there you go. What about AMD? That was running yesterday. They calmed down. I'm surprised healthcare is down. And then Eli Lilly up 4. Bonds 2, bro. Bonds almost 2% up. It's crazy. TPST up 3,800%. That's what I'm talking about. There you go. Yeah, bonds are crazy now. I'm still kind of shocked by all of this. And then the dollar barely. Tomorrow is, man, everything's lining up. On your marks, Chattadonia. Tomorrow morning. So either way, whether you rip up right now, if you rip up, you'll at least hit a high, get into 4,400. Even if we go down any more from here, I mean, that's it. You're just going back to almost where you were at the end of September, at the middle of August. And remember, this was where you flipped red, green to red in September. Same level, August, you went red to green on there over the the rest of the month. So we will see. Ross on the highs. NVIDIA, Hub, XPO. A lot of names on the high, honestly. What is this? CHSCO? I thought this was like a Chancla brand. Not in this. It seemed like it looked like Chancla. Chisco, Chancla. And speaking of which, Birkenstock hitting a new low right now. Literally right below it. Sonos too. GTLS. Any good news? I mean, Waller, was it Waller who was speaking? I think we were listening to him, but he said bullish. They're going to try to blame this on the Fed speakers, but I don't really think that was it. And then even the minutes. This was Waller in the minutes right here. But other than, I would not. I think we've done this every day so far. I've been saying it here. It's just the bonds are chilling out. Like, look at this massacre. Because even in September, it was more of a massacre. It was already massacred in August. The markets bounced in August. The bonds didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, around this whole time, the bonds were just getting killed all day. All day. So that's why it's like, dude, 4 days in a row bouncing. That is what we saw when we rallied in August. So that's the only thing. And then now tomorrow, everybody's either going to eat it up or vomit off of the CPI. I mean, this is all the theory, bro. That's the craziest part. We've been talking about this day for a while now. So it's unfortunate I don't have my full voice, but other than that, it's here, baby. It's here. And earnings. But yeah, we do have a new guy coming on here. I forgot to warn you guys yesterday. Honestly, this guy's even different. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, for real. I don't know how this is going to sound, but just when you hear the word earmuffs, you should mute your speakers. It'll get loud. I don't know if it's too loud, maybe the speakers, but, we'll find out. We'll find out, baby. You'll see what happens. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So just mute your speakers. Good viewing experience. We don't want you to have bleeding eardrums. It's a very touchy topic, but definitely mute the headsets, bro. Mute the headsets, okay? When I say earmuffs, The next time I say earmuffs, then you should mute, okay? It'll be good for you. Mm-hmm. All right, earmuffs. Earmuffs. I don't know what's going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, earmuffs right away. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisle with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach in San Diego International Airport, it's about 69 degrees, partly sunny, partly cloudy, depending on where you're at here. Looking like a good day unless you thought that the market would react to anything other than pure randomness because, this is all the setup for CPI, but bonds are enjoying the weekend relaxation, so that's the good news. Other good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cold Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Oh, man, let's go, baby. Let's go. And now you don't really have that much time. You have 1 minute. Oh, yeah, that's the best we could do, baby. Let's go, baby. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home and make sure you finalize your plays. You know why? Because tomorrow you have the CPI. So if you are on an option play, you will not be able to trade until the bell. So shares, futures, you got a little bit more flexibility, but you got to wrap it up, okay? Bring it home, finalize it. Make sure you have it. You have less than 10 seconds. Hey, here it is. Here it is. He got one too.
One minor we T.
Ding 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 ding. Oh, let's go, baby. Wow. Let's go. Oh, Chad, GG, we did it, we made it. Everybody, right now, the 7 hours in the books. I don't care who you are, I need that GG. It's good sportsmanship, let's go. Good game, baby, GG. No matter if you made money or lost money, I know you learned something, baby. Everybody that contributed, everybody in the game, it sucks. I want to get so hyped right now. Usually I'm a lot more hyped. I turn on the hype at the end, but GG, bro, my voice, I need the GG.
Singing, I'm praising my God is amazing. My dreams
don't matter, laggers,
they scheming, they plotting, but that did not phase me.
I'm just saluting you, GG, baby. I'm gonna communicate with my GGs.
The judges, a lot I don't know, but I know, show some love. I'm so smart, I play dumb. Rather have me the money than have me some fun. Bitch, I'm back, I ain't done really rapping about funds, talking yields in the buns, up the curve to the front. Sit your ass in the day, what you learn in the month. Eating 1 meal a day, fuck your break in your lunch. Go for layups, not dunce. I'ma say what I want. I get paid for my thoughts. I'm with pay, so I stop. Influential as fuck, boy. My mental been tough. Wear my heart on my cuff. It ain't hard, I don't want, cause then everyone got like opinions and thoughts, but they don't mean a lot. And my money on stocks, I can show you the top. Every bottom my pop, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
Take a break.
Angel on the track.
He's done. That's it, baby. That's the day. Look at this. Why is it running? Yo, what the hell? Bro, you're running after hours. Google, Apple are popping.
I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty. But I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing.
Out, baby.
Screaming in my ear like a bird.
He's out, baby. I love you. That's the day, bro. My voice. The 1 minute, it was giving up on me. That's it, bro. I can't, like, I'm so hyped right now, but my voice will not let me bring it out. He's not like, I said, I love you, baby. God bless you. Thank you for being here. That's the day, baby. GG. I appreciate your time. I hope we made the mess. I'll rip my vocal cords for you, baby. I love you. I hope you learned something today, too.
I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty. But I'm gonna keep on driving all week.
I can hit that. I can hit that, though.
Miss my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving
I can do a good Barry White voice right now, I think, if I want to.
Screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpool is faster. Hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California.
Bro, what is happening after hours? Rivian dying? Google, Apple, Meta ripping? I don't know what's happening, bro. Yeah, bro, everything's like, it's after hours crazy.
I'm just saying I'm surprised.
It's probably the bonds.
All these different people, but none of them can drive.
Police investigating bomb threat at BWI Airport. Yo, I don't travel a lot. Where's BWI Airport?
Gas tank still on empty.
I got you.
But I'm gonna keep on driving all week.
Where's Baltimore Washington International?
A Prius wouldn't let me merge.
DC? I thought you going to Washington Duel.
Loaning on my F350.
Or Virginia Duel. Who's what I did?
Gas tank still on empty.
CPI leaked, maybe.
I'm gonna keep on driving all week.
We should have got that by now, but yeah.
Just miss
What do
my
they all say?
exit.
Amen.
A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing. Screaming in my ear like a bird. They said they wait an hour to charge. I know.
That's it, man.
What's up?
Alright, man, I see. I'm waiting. There's a lot going on right now.
Jill? Come on.
I don't know what's happening.
Hey. It's 4 p.m. here. 4.
The bell goes ding ding. I have no idea what's happening. Yeah, bro. There's like a bomb threat at an airport, and then all of your tech stocks just like, bro, you just surged after hours right there off of nothing. The bonds, I think it's all off of bonds, bro. I'm telling you, I think there's just been a couple of days of the bonds not absolutely getting wrecked, but yeah, I don't know. It's getting really, really, really wild for the most part. Yeah, my Spotify won't load. I'm trying to play. I want the better one. Let me give you the.
What's up?
It's loud.
Yeah, where's Jill?
That's
Come
the day,
on.
bro. We're done.
I'll
play like 2 songs.
4 p.m. here. 4 p.m. I wake up, bitch.
I'll play a couple songs, then we'll see what's up with it and where the market's at. I'll give you a little update, and then that's it.
I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Camilla riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them will say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing growing them grains. All of my bros in 8-0, none of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals, all of us straight together, strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold, they ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe, had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical, 100 my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit, especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes, me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low, I got Congress in control. I got your student low froze, I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze, but mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who whitey. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They like you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just get Evie a test rate. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a breakfast? How I got it out of chest. Yeah, how I gotta make it one call. Section on your block. Took off, mixing up my words. I'm live, so I think they mad. My fault, talking about inflation.